Один-два раз. Один-два раз.
Spizhenko, personally, who are the general partner of today's event. Also, I would like to say a few words about our partners. These are Danton's legal company, Oleg Batyuk and Tetiana Babinska. Also, a strategic partner Arbut Service company, Alexander Donikov, Alexander Radchenko, and our official carrier would be Turkish Airlines. Then A7 Capital, the general information partner Interfax Ukraine, and the exclusive media partner Business Liga Inform, TV partners Fifth Channel and Business Channel, and the exclusive business partner Business Journal and various. Also, we are supported by the Ukrainian Entrepreneurs Association. There are a lot of representatives from them at this event. And now I would like to give the floor to the panelists, Mr. Vitaly Tsimbalyuk, President of the National Academy of Medical Sciences of Ukraine. Mr. Tsimbalyuk, please join us. Mr. Von Zau, Program Leader of Human Development in Belarus, Moldova and Ukraine, World Bank. Mr. Zau, you're welcome. Mr. Oleg Spizhenko, advisor to the Minister of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine and head of the Association of Private Clinics of Ukraine and owner of Spizhenko Clinics, as well as Mr. Dincha Seiji, General Manager in Kyiv Turkish Airlines. Thank you so much. Mr. Tsimbalyuk, the floor is yours. Or maybe you can sit if it's more convenient for you. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, the National Academy of Medical Sciences of Ukraine has a pleasure to greet all of you here, and we wish you good success, health, luck. And today we got a very interesting forum, namely Ukrainian Healthcare Forum, which, as I hope, will consider a lot of those challenges and issues which we face today in Ukrainian medicines and maybe in Ukrainian medical science partially, because these things are always interrelated. And it happened so that peculiarities of development of Ukraine and peculiarities of what is happening in the east of Ukraine, we have an undeclared war which is called Anti-Terrorist Operation, or ATO, but there are definite prerequisites which prevent from real development of the country and medicines, and that is a huge challenge. And no doubt, this is a pleasure to welcome the leading experts of state, public, private medicines, entrepreneurs, guests from abroad who came up to share their experience and tell us how to survive this crisis and what to do in this critical situation. And the situation is really critical, you know. The funding of public facilities, healthcare facilities, is being reduced. And, you know, I'm visiting different meetings of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, of the Supreme Council of Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, and there I tell everything we do is for people, and all the rest is not really needed. Socrates mentioned that health is not everything, but everything without health is nothing. That is why health is one of the key priorities we must have. And again, there are a lot of issues pertaining to Academy of Medical Sciences of Ukraine. Why do we need those? What do they do? And we start telling that Academy is not just people who are involved in science, but 36 institutes which provide healthcare services, which treat people and provide necessary a system that is 3+ level of healthcare provision, or if to speak about foreign levels, then high-tech assistance, 4th level. And then I have a question: why do we need this academy? Some members of parliament asked this question. You know, I had a look, I had a small search in order to understand how to prove people, how to show people what is health and how much the health is worth. I'm sorry, I didn't ask you how much time do I have for the greetings. So, what is human life is worth? So abroad, they have calculated it. In Luxembourg, the health or life is the most expensive, 3,300,000. In Austria, this would be 2.4 million. Germany, 3.5 million. In Poland, $1.2 million. So I have a question. We have just calculated, you know, the situation is a bit worse in Ukraine, and we calculated if estimate life of a Ukrainian 1 million euro, though I disagree that the residents of Ukraine's life must be cheaper than life of people from Germany or Austria. Life is priceless. But during the recent year, our academy made 81 very complicated surgeries. We speak about the aortic aneurysms, about stenting during the myocardial infarction. So during a year, we've given more than 1 trillion of potential income. And now we have a question about just 1 billion. I would like you to understand me. You know, this issue now in hands in the Ministry of Finance, and in order to talk to the financial experts, we have to use figures, digits. Well, we may tell them that life is priceless, but if we are saving people's lives, then the salaries of the doctors must be as high as abroad. Well, you know, I always speak about academy, but let me greet you. So reforming we are speaking about. Let's be frank. We call it reforming, optimization, transformation of medicine. But at this very stage, this is the survival stage. And if we will call it appropriately, we have to survive and then we have to develop. We are a powerful nation, and we are potentially strong state, which from my point of view must take a decent place among the European countries, but we have to survive this difficult period. And I have a question, and I really like that we have representatives of private sector. We have to find a rational balance between public and private medicine. Well, someone says that I am against private medicine. No. I visit foreign countries, I travel abroad, and I really like how neurosurgeons work in the state public clinics, and then after lunch they go to the private clinics, and we have to do the same. But we have to find this balance and calculate how many Ukrainians may visit private clinics. And one more thing, you know, I'm not afraid anymore. I'm not afraid to say to the MPs, please visit the public clinics, don't go abroad. If this will be reality, then the financing of of public sector would be better. That is why I strongly hope that today's forum will give some new push. And so far we've got opportunities of PPP, public and private partnership, which is also possible. And I would like us in our country finding some way out of the tunnel and see the light in the end of this tunnel. And we have to give opportunities to the real medicine, develop where real people work and who can create medicine and medical science. I beg your pardon if I've taken too much time, but I wanted to share this opinion with you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vitaly, for very important words. This was Vitaly Zambaluk, president of the National Academy of Medical Sciences of Ukraine. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Feng Zhao, program leader of human development in Belarus, Moldova, and Ukraine World Bank. Mr. Zhao, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Dr. Feng Zhao. I'm with the World Bank. First, I want to say I'm very happy to be here to see such a diverse audience, colleagues from public sector, private sector, academia. This is what it takes to develop the health sector in Ukraine. As the previous speaker mentioned, the country actually is going through difficult time, both economically and politically. And people will question why at this critical time and difficult time, why we need to take on health sector reform. My first point is to argue more than ever, the health sector reform is needed. Let me tell you why. If we look at the history of our economic development, in the early 2000s, based on the World Bank's analysis, the country enjoyed a stable economic growth. And the country grows around 5%, sometimes can reach 7%. But we have discovered the growth mostly engined not by structural reform and internal factors, mostly by favorable external factors. For example, the increased price of commodity, which has benefited the country. But nevertheless, the country gone through a very stable period of growth, which put Ukraine solidly in the map of mid-income country. And then around 2007 to 2013, the growth has stabilized and stagnated. But nevertheless, the country is still in a good shape. In recent years, we gone through very difficult time. Actually, we lost a chunk of our economy, roughly by 15%. And this year, based on our prediction, Ukraine is come back on the positive growth trajectory, is around 1%. So we have political conflict, we have all sorts of issues to deal with. Why health sector reform is important at this juncture. The first thing I want to say is the country already spent significant amount of money in healthcare. Roughly 7% of the GDP is spent on healthcare, half of them from public budget, half of them from private sectors, the patients. Right? Compare with other countries at the same development level, so this is roughly on average. So Ukraine is not spending less despite the difficult economic situation. Well, the country still spends significantly on healthcare. Now, we will foresee there's an increasing tightening physical space in terms of money from public sector going to the healthcare system and industry. We already see some discussion on reducing the budget, on cutting some programs. So this is a reality because the country, based on current economic trajectory, it's very hard to sustain the level of spending given the current level and efficiency situation in the health sector. So we will see some tightening spending from the public sector. And the underlying issue in this is inefficiency of the health system. If we look at the level of spending we have compared with the results we have achieved, and that shows a significant gap. If we compare, let's say, a few critical health outcome indicators, for example, life expectancy, we're about 10 years lagging behind of EU average, which means we lose 10 years, can be very productive years from our citizens to contribute to the economic development, let alone by itself is a human rights. We have a tsunami of non-communicable diseases, heart disease, cardiovascular problems, and oncology. And the health system was designed many years ago and not in a good position to handle this new transition, new disease burden. And our immunization coverage is very low. We both have challenges of non-communicable disease and communicable disease, HIV, TB, and those are still very significant problems facing Ukraine, which is very rare in a European country. So this is a challenge we have been facing, and despite a high level of spending or decent level of spending, we have not managed to achieve results yet. And our citizens have been increasingly become unsatisfied with the healthcare provided. If we look at the polls, citizens constantly rank healthcare reform at the top of the reform agenda. And there's one survey done a couple of years ago and ranked healthcare reform as number 2 for demanded reform, only second to corruption. So that is also another dimension to say healthcare reform is needed. And also if we look at the physical protection, citizens increasingly spending more money into healthcare, despite the Constitution, Article 49 has stated healthcare is supposed to be free, but we all know there's a significant out-of-pocket spending into healthcare. So all those challenges and the physical economic situation, and which strengthen the point we need to look into our healthcare system and think about how we reform, how we modernize, how we improve efficiency. So that's one issue. It's not only for public sector. It's not only for the government. It's for everybody here to think about how we can improve the services. One bottom line, which I like the previous speaker, is how do we put patient at the center? All the healthcare services is supposed to serve our citizens. So that's the critical issue. All those talks mostly has been talking about how we strengthen the system. We already have an extended health system. We probably have too many facilities if we look at facility population ratio. I think we should switch mindset from building a perfect system and to how do we put our citizens and patients at the center, how we design a system to serve them better from the first contact point at the primary health care level and to referral care and specialized care. And how do we create a pathway per patient and to make sure they can receive timely and also quality of services. So that's the critical point facing us at the current time. I just want to make sure we fully understand that as a context when we talk about healthcare reform. So my second point is the political commitment is very important in reforming and modernize our healthcare system. If you look at any country in the world, without strong political commitment, it's virtually impossible to do any meaningful reform. We all know frequent leadership change in Ukraine is an issue. I remember the new leadership team of Minister of Health told me on average a Minister of Health's lifespan is about 11 months. So since independent in 91, we have seen more than 20 leadership teams in the Ministry of Health. So that's an issue which will create some uncertainty. But I'm very happy to see Prime Minister Grossman has clarified healthcare reform is one of the priority areas. He made an official statement, and recently he convened a few meetings specifically on how we go about healthcare reform. I know the new leadership team of Ministry of Health have put together a very concrete plan to take on reform, particularly in the area of healthcare financing. There's a few concrete steps has been taken. So I'm very encouraged to see the commitment at this level and at the current time and to move forward on reform. Ukraine's healthcare system is still a public sector dominated system. I see there's a significant space, room, and also opportunity for private sector to look into Ukraine's healthcare market. We have a very sizable population. The country is in a very strategic position. Again, I agree with the previous speaker. This is a huge opportunity, and in this very, very important country, we have a lot of very ambitious agenda to take on. I mentioned one area to look into is efficiency. Efficiency not only in healthcare, but also in pharmaceutical products. The country is a big consumer of pharmaceuticals and other medical products. It's a significant market. I see there's a lot of opportunities for private sector to play an important role, but also for PPP, for public-private sector to work together. My last point is the World Bank has been a strong supporter of health sector reform. We're not only providing financial resources, we're also providing a lot of technical assistance. On the financial side, we supported the country with a very significant health project. It amounts to 215 million. It's one of the largest projects we provide in Europe, which support not only central level, but also 8 oblasts directly for their effort to modernize their system. In addition to this project, we have a number of technical support to help colleagues to look into those critical technical areas. For example, we have a DRG reform pilot, which will cover 100 hospitals. We are working with several oblasts directly to look into how to reform primary health care system, how to reform the e-health system, have a technology and have a information system which can help to speed up the modernization of the system. So we are here, has been many years. We really be part of the reform. We see ourselves as a strong partner. We're in close contact with both central level and decentralized level, and also with different political constituencies. And we are also start looking into collaboration with private sector. You know, World Bank has a private arm, IFC. They have been working in the health sector for a long time. So I see opportunities there, and we are open to really work with all the important stakeholders at this critical time, and to really improve our health outcome indicators for our citizens, at the same time to really improve efficiency in our system and to get the value of the resources invested. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Дуже дякую, пане фон Зау, за ваші
Thank you so much, Mr. von Zau, for your words, and I would like to express my gratitude for agreeing to participate in this event. And now I would like to give the floor to Oleg Spizhenko, advisor to the Minister of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine and head of Association of Private Clinics of Ukraine, and no doubt owner of Spizhenko Clinics, the oncological center. Mr. Oleg, the floor is yours. Hello, esteemed participants. I'm Oleg Spizhenko. I represent the Oncology Center of Spizhenko and Spizhenko Clinic, and this is my pleasure to see that we have the second opportunity to gather together to speak about the issues of health care. And we all know that for all of us it is important to see our relatives, friends, healthy, happy. And unfortunately, right now, during this difficult situation, and yes, we have such a situation when it is not sufficient to build the hospital of future in the country or bring some unique equipment, and this will be like a magic stick for the health of the community. Unfortunately, we are now facing such a situation when we have to build a system which inspires young people to get trained and to graduate from the medical universities and become high quality doctors, and the system which will allow not just investing into real estate, but to invest into building of hospitals, sports schools, sports premises, the system which will protect the human rights and will allow academia, scientists to work and to receive some royalty and enrich themselves in their country, the system where the state will take care of prevention, not just treatment. And it is all possible. And we repeatedly see in such countries as France, Germany, Poland, it is there. That is why we have just one way to go, to build this system in our country. And when we gather together in such a big hall and we see more and more participants every year, my belief that we can build such a system becomes stronger. So I would like to greet you here and let's have discussion. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spizhenko. And now I'm giving the floor to Mr. Dinsa Saidji, General Manager in Kyiv of Turkish Airlines Ukraine. Mr. Saidji, please, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dinçer Sayıcı, General Manager of Turkish Airlines in Kiev. On behalf of Turkish Airlines, I would like to welcome you, and we are very pleased to be a partner of this prestigious organization as official carrier. Established in 1933 with a fleet of 5 aircraft, nowadays Turkish Airlines is one of the world's largest airlines with a fleet of 334 aircraft, reaching more than 290 destinations in 116 countries. So we are proud to say that our wide network gives us the power to connect Ukraine to the world. So, sharing our experience in health tourism sphere, I would like to mention that Turkish Airlines contributes to the health tourism by offering 50% discount, transportation discount for foreign travels who travels coming to Turkey for their treatment. So, as Turkey, the world's 6th most popular tourist destination, attracting 40 million visitors, now aim to take an active role in global health tourism by participating in this growing phenomenon. So, with one of the most comprehensive route networks, Turkish Airlines has the ability to bring passengers from numerous points around the world to Turkey for medical and health reasons in order to support promotion of health tourism in Turkey. So, in conclusion, I would like to wish growth and prosperity to Ukrainian medical tourism, and as Turkish Airlines, we are ready to serve the bridge to bring foreign travelers to Ukraine from all over the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your words, Mr. Saidji. Отже,
And before starting the first panel discussion dedicated to the government action plan for Ukrainian healthcare sector development, I would like to enumerate the media partners of today's event. This is important. That is Kyiv Post, Ukrainian Week, Business Ukraine, Business, Business Newspaper, The Farm, Adventure, Business News Association of the Operators of Medical Equipment, Israel Friends of Ukraine, Easy Business, and all the others. Thank you, media partners, for your support. And I would like to present and to invite the speakers of the first panel discussion. This would be Roman Ilek, Deputy Minister of Health of Ukraine. Mr. Ilek, please greet Mr. Ilek here. Vitaly Tsembaluk, we have already introduced. Please stay with us. As well as Oleg Spizhenko, Ms. Irina Sisoenko, Deputy Head Committee for Healthcare, Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, Supreme Council of Ukraine. According to the most recent information, Ms. Sisoenko is not here so far, but Mr. Oleg Musi is here instead of her, Ministry of Health. And representative of Parliament, Deputy Head of the Committee on Healthcare, Mr. Musi.
Також я хочу
I would also like to invite Mr. Valery Hundruk, President of Farm Planeta Company, member of the Board of Directors of the Association of Ukrainian Entrepreneurs. I invite Mikhailo Radutsky, advisor of the head of the Kyiv City State Administration, and he's also the president of Boris Clinic. I want to invite John Pennell, Deputy Director of USAID Mission in Ukraine. I want to present moderator of our first panel, Mr. Stanislav Dubko. He is the managing partner of A7 Group and the head of the NGO platform of private-public partnership. I pass the floor to the moderator. Thank you, Mikhail. On behalf of the organizers of A7 conference, I want to greet all the participants of the forum that is organized not for the first year. Hope it will become one of the traditional events for our sector. Want to remind you that A7 conferences events always are linked with the issues of funding, investments, in spite of the fact that we have quite specific issues linked with the medical area will be discussed here, but primarily we're interested in reforms of the sector. We're interested in those changes that would allow our sector to become attractive for the foreign investors. I will not make a long introduction. We already had introductory words that depicted in brief the main problems of the sector. And now I want to pass to the presentations of our esteemed speakers, and I want to pass the floor. They show me Oleg Musi. Of course, we'll start from the state sector, from the public sector. And this is going to be a very good combination of public and of the private sector. But nevertheless, as far as I know, Iria Sisoenko will also join us a bit later if she will succeed, because we got that information yesterday night. But I pass now the floor to Oleg Musi, Deputy Head of the Committee of the Parliament of Ukraine on the issues of healthcare. Good morning, dear colleagues. I represent not Irina Sisoenko, I represent myself. Thank you very much for presenting me in this way. But it's just a joke. But working today in the Committee on the Healthcare issues, I want to join the opinion of those who were making introductory greetings and to greet all participants of our forum. And according to the previous analysis of the program that I saw of the agenda, should become one of very important events in Ukraine that will help us as legislators in the parliament to understand better the way how the new national system of healthcare should be constructed, where the private sector, without any doubt, should take correct and decent place and will be on equal conditions with other stakeholders. Because just yesterday we studied the state budget of Ukraine, and this budget does not satisfy at all neither medical community, nor business, nor doctors, nor patients, and this is quite sad from the standpoint of the people's deputies, I mean for the future of Ukraine. And this is why we have very big hope for foreign investments and for what we can do with our own hands to create the right legislation, being the deputies and the people that want to stay in Ukraine, that want to live in Ukraine, that want to develop their business in Ukraine, that see their future and the future of their families in Ukraine, should be able to invest in the healthcare, one of the most underdeveloped sectors in general in Ukraine, and the market that can be opened after correct legislation should become very attractive for everyone, for investors, for private clinics, and for private pharmaceutical companies, for producers of medical services. I have very big hope that developments that have been already achieved by the team that worked together with me in the Ministry of Healthcare when I was heading it, and now we work together in the Committee on the Issues of the Healthcare in the Parliament. So all our developments and achievements, for example, the concept of the new system of the healthcare that was approved by the Collegium of the Ministry of Health and approved by the resolution of the parliamentary hearings. There is a resolution of the Parliament about it. And other fundamental draft laws and laws that are already registered and studied by our committee, and there are more draft laws, 2 more, that will be also laid into the foundation of the national healthcare system. With your help, with your support, if you will be able to review, to discuss them today, to express your attitude, your wishes, your support, that would be very important for such a field in which new national system of healthcare should function. A new national pharmaceutical and medical business in Ukraine, including, I mean, we are not going to fulfill the plans of our dear neighbors and friends that WHO makes now forecasts that we're going to have 20 million by 2050. But I hope that Ukraine will develop, will be comfortable for everyone to live in, and new children will be born, and we will build together the future of Ukrainian nation. So that's why the main draft law and the first panel discussion should put us feeling that we are a forecasted country and that we can plan our future the way all civilized countries of the world do that. The draft law is about the basics of the healthcare policy, state policy of the healthcare. And it foresees the mandatory synergetic plan of the construction of the new healthcare system that will be implemented independently upon who becomes the minister, who is sitting in the parliament, but it will be forecasted. And the second panel discussion on the private medicine and private clinics is also very important. It is also supported by one of the most fundamental draft laws in the parliament, 4456. It is called Organization of Medical Services of the Population of Ukraine, where we give finally the answer what medical service is about, how it should be paid for. And classification of medical care institutions with the public procurement agency, state public procurement, that will be able to make these procurements independently upon the right of ownership. So we want to pass to the civilized healthcare system. And another very important draft law, and we're going also to have the panel discussion about it, is linked with the pharmaceutical business that is not yet destroyed in Ukraine, and on the contrary, it is in the form of development. And the fundamental draft law is the new version of the law 2162 on the medical products and preparations that was developed together with the Ukrainian and foreign producers and distributors, reflecting the contemporary state of affairs in the pharmaceutical industry of Ukraine, and will give opportunity to give to the Ukrainian consumers state-of-the-art and accessible medications. So these are the draft laws, and we are waiting for your support, because if the society supports us, especially the business supports us, and then the success of the implementation of the draft laws in the parliamentary session hall will be successful. So it depends a lot upon us. And I'm sorry, I belong to the deputies that never miss the meetings of the Parliament. So in 10 minutes my next session starts. I have to go to the registration to the Parliament now. And when this meeting will be over, I will come back and join you again. So sorry for leaving you now. Thank you very much. Anyways, we are very grateful for your participation, for finding time to speak at our forum, and we'll continue to discuss the questions that were already highlighted by Mr. Musi. Now I would like to come back to our program, to our agenda, and I want to pass the floor to the state representative, who is the representative of the Ministry of Health, Roman Ilek, Deputy Minister of Healthcare of Ukraine. And today it has been already mentioned that this is not only typical for the Ministry of Healthcare. Unfortunately, the teams that come and start working in the ministries in general not always stay for a long time and manage to implement the programs that they are planning to implement. And that's why it's so important for the strategic directions of reforms that were already adopted last year, because we had parliamentary hearings at the political level. Decision has been done into the direction of reforms in the healthcare sector. And this year, as we know, the team in the Ministry of Healthcare changed, and I am happy to present you the representative of this new team, Mr. Ilek, and he will share with us the vision, how the strategy and reforms in the sector will be implemented, and what is the vision of the current team of the Ministry of Healthcare. Thank you. This is going to be a presentation. Good morning, everyone. I'm Roman Ilek, Deputy Minister of the Healthcare. And on behalf of all our team of the Ministry of Healthcare, I want to greet all participants of the forum and to pass you the most sincere greetings. We wish you successful work, nice impressions, positive emotions when we are communicating in such a way, and we are improving ourselves in such a way as well. You know, as long as we are discussing what engine is better, gasoline or diesel, electric engines appeared, and it became the best alternative for what we want to see. And I think every one of us is dreaming about some automobile that will use maybe a water engine that would be better than electric engine. So what moderator was saying, I agree that the new team, it does not start from scratch. We started to work with established old things that we already achieved. We have national strategy of reforms in the sector of healthcare, and with the participation of the international experts, it was developed in 2014 that entered national action plan, national plan of reforms, strategic plan of reforms Ukraine 2020, and this is clear that we are not coming out of that context. We are staying within the same framework. And I would like to announce just several things, maybe key directions of reforms in the system of healthcare that we are now starting to implement into life. Primarily, this is about implementation or changes of the concept of funding of the sector. For today's state of affairs, we know that we are in the priorities. We are one in the three top subjects where Ukrainians are expecting the fastest changes. Of number one, it's events on Donbass. Number two, this is the judicial system reform and law enforcement reform. And number three, this is the state care system situation. So the issue of the funding is in the foundation, is in the basis, and we don't see any walls or obstacles or some obsolete models the way it exists nowadays. We want to come to insurance model of funding when we understand that we have guaranteed package of medical services that can be guaranteed by the state, and we are really capable of paying for that. And in that format, we'll start our movement. We'll start in 2017 from the primary level, and it means that there we are going to make the largest changes, and conceptually it will look the way that we want several things to turn them upside down, because many of us know that 80% of Ukrainians are going to the secondary and tertiary level, and this is evidently wrong. This is why the year 2017 is the year of initiation of reforms at the primary level of medicine. Concerning other directions of reforms in the sector, it's about accessibility of medical preparations. I say accessible. They should be accessible because for today, more than 90% of population of Ukraine buys these drugs for their own money. And I want to draw your attention, esteemed audience, that more than one half of that medical preparations are not lively necessary. It means that this is a very big part of the budgetary funding that is used irrationally nowadays. And this is not a secret for anyone, that majority of Ukrainians simply does not have physical accessibility to these drugs because they have too low revenues and they are not capable of buying that medications. So I have good news because we presented our action plan to the Prime Minister at the wide meeting of all stakeholders, including the regions of Ukraine. And the Prime Minister, he agreed that next year we have to go to meet one another in this area and to come up to the reimbursement program and the public funding. These are three nosological groups like cardiovascular diseases. 65% of Ukrainians really dying from cardiovascular diseases. Other diseases like diabetes, insulin dependent and non-insulin dependent, and other diseases that will be included into the format of reimbursement. And is there any unique model of reimbursement in general in Ukraine? I think that this experience, we have it already because we tried to reimburse medical drugs for hypertension, and all the lessons learned will take them into account. Another direction is the public health care. Conceptually speaking, these are things that apply to the changes in the focus in this sector from treatment to the preventive medicine, because all of us understand that we are being medical doctors, we understand it's cheaper and easier to prevent a disease instead of treating it later on. And this is why, based on that and summing up my presentation, I want to tell you that The action plan is already depicted. It is included into the format of cooperation with the profile committee of the parliament. We presented the action plan to that profile committee. We are planning to implement this action plan starting from 2017. There are disputable issues, there are questions that are supported, but the most important thing is that there is understanding that we have to come to the joint, well-arranged work, agreed work in the legislative work concerning the changes and creation of the new high-quality laws in Ukraine that have to function here, and also the normative legal acts that are developed by the ministry for the sector to be potentially and dynamically moving into the direction of the insurance medicine in the reform of the healthcare system. Thank you very much. I think during the panel discussions, I see that there are announced speakers that will give us more details about the key directions that I've been presenting to you. Thank you for attention. Thank you. I want to remind you that in the end of our current panel, we are going to have the questions and answers session, and if you have some questions about what has been already mentioned, then will be discussed. But now I think we should give the opportunity to speak to all our speakers. We have combination of private and public sector, and if the role of the state is without any doubt very high from the standpoint of the development of the rules of the game, but if the rules of the games will be right and well developed, then the main engine of the development of any sector, including medicine, under the market economy conditions, it's the private sector. And we have the whole range of speakers. I hope they will share with us their vision of the medical system reform. Now, Mr. Spizhenko will get the floor. He is the owner of Spizhenko Clinic, and I will not give you all his title. Good morning once more, Lex Spizhenko. In reality, this subject is really very urgent for today when it goes about reforms in the system of the healthcare and the way it will look in 7 years. Why? Because the main features that we are expecting to happen this year should show us what way are we going to. For today, for 25 years of independence, we have announced steps of reforms declared in 2014, and there were publications on the website of the Ministry of Healthcare. There were public discussions in the regions, but no other changes took place. For investors that we are waiting for in Ukraine, because investments into the development of the primary and secondary level of medicine, it's very important, like diagnostic equipment that costs billions of hryvnias, investment in into the staff and training of doctors that are real huge. It means that we will not be able to do that for our own money. That's why we have to create the conditions for investors to be created, and we need to have some necessity to be attractive. What I am talking about now, our hospitals this year, our hospital is 7 years this year, and we started our construction from 2008, and we commissioned in 2009 as ambulatory clinic that was using the radio surgery equipment that allows to do surgery on the brain. And for that time, we did not face any issues, only issues of money. We never talk about medical physics or radiologists or senior or other kind of nurses. So that was in 2009. In 2012, we started to invest into the construction of the new building. This is the center of the radiation therapy that is the most state-of-the-art today, that allows to treat about 80% of all cancers of localizations. And the question is where to get X-ray lab people and the lab people to work with the patients during the treatment. It turned out that they are not trained here. In 2014, we started to build another building for surgery department, 5-storied building with 2 surgery blocks. We plan to construct 3 more, but the issue is where to get surgeons. This was already 2013, not to get funding as it was before, because the clinic was such a name and well checked by the time, can get credit resources in Europe. This is not that difficult, but it's hard to find staff that you can bring to Ukraine or you can train in Ukraine and give them opportunity to work under our conditions. In 2015, we invested into the construction of neurosurgical center, scientific center with huge chemotherapy and clinical trials that should be conducted there. And that was the final question about staff. Senior, junior medical staff, nurses, oncologists, clinicists, managers, management, PR, lawyers we are looking for. We have 18 lawyers that came during 1 week for the interview. So what I mean that the longer we postpone the initiation of any kind of reform, and if we don't analyze it, if we don't start it in time, we create for ourselves more and more conditions for not starting it at all. Because in 2014 we've been thinking how to reform old funding, but now the system of funding, of financing, is hard to discuss because the staff potential is disappearing. Because it is in 2014 the number of applications and vacancies and resumes was much bigger, but for today to find good staff, even if you have huge investments coming from Turkey, Israel, Germany, wherever, trying to build like city hospital in the city of Kyiv of the huge scale with 17 surgery rooms. But physically we won't be able, not because there are financial problems, but because of the lack of the staff. And other countries like Belarus, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, they are creating now other conditions for our medical doctors. And we see that our doctors are leaving, they're going to other countries. And then some other countries already approved the diplomas that our medical students get here. And then investors maybe will start doing surgeries themselves. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but that's the way. And this is why the issue of investments and us being investors and us being the people that attract investments into Ukraine because we put our heart into Ukraine. We have such a line in our business plan, training of staff. And before we've been putting this on symbolic figures in order to be able to train our staff. Maybe in Germany, 1 month long training course or 3 months long training course in the US to study some cyber niche technologies or Japanese technologies. But now these are huge figures there, and we have to invest into the construction of medical secondary school or college or medical higher education institution, because we don't see any other ways to train experts. We cannot find them in other medical institutions, medical educational institutions. We are scared to even invite them for the interview, not only to allow them working. That's why we are talking during this first section about the healthcare reform, because for today, us being the private sector and being the people that are advocating Ukraine and attraction of investments into Ukraine, we want to enlarge the attractiveness of investment potential. And it's time to adopt the law. It's time to adopt the concept, to sign it, to seal it, and to commission it into life, and not to. And then in the future we can gather, we can improve, we can update, but I think it should be already done in the process of the future work. That's why we see that there were many concepts, number 1, number 2, number 3 of 2014, 15, 16. This is not a signal for investors, because investors are afraid of such changes. They see that there is nothing definite, that there is no light beam that says that our country in 5 years is going to have insurance model. But this can become the sign that this really exists, and our Ukrainian pharmaceutical companies will direct their production to Ukrainian market, to European market, and our hospitals will pass attestation and certification that will be necessary according to the European standards. But it takes time, and it takes investments, and you need to have desire of the staff itself. And I can give you such an example. Maybe every one of you can recognize that, in spite of the fact what you are doing here, it's like electronic document turnover in the enterprise. The bookkeeper wants, the accountant wants, the director wants, but the staff is very much rejecting that. And we are very short of time. It's already 25 years of independence. It's 2016 already, but we come back to the subject of the higher educational institutions and colleges, medical colleges, then medical hospitals. Even the issue of heating them is a problem. So I would like to say that we have to add something that before did not exist in the program of reforms. And I would like you, during our panel discussion, to discuss all that separate problems, and to speak not about negative things, because we have positive things as well. We have things to be proud of. Ukraine is moving ahead. We are moving ahead anyways, maybe not that fast, and there are changes, and people are in the team that are looking for the changes. They are fighting, they are surviving, and there is movement ahead. But for today, at this forum, we have to discuss all the issues in order to discuss them, to make them public, for the people, for our experts, investors, know that we discuss that, because maybe you know very well-known hospitals. They are telling to their clients how strong they are. Like in Singapore, they have some branches. But what brings to complications? What problems did they face during surgeries? These are the problems that move you ahead for improvement. And you should not be silent about the problems. You should not ignore that, because nobody can resolve it for us. And they will just go into the history, but then it can come back in 5 or 6 years. So thank you very much, and questions will be welcome, because during our discussion we can highlight all the problems. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe I have a question for me, answering or responding to your urging us, asking the questions. So I'm not a part of the healthcare sector. Nevertheless, having a look at the situation from a side and a little bit understanding how investors see this situation, I would like to mention that the expected reform of the financing of the sector is an important factor for the investors. And when the previous year there were the subject matter discussions to change the principle of the financing of the sector, money follow the patient, optimization, the insurance medicine, and so on and so forth. These are signals which attract the attention of investors, and they make them think what will happen in future. So in the sector there are a lot of challenges. Well, the reduction in number of qualified personnel, maybe this is related to the insufficiency of the system itself and lack of efficiency. So maybe the private sector can support the system of training of personnel. But my question would be as follows. Now I'm giving the floor to Valery Kondrak from Farm Planet. By the way, apart from representing the private sector, Also, he is a public person, and he's an author of the concept of arranging, organizing the healthcare system. So changing of the system of financing is quite a revolutionary change in the industry if to compare to what we had in Ukraine till today. Maybe you can answer whether it is realistic to swiftly implement it, what are the barriers on its way, and to what extent this reform and other reforms you believe are important, are realistic, and how soon they will yield the result. Valery Kondrukt, Farm Planet President. Hello, everyone. I will not be as optimistic as the previous speakers. I will be speaking about the realities of today's, and these realities are not really good. I'm going to start with saying that we have gathered together here at this beautiful forum, beautiful event, where we have to discuss how to involve investments and how to attract the investments into the healthcare. What for? For the healthcare services to be better for the patient, for the resident of our country, for the citizens of Ukraine. And I would like to remind you that today, and we've been independent for 25 years, the number of Ukrainians reduced by 10 million. And I know all the reforms which were there during the independence period, and I would like to mention some reforms and the status of the healthcare in general and the indicators which are worrying as of today, not just to me, because here we have representatives not just from the pharmaceutical sector. By the way, I represent the Association of Ukrainian Entrepreneurs, and that is a huge army which pay taxes to the budget of Ukraine, and these taxes must come and be used for the high-quality services provided to the residents of Ukraine. But as of today, that's not the case. I would like to remind you that we have those present who participated in the pilot projects of reforming the healthcare in general within the state level, starting from maybe 2002. Then there was the revolution, then this raised and reform in 2005, 2008, 2010, and namely then we reformed the primary branch. Then we mentioned that it is necessary to change the financing approaches to financing healthcare, and then we have chosen the territories where this reform was implemented. Implementation of this reform yield definite results, and some mortality rates, mortality data was really improved. And I would like to give you the data of the World Bank telling us that today we are lagging behind Moldova and Belarus to speak about mortality rate. If we speak about man mortality rate, then we are lagging behind if to speak about the world rating in general. So I would like to remind you of the reforms which were declared and which had clear-cut program of action, as we believed back then, and which was supported by financial resources of the state budget, first of all. And the appropriate investments were involved. What kind of result have we got today? Minus 10 million citizens of Ukraine. Why? What's the reason? Those territories which introduced the reform, Kyiv Oblast, for example, they carried out the reform of the primary health care, and the program was approved, it was implemented, and nearly 150 outpatient clinics were created during this time. A lot of doctors received housing, some dwellings, apartments, but the main thing was not done. It was not regulated by the legislation. As a result of this, the new authorities which came up to power after this, but we know if it was not stipulated by the law, it doesn't work. So the new authorities started with a new reform. And they involved money of the World Bank, then involved money from the budget, and again we are creating reforms. And today, there is this word. During 25 years, I got sick of it. We are starting the reform from the very same issue of reforming the primary healthcare. Well, it's obvious that we have to start with the primary healthcare because today the situation has drastically changed. 80% of money are used within the secondary and tertiary level, and just 20% goes to the primary level. We are very rich. In the world, they do it vice versa. We spend huge amount of money to something which doesn't work at all. After this, we have problems as follows. Doctors' reputation is discredited, and today we see brain of doctors from Ukraine. Have we got bad doctors, or did they have bad training? No, we have super good doctors, and they are real professionals, and other countries are really welcoming them. Here, I have a colleague of mine from Spizhenko Clinic, and I'm asking, what are the main challenges of yours? And he tells me, I cannot find a surgeon. Why? Because the best surgeons work somewhere in other countries of the world and for the benefit of the citizens of other countries. And that is why I may dwell upon this for a long time, but if you have any questions, I'm ready to discuss it during the breaks. But that's not the main topic. I've heard something that today we have a clear-cut plan of action. Where is it? And what kind of action plan is that? In terms of the time frame and what will we receive? We, the common citizens, have to understand when the situation will be changed for better and when the aim will be reached in 10, in 50 years, and what part of the society is in these changes and what role will be played by business, by entrepreneurs. What shall we do in order to improve the situation or speed up the changes? We, as a nation, have results like this. And the situation is not getting better. It deteriorates with each year. This is not just a tragedy, but here we speak about national safety and security. Maybe politicians wouldn't say so. But that's good that someone is saying this, and we know that during the reforms we had in 25 years, every year the Minister of Health was changed. I believe we may not speak about reforms if the political authorities do not have a clear-cut vision of reformation. And I would like to thank the team which is currently active in the Ministry of Health, and they at least claimed that they are apolitical, that they will be involved in implementing reforms, and regardless of anything, they will be breaking the system which worked for 25 years in order to improve the status of healthcare. everyone must get involved. And we must have appropriate legislative initiatives and introduce those swiftly. I mean, approving pieces of legislation, and I believe only then situation will change, at least in the nearest future. The Association of Ukrainian Entrepreneurs and the concept we have mentioned today, well, we have drawn up this concept not in order to tell that we are different from others and we did something new. No, we cannot stand aside. There are a lot of us, and we have a lot of entrepreneurs who have their own problems. And when 90% of the citizens of Ukraine, according to the statistics, are afraid that in case of some severe disease, they will receive financial burden and they will not have any way out of this financial crisis, that's the serious challenge. And reform is always a challenge. Reform is always a stress. Stress not just to those who are involved in reforming, but for the society in general. I would like to wrap up with words. I wish this forum we are part of, and this is a good forum, here we have people who are able of influencing the situation by word, by deeds, have real influence. So I urge all of you, let's influence, let's help changing the situation. It depends just on us, not just on those who are involved in reforming, on everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, it was quite a sad note, yes, in the music of our forum, but well, you spoke about reality. I support the urge of yours that everyone must influence the situation, and yes, in Ukraine, more people died than are born, and everyone in the whole may influence this as well. But we are more interested in some systemic changes which may take place. Unfortunately, I've heard more open questions than answers in your presentation when I believe we don't have a lot of those answers. And I believe we don't really have a good consensus because we need a strong political will in order to proceed with reforming, in order to break everything we had during the recent 25 years. So I'm not sure we have this consensus and concentration of political will, but I would like to give the floor to the next speaker, Mikhailo Radutsky, president of Boris Clinic, advisor to Vitaly Klitschko, the mayor of Kyiv. So I'm not sure what music we will hear from you, optimistic or pessimistic, so please. Hello. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers. This is the second conference in a row. Maybe you didn't notice, but the previous year we raised some issues which as of today are taken into account in the state concept, and I believe that's quite a step forward. Even if out of 1 million of the questions raised previously, one would be taken into account, that's the huge step forward. So I believe not one, but a lot of issues, opinions will be taken into account out of those voiced out during this forum. So we believe we will be heard. Then thank you all those present here for the interest in this problem. I may not tell you that I'm really optimistic, but I shall not tell you that we have to be in panic, saying that we've lost everything. You know, I don't like this words and these moods that nothing can be changed, everything is in bad shape. So Boris Clinic, I'm ahead of, is 23. The state of Ukraine is 25. And you know, I've heard this every year. We have to change. Let's change. Don't say we have to change. There are some systemic questions I didn't hear, or I don't see the answers in today's concept. I don't see the answer to the main question. Let's stop deceiving ourselves. There is no free of charge medicine in our country. Every person paying the tax for the social insurance is paying for treatment and prevention. That is why there is no free of charge medicine. Even during the Soviet Union, people paid taxes, and thus they were paying for the medical care. If the social insurance tax is 37%, let's not forget that 20% out of those 37 would be for healthcare. So first of all, I believe that we have to do, first of all, change the legislation, and those 20% or 5% or 1% which are there in the taxes for the medical care must not go to some fund of social insurance, but directly to those who are determined by the state to be the key spending units. As of today, that is Ministry of Health, MOH. Who will be the key spending unit tomorrow? I don't know. Let's wait for the decision of the president. So whoever is the key spending unit, not the Ministry of Health as of today. Why the situation is like this? That's the first question. So I know you like to speculate on this topic, especially those who do not want to change anything. We have Constitution Article 49. It says just the person must not come to hospital and pay. But, you know, the state takes money from somewhere, and they are taking the money from our taxes. Then, next thing, during 25 years, I've never heard what kind of healthcare system we have to reform. The Semashko system we used to have. Some of people know that I'm the enemy, the foe of Semashko system, but that's the worst system. Well, but the healthcare system in Canada, for example, resembles Semashko system. We had it in the Soviet Union, then for several years in Ukraine, and we were achieving the targets of Semashko system. Then we destroyed the system, but just verbally. We did not carry out appropriate reforming. We didn't mention in any concept what are we building, Bismarck or whose system, what model of system. We have to understand what kind of system we are going to have. We are a wise country, but not to the extent to understand how to avoid having just 20 million of Ukrainians instead of 40. So we have to understand what kind of system we would like to have. I like the US system, but today's economic situation and today's Ukraine may not allow itself to have this system. So beverages are Bismarck, beverages in the UK. But let me tell you that without political will, we will do nothing. Without responsibility for our decisions, we will do nothing. And the mayor is repeating it all the time. Let's decide, but nothing is done. The Bismarck system is there for more than 100 years, and everything is there, step by step. So nothing has to be created from the scratch. No, there is Bismarck system, let's follow it. Then Semashko system. I don't believe we can survive Semashko system, but okay, we are within Semashko system, let's do something. Let's not have the hybrid. I remember starting from 1993, 6 attempts to approve some types of model of healthcare. Andriy Derkach offered something. You know, there were a lot of offers. I remember just one thing. One issue which was raised in those pieces of legislation, and I want to offend the MOH, Ministry of Health. The only thing we have to solve today, who is collecting money and who is distributing money. They have collected the money and distributed those. The World Bank, the Turkish Airlines, everyone mentioned that state is the worst manager in the country. United States, Ukraine, we are bad managers. State is not a manager. State must just overlook and control compliance with the legislation. It doesn't have to manage anything, but again we create the state procurement agency. We had a tender commerce, but you remember the destiny of it. So why today we have to create some agency? Maybe Prozoro website will be sufficient in order to procure services. I have this question, what for? Do we need one more agency, one more budget? That's one more salary, and a huge one. Yes, 43,000 hryvnias were yesterday approved as a salary of MP. So people need good salary. That is why, let's be frank with ourselves. What state insurance fund? Well, in Israel, they have appropriate system, but they really have the sick fund. I believe this must be a joint stock something, and maybe 41% of shares must belong to the state, but 49% to the private companies for them to control the state. Because again, I will be the head of this insurance company, and my brother, my father-in-law, is the chief physician of Alexandrivka Hospital. So first of all, I will give this money to my father-in-law, my brother. This will be the case. And if you don't agree with me, I'm ready to bet. This will be like this. And the same with the state procurement agency. If my brother-in-law or godfather of my child works somewhere in Bila Tserkva, I will be sending all the money there. So let's be frank with ourselves. That is why we have offered to Mr. Yatsenyuk, the Prime Minister of Ukraine. So first of all, let's deprive the MOH of the procurement function. It might be the ideological manager of the healthcare system. But there must be appropriate manager, and private company must be controlling the money. And if the state insurance fund will be there, that would be great. Secondly, if to speak about the concept in general, what we would like to add, the city of Kyiv wants to add, we are mentioning the insurance, health care, which will be paying. Well, we can treat some disease for 3 days, but if there are complications, it will be 20 days. And in the strategy, we see that this state company would be better than the private one because it can, in any case, compensate the money. But the state doesn't have money to compensate. We don't have appropriate budget. We have just debts, not the budget, let's be frank. That is why, for this joint stock insurance company, we have to have the same approach as people from Georgia did. When every company which would like to participate in the state insurance healthcare, they must pay some money to this fund, and this fund must be in the Western Investment Bank to cover with this money something which was lacking within the service needed. And now, if to come back to the word service, in every concept for 25 years we hear service. You know, the legislation does not tell us what is the medical service and how can we calculate it if the state, for example, did not approve anything. What is the medical service? We don't know what that is. And we were also offering owners of the healthcare must be the community, and doctors are the community, nurses are the community as any other, and they also have to get treated. So the best way would be to invest into the out of patient clinics. Doctor may work for anyone, may be private entrepreneur, but they must pay to the state. For example, 1 hryvnia for renting or for leasing some premises. Let's have this renting, but there must be appropriate agreements again. One more issue. If we have new approaches to financing, tell me please, in what country of the world a person must choose a doctor and must choose some facility? Well, that's normal, you know. We have to think about as follows. The ministry was the first to mention, Ms. Suprun and her team was the first to mention that there will be the minimum which is granted by the state, no other money are there. But if personally I earn a bit more money than other citizens, then why nowhere in the concept it is mentioned, and it must be added, that if the person would like to visit a more expensive facility, then the state must pay that portion for that person, and the person will pay extra. I don't see this. We have the state agency, the public agency, but we have to have the joint stock agency. That's my belief. I beg your pardon, I was a bit emotional. Then, we speak about insurance healthcare. That's right, that is good. What do we need? Insurance healthcare may be operational only when the insurance company, the public one, the private one, will listen to, will hear, will understand that someone is controlling the doctor. Someone has mentioned that after religion, the healthcare is the most precise science. I know there must be standards, but here we speak about the person, and people are different. Even the siblings are different. Why don't we have a legislation on mandatory insurance of the doctor's mistake? How can we have this insurance medicine without insuring a doctor? And the city really asked us to voice it out. Let's not dictate the person how this person must be treated. The state must give the person 5 hryvnias or 1,000 hryvnias. So we have to say, have a look. This is your 1,000 hryvnia. Choose whichever company you want, have appropriate insurance, and you will be responsible for your own health. Let's not force people to do something, to choose someone. So there will be agreements with the doctors, otherwise the salaries will not increase till we have this free market. Have a look, Ukraine is the only state, even Moldova is ahead of us, and really strongly ahead. As of today, Ukraine is the only state where the health care is kind of dotational. It takes from the budget, it gives nothing to the budget. In all the other countries, it gives to the budget, it contributes to the budget. And the World Bank, by the way, investigated this issue. They had a look and they understood that the healthcare market in Ukraine amounts to more than 80 billion hryvnias. Not expenditures, but money can come to economy. 80 billion, not from the people's pockets. Show me any person here to what public hospital you want to invest. There are no such hospitals. They have to be destroyed and built from the scratch. That is why investment into hospitals is not an interesting thing. Well, they are mentioning that Suprun is doing something in order to privatize the hospitals. No one will do that.
Within that legal field, no investors will come. This is just a myth that will stand on the way of the work of the Ministry of Health. And not only our Ministry of Health, people won't take some money from your pocket and you have no money in your pocket. We have Alexandrivsky Hospital that is more than 100 years of age. You have nothing to take away from them. And in the end, esteemed Roman, I would like you to take that into account. Today we have a situation when funding was decreased for the Academy of Medical Sciences. I agree, not everything was spent correctly there, but the only thing I want to say that today for the city of Kyiv, Academy of the Medical Sciences has its medical institutions, orthopedic, gynecology, the same we have in Kiev. Railroad has its hospitals, city of Kiev has its hospitals. Guys, create unified medical area. You should count all beds in the city of Kiev, and then you should count how much you need. Because quite often we say that we are a rich country, we pay 3 or 4 times more. I don't talk about the military hospitals, because we are now in the stage of the war, and we have like security service and Ministry of Interior, and they have their own medical institutions. It should be separated, but the rest should be unified, and then you should count how much money you need, because today you take away the funding from the Academy of Medical Sciences, but then their medical institutions, what should they exist for? Because 80% of Kievites don't go to communal hospitals, they go to the hospital of the Academy of Sciences. And why should you spend a budget for the local communal hospitals instead of this hospital of the Academy of Sciences? You should count them in Boris, in Spizhenko, because these are also Kievites, and if they go there, they don't go to other hospitals. You should not count them twice. And the unified medical area is one of them creating engines for the new funding. Once we had a meeting with the Prime Minister Yatsenyuk, we said, Arseniy Petrovich, do you know how much money, how much square meters Kiev gets when it goes about medical services? It was 1,600,000 square meters that are used for medical services. Don't make eyes round. And general in the country, we have 40 million square meters, and you have to heat that, to clean, to serve it, because you need to hire staff. But why do you do that? Maybe you don't know whether you need it or not, because according to WHO norms, we have 2 times more square meters than we need. We have problems with palliative medicine. We have no hospices. We don't have any hospitals for retired people, for elderly people. That's why we need the extra space. But all that should be taken into account. And I'm very grateful, because last time we had very small number of representatives of authorities, and I hope more will come. And today, that's the time to say that Ministry of Health wrote the right document, but there are issues that you cannot take into account everything in one shot. Sometimes you forget things, and the market of 80 billion hryvnias will be enough for everyone, to investors, to the state, and people will have good medicine, and our doctors will not leave to go to work abroad. Let us not invent things. Not too many hospitals wait for our doctors abroad. Like in Spain, you should know language at the level of a philological expert. Maybe Poland or Czechia, they miss doctors, but it's not the way that everyone sits down in the train and goes. And we are missing doctors, honest person who wants to work honestly for the salary of 2,000 hryvnias. He will never do that. He will find some other work for himself. And the person who knows how to work Oleg was saying he cannot find experts. Oleg, you are right, we are missing experts, but there is another reason. That good doctor today in Rayon, in the municipal hospital, in Vasilkiv, for example, he earns quite well from people. And when you promise him wide salary 3 or 4 times higher than the state salary, but transparent salary, he is not interested to go to you, and you understand it better than I do. That's why, dear friends, we should, before you do some reforms, I hate this word, but you have to change. Before you change something, you should be honest with yourself and let us see the way it is in reality, and then you do something about it. Thank you. Thank you very much for such an honest and deep view at the problems of the sector, for offering solutions for some of the questions. But reforms, if you don't like this word because we use it too often, the changes that are evident, they should be introduced. And it's easier to do that if you have financial resources and other resources, because in the beginning of today's forum, the figure was already mentioned from the analysis of the situation in economy. If GDP of the country for 1 year, for the previous year, dropped down for 15%, this is not the most favorable situation for conducting any kind of reforms. Besides, reforms go into all directions, and if you talk about insurance medicine or the situation with insurance companies, and financial sector now is in the hard times, and there are also many issues about it. But because we have to deal with that reforms anyways, it's not always you conduct reforms in the favorable time. Sometimes you have to do the changes when you are already pressed to the wall with your back, and they are quite painful, that reforms, talking about medical terminology. And we have representatives of international organizations as well in our panel today. And Ukraine now is in a good situation in the fact, from the standpoint of having support from international organizations that help Ukraine to introduce reforms. It is financial support, it is methodological support, because there are many countries that have already experienced of going through similar changes. We have 2 speakers, representatives of international organizations, that I want to pass the floor to John Pannell. He represents USAID, and he is the representative he is the deputy director of the mission.
To be here, particularly on this panel, professionals from both the private and public sectors. We're working on a variety of important facets of Ukraine's health system. I think we've already heard quite a lot this morning on the importance of reforms, associated legislation, issues related to capacity, political will, and so on. So I hope that my remarks build on those points already made today. Despite the challenges that we've heard this morning, and there are a number, there are also quite a lot of opportunities. And I would say that this is an opportune time for investing in Ukraine's health sector. There's now a renewed energy for reforming the health system to be one that can both serve Ukraine's people and be one that serves the needs of medical professionals so that they have the tools, knowledge, and resources they need to provide quality and modern health care. With the appointment of Acting Minister of Health Suprun, the approval of her team, the commitment of the Cabinet of Ministers, as evidenced by their approval of a nearly 3-fold increase in the budget for medicines, and with support from the Verkhovna Rada, the foundation is in place to move forward with substantial health reforms. Under these reforms, the private sector needs to play a pivotal role in developing health services to Ukraine's public. Proposed health reforms will not only bolster opportunities for private sector investment, but they are contingent on the role of the private sector. Currently, private health care only represents about 3 to 5% of health providers. Implementing health service models that rely on private sector provision, regulated by the government and contracted by local communities, is critical. Such models will increase the quality of care and reduce the overall burden of healthcare expenditures in the form of informal, out-of-pocket payments from Ukrainian citizens. However, for health reform to succeed, there must also be public trust in the health system. This public trust needs to be free of corruption and the influence of vested interests. USAID works with civil society and the government of Ukraine to develop transparent systems and to hold people accountable for public funds. Successful steps to tackle corruption have been made, but more work is needed. Rampant corruption in public health procurement has led to extremely high out-of-pocket costs and insufficient availability of medicines for Ukrainian citizens. To help address some of these issues, USAID currently supports a variety of approaches, including the development and rollout of ProZorro for transparent public tenders, a regional level framework contracting agreements, procurement reform, including the development of an essential medicines list, and supporting our local civil society partners in their efforts to shift public medicine procurement to international agencies, which has already led to a cost savings of $34 million this year. For more than a decade, the U.S. government has partnered with the government of Ukraine and civil society to contain the spread of HIV and tuberculosis, improve women's reproductive health, increase immunization rates, and tackle corruption in the health sector. USAID's nearly $300 million worth of investments in health assistance to Ukraine have been based on public health principles which underlie the basis for the future health system. As discussions continue today, let us remain focused on the main principle of healthcare reform. My colleague at the World Bank mentioned this morning. The patient should be at the center. So the Ukrainian people must have the right to equal access to quality and affordable healthcare. By working in partnership for the Ukrainian people and by developing clearly defined roles for private investors and public agencies, we will be able to realize this fight. We remain committed to partnering with the Ministry of Health, civil society organizations, and the people of Ukraine to achieve the vision of a health system that meets the needs of all citizens of Ukraine. Thank you.
Спасибо, господин Пеннелл. Сейчас я...
Thank you very much, Mr. Panel. Now I want to pass the floor to the representative of the World Bank that already made his introductory word today. But for more detailed information, Mr. von Zau will make another speech.
Very much. I already touched on a number of technical issues, and during the welcome remarks, I'll be relatively short. Let me first say, based on the recent development, I really appreciate two particular things. One is, a couple of weeks ago, the Ministry of Health's new team presented to all the partners of their plan. Apparently, that plan has not been communicated fully to colleagues, maybe on the panel and to the audiences. A lot of the issue has been raised during the speech. The ministry has, I think, has a very clear thinking in terms of the action plan, the timetable, and how they move forward. I'm very encouraged with that detailed plan. I know that plan has been submitted to the Prime Minister, has been discussed a few times. They even have a timetable for the specific action to be taken this year. So I have to say, since I moved to Ukraine October last year, is about 1 year ago, that is one of the most encouraging meetings I had. I hope those plans can move forward. This is one. Second is, I want to say I really appreciate all those frank remarks made by the panel members. And those is a real issue. We have to really look into those issues and think about the strategy. A lot of questions has been raised, and those are very real, legitimate questions. And unless we have answer to those questions, we will run into problems. Now, in my effort to sort of contribute to this debate, I want to probably share my vision on how we look into those issues with a framework. The World Bank published a World Development Report in 2004, How to Make Service Work, which present a a framework which has been used by many countries. I think it will be very useful in the context of Ukraine, which any reform, any change to be made, you have to look into a triangle relationship. You have to make sure the players around this triangle work together to make it happen. And one of the triangle part of triangle is the patients, the citizens, which we have mentioned several times on we should patient in the center. And then the other part of the two triangle is service provider, right? And also policymakers or / purchaser, right? Since we talk about insurance agency. I think this is a critical framework we'll have to look into, see how we identify the issue, every part of the triangle, and how we clarify the direction we want to go and the result for each part of this relationship. And first, for patients, obviously we're talking about we have to have affordable, accessible services for our citizens, right? We experiencing multitude of problems. In addressing that, I think the issue of identify a basic benefit package, which is free in the principle of Constitution, but through taxation to finance this package, I think this is a good move. This has been more or less endorsed by the government. Of course, has to go through RADA and other political constituencies. And avoid catastrophic spending is critical in this regard. The income of the citizens already reached a very low level for many reasons. We don't want to make them sort of get into poverty because of medical spending. This is the last thing we want to say. I think this is something we have to really thinking hard. I think the insurance thinking can help in this regard. Or how do we make state budget work better to protect particularly those poor? And that's another issue we have to look into. Of course, how do we realign our system, restructure our medical service system, and provide services better for citizens? This is another topic we have to look into in the reform we're talking about. Now, for the provider, I think the incentive structure is a fundamental issue. We have the wrong incentive structure. This is in my view. If the state budget is structured in the way based on inputs, based on number of beds, based on number of doctors, and then people respond to incentive. We are human beings. We respond to incentive. Of course, you have large hospitals. You have many hospitals, because this is where the money flow to, where the resources going to. So I think in that regard, we have to really think about how we reform our contractual arrangement, our provider payment system. That's why all those initiatives now on the table have been discussing critical. For example, how we contract primary health doctors, make sure they not just get their salary, but they are delivering a package of services for the community. In addition to medical treatment, they also touch on public health promotion type of services, because we are dealing with not only diseases, but also behaviors in terms of non-communicable diseases. And those are the issues we have to think about. For hospitals, we have to change the way we pay the hospitals. It has to be based on the services they provide. The efficiency and quality agenda has to be in the center of the payment. I think that will change the incentive. This is why this DRG and other type of initiatives is critical. We need to get evidence. There's no clear decision have been made yet, but we need to really do some pilot to get some evidence. Now, the last triangle, part of the triangle, is really policymakers and stakeholders. I think in that regard, have a clear policy separating purchasing function and service providing function is critical. We cannot have a system which Ministry of Health, both as a service provider, standard maker, regulator, and also a budget holder. That function has to be separate and to have a clear, different incentive structure, which that has been as part of the plan presented recently by the Ministry of Health. The specific modality is subject to debate, whether we have a national insurance fund or agency, or as a parastatus agency, a part of Ministry of Health, or as a private run. That's the specific modality is subject to debate, and different countries adopt different approaches. But I think separate the function is critical. Otherwise, we will continue to run into the issues. The clinical standard and quality is very, very important. We mentioned one of the reasons for, as part of our healthcare system, is the quality of services. Right? People sometimes afraid of go to the facilities, not only because they have to pay in some forms, but also they worry about the quality of services. The last part of it is how do we have the human resources and the capacity to take on those reforms. We already mentioned there's issues. Our good doctors are going to abroad, and the medical students trained from our system are not up to the standard. The standard in terms of we have a new type of disease burden and disease problem to deal with. Right? Are they equipped with that type of skills? And those are the issues we have to address. So basically, this framework I'm presenting is basically to guiding some direction to address those issues raised by the colleague. Of course, there has to be some political negotiation, and people have to work together, which I see some very positive movements recently compared with the previous dynamic. People working together, and Ministry of Finance is willing to take this on. Recently, we presented 4 options to Ministry of Finance in terms of, in this difficult time, how do we increase physical space, have more resources to the health sector. One option is to increase taxation on tobacco and other substance, which the country has some very successful experiences. This is the issue which we can think about. The Ministry of Finance has adopted in the budget, and now it's being discussed in RADA. Those are the concrete actions we need to look into, and there's some experience we can learn from other countries. There's some in-country success we can build into. But I'm glad now we have leadership, and some of the action has been taken. The challenge is still there. The question is still there. We don't have the full answer yet, but at least I'm encouraged to see there's some clear vision and some action, and also partners aligned, USAID, the bank. We're determined to support this. The World Bank, in the past 3 or 4 years, we have tripled our support. Our total financial envelope is $4 billion. This is one of the largest operation in Europe, which demonstrate our commitment to support the country's reform agenda and the new government after revolution. So we are here, we're willing to support. Of course, everybody has a role to play. For reform like this, is not only Ministry of Health's action, is not only public sector action, is everybody. So I really appreciate the discussion. I'm really wish you a more detailed deliberation in terms of answering those questions, not just raise those questions. I hope by the end of today we have a lot of exciting ideas. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое за ваше выступление.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you for support from the side of the World Bank. What is left now for us is some time to answer the questions that the audience may raise. We have several microphones in the audience, so questions are welcome to the speakers. You're welcome. Present yourself, please. Kovlenko Yuri, Secretary of Radiologists Association of Ukraine. First of all, I want to thank organizers for having effective managers in our presidium during the first section, and things are done. And because quite often people are feeding us with promises, but you are the people who do something about it. And we would like also state managers to be in the next presidium that would report about some effective actions that they've done. Today's state managers are targeted on spending of public money. How can it be done the way that our state managers in the state health system would be targeted not on spending but on economy? Example number one, Mitali Tsimbaluk says we don't have enough money for science, but more than 100 million equipment is not working in our academy, and it will never work. Ministry of Healthcare last year wanted to buy more than 50 mammographs that would not detect the breast cancer at the early stage. We could hardly stop that tender, 100 million. And today we have also fluorographic test. The euro from 2014, we don't have it anymore, but every year more than 150 million hryvnias are spent for these rooms with the film fluorographs, and they don't give any effects. These are colossal money. And when we need to re-equip any X-ray department in the regional hospital, you require 10 to 12 million only. And what do they buy today? Look at Prozoro. When 23 million was spent for re-equipment of MRI tomograph, and huge money are spent in vain. We speak how to invest. Let us pay money for things that they use effectively that money. That will be the result. And all the managers, they use money effectively. For example, Spizhenka will never allow the equipments to stand for years and not to be used. Or Mr. Dudsky will never use some equipment. They will never allow that because they are targeted on using the equipment they acquire. That's why it is so important to have effective use of equipment under our conditions. The only way for Ukraine is a private-public partnership that we are discussing today. We conducted 2 events for the mayors of the cities, because the key thing is to work at the places, even the local. If the local authorities want to do something, you can do really a lot within the framework of the existing legislation. 2 events that we had at the exhibition of the healthcare show that there are positive examples. You have to study them, to spread them, to multiply them. Another event will take place in the end of November in Odessa. Odessa worked out lots of things in the area of public-private partnership. Representatives of Odessa are here. So in the end of November, that event will take place. They will share positive experience. We have a lot of positive experience in different regions of the Ukraine. You have to sum it up, you have to multiply it, and so what should we do for our public managers to use resources effectively? And I am grateful to Oleg Spizhenko about discussing the issue of staff motivation. You have to train staff. If the staff will not be motivated, can give you a very simple example. Today we pass to X-ray, digital X-ray. Why is it difficult to pass? Because the junior staff is selling films. They are motivated to save film instead of passing to digital procedure. If you pay more for studying new technologies or digital technologies, maybe they will be motivated to pass to the digital technologies. So the question is how to motivate staff to study new technologies. Thank you very much.
Are there any who would like to answer the question? Thank you. Very interesting information. I will just add and will try to answer the question. So apart from the equipment, which was procured for huge money, well, you know, there is a lot of equipment like this in every regional or municipal hospital which doesn't work, not because it is not well appropriately used. There is no need. There are no experts who will use this equipment. And yes, we are speaking about colossal money which were wasted. We understand that this equipment becomes obsolete very swiftly. So what to do? Yes, that's the key question, I believe. So today we speak that the new ministry, the new team, unfortunately, well, their attention is now paid to something else. Well, the new team told us about their position. That's good. That's plus. The new team tells us that they will not surrender. They will not stop implementing the reforms. But as soon as they try to create some authorities which will be paid from the budget. Well, that is bringing us to the critical situation again. MOH is ideology, standards, and science. Money is not your function. No. Money must come through the state budget and improve the quality of services for the patient. Yes, I can agree with the mixed forms which can be there, but not any other variants. Now, training of experts. Well, every company, Western, Ukrainian, create academies, appropriate schools, and two super managers, which as of today are using this way, are going this way, and there is no alternative. The state is not fulfilling this function. So staffing and training, that is the most important problem we have already faced. And in 5-10 years, that will be the catastrophe, even a bigger one than we have today. Not because the best people are leaving. I agree that maybe not everyone is ready to leave the country. Not everyone is willing to do so. We have to think how to retain these experts, how to provide them with an opportunity to earn money here, not just using those methods which they are using today. So no doubt we have to have staffing policy within the state level. Today I didn't really mention the concept we have created because it is available at the Association of Ukrainian Entrepreneurs website. And this is not just a concept we base our decisions on. This is like a comparative characteristics with other concepts, and there is an interesting comparison with other strategies. Maybe we will have some separate conference dedicated to this issue where we are going to speak about it more concretely and more to the subject matter. But today we shall tell you what is not allowed to do and what may be done. And there is no time to go into real details. Thank you so much so far. If you allow, I will add, as regards of the nurses and less of desire to sell the films, stop using these phrases, who is to blame? No, that's in the previous century. The question is as follows. There is one very simple formula, commodity money. In this situation, the work of the junior medical staff would be services which must be appropriately paid, and as soon as we pay appropriate salary to them, they will not be selling these films somewhere, but will be using with high quality equipment. Full stop. The thing and the fact that they are selling this film, that's the result. We brought them to this, and the junior medical staff are now less valid if you compare, I don't know, to those fixing the plumbery. 200 hryvnias. That's ridiculous. Well, we may increase the salary, maybe up to 7,000 hryvnias, but that's nothing. Maybe they have to receive the percent out of the payment for the service. But the salary must be, well, in Poland we have salary like this, when you in USA like this. Well, people are not paid just for staying at the workplace. They are paid for the work they did, and we are now just playing the game. And one people are saying they are receiving no money, other people are saying that they are not paid, underpaid. So that's a problem. I beg your pardon, but I lived in the Soviet Union and I still paid 5 rubles for the health care. Out of the salary, 130. And the general and the provider, yes, healthcare provider, also has taken this 5 rubles from me. Or chocolate. Let's make everything legal as it is done in a civilized world. And ladies and gentlemen, when we were laughing at the anecdotes where the subject are people from Moldova, now today we have to be laughing at us. If, for example, speak about healthcare system, that's my very easy answer. And one of the reasons why Moldova do not have visas anymore, that's because they implemented appropriate healthcare insurance system. And for Europe, if something happens with the citizen of that country, then their insurance company will pay to the European Union for all the services provided. So all these political games, that's ridiculous. Again, if to speak about visa-free regimen, visa-free access, it will not be operational till Ukraine has appropriate economic situation. You know, economy is ruling the world, not patriotic feelings. I'm sorry, I'm bringing you down to earth. There are just relations, commodity, money, no other relations. Thank you so much. Have we got other questions? The microphone here. Hello, Yuri Nerubay. You know, I was born in Ukraine. I worked for 15 years in the United States, and that's the 9th country where I was working. I may tell you one thing. No doubt, I agree with 70% of what is mentioned by Mr. Radutsky in theory. It is important not to forget about those 30% which exist. As of today, the reforming system, the system of creating something, must start with us going back to real eternal values. Because the doctor who is building their life theory on having just money, well, it ends up how? When the person must provide assistance, the doctor says, I will not go there, I will get sick, I will not earn my money tomorrow, and things like this. And I may continue exemplifying when commercial clinics are not capable to help the patient and they are bringing the patient back to the public hospital, not to spoil their statistics. And all of us who are present here, we know it. A7 company, which created this event, is quite fantastic. Thank you for that. At their forum, they gather together real people. Someone will tell us, well, the Prime Minister didn't come. But who needed the Prime Minister here? We have a real talk right now. If I had a head, I would take it and honor the doctor who asked the real question, the doctor from the second row. So the problem is there in the country. It is very typical for all the emerging markets. Someone do not want to work. Someone do not know how to work. But there are people who would like and who know how to, but they are not allowed to work by those who would like to have their piece of a pie. What can be done? First of all, you have to understand that there is a normal model. Of course, I will be offering the American one. That's the model where the function of the state is to control. Not people who do not know what they are doing are controlling the state. But again, as our neighbors say, what is too much, that is too much. Let's not exaggerate. We need a civil society organizations which will be controlling the relations, but we do not need people who do not understand what they do. We don't want them to control experts. What is happening today at some meetings when there is a doctor of sciences honored in 40 countries, member of the Academy of Sciences, and they tell them that you have to stand up, clap the hands, and you are a new person. Well, you know, that's something we shall not do. And this influence the healthcare of people in our country. There are a lot of components, ecology, public transport, and so on and so forth, which form the end number of the residents of this country. For that purpose, we have very good organizations which may help creating theory, USAID and other we may exemplify. But what happens? Because of ridiculousness of the public servants who work in this sphere, we do not know what to do. Beautiful organization comes up here. They have 25 people and they cannot even receive the notepad, you know. So this beautiful organization has quite a good researches, but they do not know whom to give the results of those researches. You know, and usually we've heard the answer of the MP. I have this several months. During these several months, I have to do this and this. I don't have time to what you're offering to me. That's just a nightmare. Healthcare would be long money, long-term investment. We have to take that into account. And today's task would be to agree upon the actions of those who didn't lose hope. As of today, with those on the ground who really want to build the successful and long-term future of this country. No doubt, nothing personal, Mr. Radutsky. We do not even know each other personally. But commodity money will not work within this stage because we don't have sufficient amount of money to pay. On the other hand, Ukraine is a rich country. Two harvests, powerful brain, and then people going abroad, working there, and bringing money to the country. This is the new time. We will find, we will localize, and we will try to bring everything back. Just don't lose faith. Don't lose faith in yourself, in the bright future, and everything will be great. Thank you. Well, I would like to answer your appeal to me. The doctor you were mentioning who has to do something, yes. Isn't he the same citizen as we are? Doesn't he has children who has to be bought clothes, food? He's the same person as we are, so I beg your pardon. These logos do not work today. These mottos do not work today. Like, go ahead for the motherland. No, that's the Soviet Union. Well, I am proud of the American system, money, commodity. And if, well, you know, by the talks, the doctor will not feed their family. If he is a professional, he will go there regardless of rain, of snow, but he must be, or she must be paid appropriately. You know, these are words of great economists, and this is in Marx capital, that any labor, any work must be paid for. Yes. Okay, I will answer. 2 weeks ago, when I visited Spain, I have 3 children, by the way. One of my children felt sick. Doctor, whom the insurance pays 24 euro, he spent 76 hryvnias for the petrol in order to come up and help my child. Well, the system works, and he knows that he will not earn a lot of money with this order, but he will earn more money with the other. But he understands that this patient also is entitled to receive help. So that's the theory of everything is balanced. Thank you. Before giving an opportunity to ask another question, thank you, the panelists, for good words to the address of the organizers, A7 conferences. Even Irina Sisoenko joined us. She's quite a real person. She's now with us. Oleg Musi was so kind to open the panel and say a few words on behalf of the committee of Verkhovna Rada, but we may continue with the questions. Yes, maybe Irina, first of all, would like to mention a few words. Well, some discussion has already taken place. It would be difficult for you, but there were no drastic questions, answers. We spoke about reformation, about different tasks. So, what is your opinion if we speak about reforming of the sector? Hello, everyone present here. Yes. For me, it was important to be part of this event, and it's my pleasure to join. I would like to tell you that events like this and fora like this are very important as of today, because we speak about reforms, and the reform must be implemented not just by MPs while passing the law, not just by the Ministry of Health, which must declare its intentions, but the reform must be done by the experts of the sector, because the word reform for our country is becoming something from day-to-day life, but unfortunately we don't see the result. And I believe that's the main problem, the main challenge, and our main task would be for Ukraine, for the citizens of Ukraine, to provide appropriate health care. Health care means services, and we can tell you that the reform was accomplished only if the healthcare institutions will be providing high-quality service, and if the patients will feel these changes for better. Only then we will tell you that the reformation has started, we have done something good. So let me tell you that yesterday there was a meeting of the Healthcare Committee of the Supreme Council of Ukraine, and I initiated the topic. I wanted to discuss the draft law on autonomization of healthcare institutions and preparing this draft law for the second reading, because for years, and I believe the previous year when we had the same meeting, we also spoke about autonomization, and this is a pity that this draft law was the only one which was initiated on the side of MOH by the previous team, that it took such a long time to consider this draft law in the parliament, and it has not become the law of Ukraine so far. Yesterday, we fought a lot for every norm, for every clause, and for me it was the main principle too. Have the definition of the medical service in the law. Then it was vital, while discussing with the MOH, to approve the time frame when the Ministry of Health will be able to create the sub-laws in the form of adopting the methodology to calculate the cost of medical services and create all the necessary mechanisms within which the autonomization will be working. I believe that the law of Ukraine must stipulate the time frame, the deadline for creating new autonomization rules for all the communal and public hospitals. So this was the major hotspot of our debates. We didn't find support on behalf of other colleagues of ours in the committee. That is why I'll be frank with you. I'm not really optimistic as regards in what form we will pass this autonomization law. At the very same time, We'll listen to the opinion of the Ministry of Health, and for the whole week we had a lot of meetings, discussions, and, well, there were a lot of opinions expressed, expert opinions. Then we've heard the voice of patients' organizations, and I believe that dialogue is the key thing here. Dialogue with doctors, with experts will yield the result we are expecting. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, we had questions and answers session. If you have questions, yes, it will be more efficient to have a dialogue, not a monologue. So, the microphone is behind you. I'm Hennady Sergiev, Association of Sterilization, and I would like to draw your attention to the fact of safety security. That's the issue of Ministry of Health. The infectious diseases, safety, you start paying attention to this, but the situation must be evolved. We have sanitary rules. We speak about investment. So the investor comes and they must build a hospital which corresponds to the state standards of Ukraine, which were created 30 years ago. And very often we violate the sanitary rules. Do we have to really apply those rules because they are obsolete? The construction laws are obsolete as well, We have to comply with those, but no high tech is taken into account there. I believe we have to just provide the medical care, the health care, and we have to use some sanitary rules. And the construction rules, the construction norms of the state must not be taken into account, at least those which were created 30 years ago. And at the committee, we have discussed this issue. I would like to draw your attention, maybe ask you for the sanitary rules to dominate over the construction rules and standards. And if to speak about hepatitis B, C, we have epidemics. So at the very same time, for such medical products as disinfectants or some disinfecting equipment for endoscopic procedures, they are not classified as medical product. There are just 4 of those in Ukraine, so we wash with hands and we spread hepatitis. So that is also more the question to the Ministry of Health, but maybe the committee will pay attention to this. So infectious diseases, protection, prevention and safety. So pay attention to this. Da Vinci device for surgery. It was invented in USA, but this is not a medical product in Ukraine. How else can we use it? And any other medical technology which comes to the market must wait till the Cabinet of Ministers understands that an appropriate medical technology included to the list agrees something with the VAT issues. So I'm quite emotional, but please comment. Thank you for your question. These issues are really important. I remember the resolution of the committee hearings, and I remember that in resolution, that's the mandatory part for the Ministry of Health. So we, as a parliament, when we organize roundtable discussions, parliamentary hearings, we make it mandatory for the executive authorities to do this or those tasks. And I remember that infectious safety was included there, infection prevention and control. And I know that during the second panel we are going to have Deputy Minister of Health, and maybe he must answer this question. Thank you. So we have a question in the first row. No microphone. So this question has a solution so far. We have to come back to what was mentioned by Mr. Radusky. this organization must not be publicly owned. Let's have a look at American model. Something new appeared within the market. Can you imagine if this will come up to the hands of the state system, which is bureaucratic in all the world? No, it must be an independent body comprised of representatives of the medical sphere, doctors, then second half representatives of managerial staff, managers of the healthcare, and they must be based on their professional experience. The composition is re-elected every 4 years. They have representatives of business and healthcare. They receive this information on a daily basis to their email. They gather together once a week and once a month all together, and they pass appropriate decisions to certify this, to send it to the state for certification. This must be sent to the customs authorities. We need it. And then we do not have these problems. But for this purpose, we need to have unified state strategy of development of the healthcare sector with the partnership of public and private sector. Who is responsible for this in the country? No one. Yes, you're asking appropriate questions, but during 2.5 years of work in the parliament, I understand to what extent it is difficult and even impossible any function of the state, take it away from the state and give it to some alternative structures or some line, specialized associations. So we see great resistance, we see the wall of misunderstanding and complete desire on the side of the ministry, departments, cabinet of ministers of Ukraine to give something, even for the sake of saving, reforming, making better. So, okay, give me 1 month and I will organize round table in the Supreme Council. Please support me in this issue, in this regard. The public servant is a very simple creature. If something may not be done or something is hazardous, they will be rejecting it, not doing it. That's the simple law. That's the truth if we speak about responsibility of the public servant, speak about responsibility. Yes, if we speak about responsibility, I've been thinking what kind of law we must have, what must be done for the ministers, deputy ministers, understand that they will be responsible for 46 million citizens of this country, for their well-being and their health. If we analyze all the teams which were there in the Ministry of Health, we understand that maybe there must be one of the first legislative initiatives to create this responsibility. Maybe not just responsibility, but introduce sanctions for failure to undertake this responsibility. Because we are right now in the condition when we may not make any decisions by some populistic methods, by non-professional methods. Now the situation is even worse, and the system is even worse. I believe so. So there is no way for deterioration anymore. If you will help us creating this responsibility, I will be glad, and no doubt I'm ready to support you.
Thank you very much for your answer. Let us receive one more question, because there are many questions, and I'm not sure we'll be able to answer all your questions because we're a little bit short of time, but I think we can continue our communication in couloirs during the coffee break. But now you were looking for answering this question. No input into the microphone. I am the president of the NGO Molfar, and I have such a question. It is evident that in the private medical institutions, services are given much many times better than in the state institutions. So the question is, why do they have such an opportunity? Because the owners, they count money. I have a question now. Maybe the time has come to implement in the state medical institutions information medical statistics, where every step of the medical worker will be fixed. And then we would have analytics, we would have statistics for budget adoption. Something was useful, something did not work, such doctors do not work, such doctors work well. Then maybe it would be possible to say that public institutions also would be able to give decent medical aid to our Ukrainian citizens. And because people will go to the private clinics, and I will be grateful if you will be able to answer my question. Is it timely? Is it useful and interesting? Such an information system. Maybe I will start answering your question, because during the second panel, Mr. Kovtanyuk will tell you about the initiatives of Ministry of Health to give possibility to pay for medical services, not only for the money of the budget, but also in the private institutions. So the budget will pay for the private institutions. Maybe this is a good news for the private medicine, because private medicine creates much better conditions, and the quality of medical aid is much higher for the patients there. So I'm sure that the patients, having understanding of the principle that the money are paid for the patient, for the medical service, will be happy to go to the private medical institution, and the state will be obliged to pay for his medical aid. That's what applies to the work with the patients. Then what you are saying now, I think it is important to adopt clinical protocols. And then clinical protocols, they will have to form the list of medical services, etc., etc. And again, I believe this is the task, one of the most important tasks of the Ministry of Health, together with the methodology, how to determine the price for medical services, and also to adopt clinical protocols of the European level. This is going to be the basis that will form the work of the medical staff. Dear friends, I know that there are other questions, but we are forced to stop for the coffee break. It was announced by Mr. Kovtanyuk that during the second panel we are going to have other representatives that will be able to give real answers for your questions, to give you information about the state of affairs in this sector. I want to thank all participants of all the panel of our speakers. Separate thanks to Irina Sisoenko, who found the time to find this opportunity in her schedule. So let this parliament stay in the history and adopt the draft laws that will form the face of the medical sector in the future.
the conference hall. We're about to start in 2 minutes. The next panel discussion will be with the representative of the Minister of Health of Ukraine, the Deputy Minister, Mr. Pavlo Kovtoniuk, and will be focused on the private sector business development sector of healthcare in Ukraine. Шановні пані та панове, будь ласка, всіх запрошуємо до зали. Ми будемо починати. Дякую. Будь ласка, спікерів другої панелі запрошуємо до зали.
Пані та панове, ми пропонуємо починати. Будь ласка, займайте свої місця.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us start our next panel. I want to present to you our esteemed moderator of our second panel discussion, Mr. Anton Shkiryak. He is the chief doctor of Spizhenka Clinic, Oncological Center. Anton, please take the floor. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we proceed our work. Let us be active because we have very urgent and interesting issues to discuss. And this discussion that started in the morning speeds up our process, and I think that we'll discuss all the issues of the healthcare sector at our panel, not only medicine in general in Ukraine, but also interaction of medicine with the patients directly, because this is the basis on which we have to be standing. Our discussion will be dedicated to medical institutions, medical establishments as business, and we'll discuss innovations in the private sector. We'll discuss interaction of public and private sector. We'll discuss international experience of investments and histories of success in the international level, and we'll discuss contemporary technologies that improve medical services both in private and in public sector. I want to present our participants of the discussion. This is Pavlo Kovtanyuk, Deputy Minister of Healthcare, Daniel Smigelsky, Managing Director of American Intercontinental Healthcare Group, Katerina Sivakova, Executive Director, A7 Capital, Dmitro Lufer, Intasana, Clinic Operational Director, and Tatiana, Director of Development of Medical Network of Dobrobut. This is not only discussion of the private sector. We have representative of the ministry, and we have the feeling that the public sector is not motivated. They are not able to invest into the private sector, and even the budgetary money cannot be invested. So how this all will be regulated? I will pass the floor to Mr. Kovtanyuk, and I have a question to you, Pavlo. I would like to specify, during our independent times, we had 22 ministers of health. And the problem that I noticed, maybe in no other sector we had so many ministers as healthcare. And there is one single law missing in heritage. One minister adopts the law, he takes some resolution, he issues a decree, next minister cancels that. And this the cascade of changes of ministers brings to the fact that some ideas that were developed, for example, by Mykola Polychuk in 2005, that was perceived as some unclear reform ideas. Why should we change all that? The number of specializations, why should we change that? It was not understandable at all. That was like revolutionary attempt. But today we call it a reform. And is there any algorithm that the ministry will preserve, inheriting decisions that were taken before you and today, and how it is going to be implemented in the future? And then we'll talk about private sector. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. When you said unfortunately, I knew that you will pass the floor to me. I will start from your second question concerning heritage of reforms and other things under the conditions of the short political life of Ukrainian ministers of healthcare. You were right. Our ministry takes the first honorable place when you look at the changes of managers. 21 minister was changed in 25 years. And when our team came to the ministry, we decided to develop very clear understanding that our life also will be short, and we are oriented on that. Second question is, what can be done in such a short term to keep it preserved after us? This is maybe the main task that has to be implemented by us. And here we have two strategies. One is right from my standpoint, another one is wrong. The wrong strategy is to try to implement some genius idea that comes to your mind, and then you think, oh God, this is genius, I invented it and I will do it right now. There are many ideas like that, because if you take and do the inventorization of everything you have to change, you can have 10 volumes of books like simplification of one thing, complication of another thing, electronic sick leaves, etc., etc. But such things, from my standpoint, they are really bringing to the distortion in political history, ideas that are linked to the specific person and they live together with the person. But more correct approach is to try to achieve some point of no return in the wider and strategically right process. You mentioned Mykola Polishchuk, and among his multiple initiatives, there were some that are immortal, and there are some things that are still are important. They are still very contemporary and advised by all experts. This applies to fundamental reforms, fundamental structural reforms, and that's why our team has chosen such a road. First, we are dealing with the fundamental structural reforms, and secondly, during our short term of cadency, we'll try to reach this point of no return in the reforms that we've chosen, to make one step that you will not be able to make back later on. It is very hard to change national police right now. It will be hard to cancel electronic declarations of taxes. So things that do not change maybe too much, but they cannot let you go back. And another question of yours about relations between public and private sectors. The same conference last year, I was here as an expert, and I said the following: the goal of the country should be very simple in the healthcare. We should abolish private and public sectors. They have to disappear, but we should have just private-public sector as one. We should not segregate it into black and white as it exists all over the world. In the programs of national insurance, they take at the equal basis participation of the private and public and charity institutions and church institutions, whatever. Independently upon the form of ownership, they are subdivided into the ones that participate in the public insurance system and others that try to exist by themselves. I see the same future for Ukraine, and we have, in this respect, to develop the action plan for 2017 to make that step in the area of the primary healthcare system. And when there we're going to open the access to the public financing to the medical institutions of all forms of ownership, and the patient could choose the clinic wherever he wants. And is it possible to unify the medical service depending upon the region or complicity of intervention, or you're going to have some tariff network that it will be used, and whether the function of distribution of that funding according to the patient, are you going to give it away to the regions, or you're going to keep your control? Are you going to create any controlling body? Because we know that if insurance company is even ready to pay for some treatment process for the patient, looking at our current situation, how to control the quality of the medical aid given in the public hospital? This is absolutely absent. Absolutely absent. I tell you that as a neurosurgeon. And the statistics that go to the ministry, its value, it's just zero practically. How are you going to foresee this interaction with some controlling? Let it be some professional association that will control that service is offered. Because there is a surgeon called Ivanov in the Rayon hospital in the fields. He makes fantastic surgeries using equipment no matter where he got it. There is another surgeon in one of the institutes, Petrov, but his mortality is 2% out of 100, but Petrov has 15 or 20% mortality. How can you control all that, and how ministry can influence on that? And do we have any legislative support from the parliament concerning your initiatives? I'll start from far away, but not too far away. To control something, you need to first give the controlling subject. You should place some obligations on the subject that you're going to control, and then you can control that. From my standpoint, a fundamental problem about the system of healthcare in Ukraine is that obligations of the state and also medical institutions that work for the state are not clear at all. In Ukraine, in the Article 49 of the Constitution, it says that public communal medical institutions should give all necessary, all possible in this world, in all volumes, at any point of time. And what instrument of control you choose, no matter what instrument of control you will choose, because it will not be effective, because these obligations are not realistic to be fulfilled. And this is why our course is to determine very clearly depicted obligations of the state, guaranteed volume of medical aid, and getting the money from the patients via general taxation. We want to keep the same mechanism for the future of the general taxation. The state will be able to promise the citizens this volume of services. And secondly, it's about the standard of quality of that specific services. If we have such a very strict and clear obligation, then we'll introduce the mechanism of control. You've been asking who is going to control. Control of the execution of that obligation should be done in the new system of funding of the healthcare system and the insurance system that we are planning to offer to Ukraine by insurance bodies. It should be some autonomous body. It will be national insurer, and he implements the national program of insurance in order to guarantee the volume of the services foreseen. This is going on all over the world. The question is about the style. These insurers are different. It can be an insurance fund. It can be numerous private insurance companies, agencies, trusts. And depending upon that, they are controlling within the limits of state guarantees. Outside of the limits of the state guarantees, this is just free market. And there, the state has no right to go there and to control something because it never put any obligations on it. That's my answer. First, we have to separate where are state obligations and to build up civilized system of financing via insurance models as well as control via insurance model. In the Ministry of Health, there is a concept of reforms of the system of the Ministry of Health. It is there for 1 year. Recently, we passed it to the Cabinet of Ministers. All that mechanisms are depicted there quite well. Thank you very much. At our panel meeting, we have Daniel Smigelsky. He is the managing director of the American Intercontinental Healthcare Group. I know, Daniel, that one of the directions of your work is a construction of the investment relations between private sector of the healthcare and the funds that are ready to invest, but also between the state organs or bodies. Can you tell us whether foreign funds are ready, in spite of political, economical, social obstacles, to invest into Ukraine their money? And are they ready to wait for return on this investments for 10 or even more years? Or private sector should not count here on the funding that will come from abroad? And if we count, then you get money today and tomorrow you start earning money. Because foreign investors investing any money into the business, we have to call it business. Medicine today is business. They want to get at once some minimum dividends, and they want to return their investments. Or can we forecast that the foreign investors are ready for long-term investments that will be paid back in the slow pace?
All those questions. Our company was hired by a group of international investors to search out the market in Ukraine for investments, not just in hospitals, not just in long-term care, not in assisted living, but in all sectors of the economy, in healthcare. And we've been conducting a study for about 2 months now. And number one, I want to say there's a lack of data about what really is occurring here in Ukraine, the data that is really good, solid, that can be verified. So we're having difficulty doing that. The number one question, I think, are investors willing to invest in Ukraine? I would say yes. but that's qualified yes, because they're not willing to wait 10 years for a return on investment. There are a lot of sectors here that I think would benefit from foreign investment. Hospitals, especially private hospitals. What I've been doing is looking at how many private hospitals, for-profit hospitals there are in the region. And when I say the region, I say Europe, Eastern Europe, excuse me, and some of the other peripheral areas here. When you look at the statistics, about 21% of all beds on average in European and Eastern European countries are private for-profit beds. So that's about 1/5 of all the beds. Here in Kyiv, I think it was mentioned earlier that maybe 3 to 5% are private for-profit beds. So I think there's a lot of room for growth for that sector here, and investors will look at that. Number two, the insurance industry here is not really prepared to take on a private for-profit company investing in hospitals here. The investment potential is dependent on getting paid by the hospital. Right now, if the government's paying everything, governments always pay slow. They always pay less than what they should be paying, and you're not going to find people wanting to invest in a system that is operated that way. So I guess the answer is there's a huge potential. As we always say in the investment community, you buy low and you sell high. Right now, the time to buy is right now, because I think the healthcare sector is low. But how long will it take for it to get high again is the big question. And that's what we've been trying to work on, trying to figure out.
Дякую дуже гарно, Даніел. І цікава думка. Я би хотів пана Павла...
Thank you very much, Daniel. Interesting ideas. And I would like to ask about the ideology. Can you foresee the ideology of investors in the sphere of medical services? There is an opportunity to earn money. And when we say that the medical services paid should be returned to the taxpayer from the state budget, is it a rational use of money, or the ministry studies the variant that the medical services will be given and the state will be able to earn on that? And as previous speakers were saying, this will become the budget formation sector and not taking out the money from the budget. I want to agree with Daniel that strategically big potential exists in Ukraine for the private medical institutions to come to Ukraine, especially in the hospital sector. If you look at the level of amortization of the secondary and tertiary level of medical services, this is horrible. We have many hospitals in Ukraine, too many of them. We are one of the biggest number of beds in Europe. I think we should not do it the way they did in Georgia, where they practically had no hospitals, but we have to renew. And when we renew, quite often we see that it's easier to build something new than to repair the old ones. And classical example is Lviv Regional Hospital. It is famous. It was constructed in the times of Austro-Hungarian Empire, and we have 18 different buildings there. And during that empire, for patients, it was fine to carry the patients in between that buildings and to separate, to situate the hospital in the center of the city. But today it's hard to get there with the ambulance first, and secondly, to take person from one building to another. It's not a trend anymore. This is one way solution is to build something new there and to use the capacities that are there to use them for something else. But there is only one condition for all that, and as far as I understand, this is the following one. The private medical institutions have to get opportunity to compete for public money, for the money that taxpayers are paying today and the state is using. Without that, from my standpoint, it will never be possible to open the private hospital that will be mighty and big enough to be interesting for the foreign investors and that will be able to live the way our private clinics are living today, getting money from the pockets for every specific service of the patient. And they are calling themselves the segment of middle class or middle plus. I don't see any large hospitals here that can be interesting for the foreign investors, because the largest private hospital now has 110 beds. Average rayon hospital has 600 or 700 beds. I don't talk about city hospitals. And if there is some ceiling at this market, it is not far away from 110, and this is not interesting for the foreign investors. So the course of the Ministry of Health is strategically going that way. We have to open opportunities for the establishments of all forms of property to compete for the public money and of the taxpayers, and they can choose it, but this is not it cannot be done overnight. Another question: to what extent is it realistic to compete for the clinics where they sterilize air even in the toilets with the public hospital where the air is not sterile enough even in the surgery room? And also talking about equipment, technologies, and high-quality medical services, because there are good doctors in the public sector. This is one way. Certain there are wonderful institutes that give high-quality services, medical services, and good medication tactics according to the protocols. But in that hospitals, they don't have simple elementary services. We know from the history of Mayo Clinic, Daniel knows, there were brothers Mayo that created the largest private hospital, and they took only one thing as a basis: patient orientation. That's it. Not technologies, not number of beds or square meters. Orientation on patients. That's the only thing, and this is the most important thing. And this, so the healthcare should not be today for doctors. And I tell you that as a doctor, and this is very correct that our ministry with Uliana Suprova understands that you have to be oriented today exclusively on the patients. Doctors can wait. I'm sorry. You have to use the existing resources that the government has in the right direction. Look, during all the years of independence, healthcare sector funding did not decrease at all. Maybe only during the last years, it's like fluctuations. But no matter how much money you allocate, it will not be enough. We have Katerina Sivakova. I would like to ask her: are you also attracting investments into the private sector, into the business, and in other areas? What are the attitudes of investors? What are their moods? Because you hear it as Ukrainian person, because Americans, they always say, we're ready to help you, we're ready to shake your hand, we'll pray for you. But when it comes to do something, there are difficulties that emerge. And what difficulties are expressed by the investors to you, the ones that are ready to enter Ukraine? What difficulties do they encounter in the beginning of the negotiation process? Thank you very much. We have many difficulties, and unfortunately, it's not the issue for the small investment company to resolve. Then we have representatives of the state companies, but interest of investors to Ukraine grew compared to the previous year. It's out of my experience. In spite of crisis, of the war, of our economical problems, as Danielle was rightly saying, that market is now down and it's very good to enter, but the question is when it will go up. And investors study the situation not only in the healthcare but also in other areas. Unfortunately, without insurance, medicine, healthcare sector will not take the first place for them, talking about financial investors. But there is an interest emerging, and we help them in all possible ways. We are different from other investment companies because we go to investors, we show them that you can invest into Ukraine. We organized conferences last month in Israel. Now we go to Canada, to United States. we have to position not only specific areas to invest into Ukraine, but we have to promote the brand of Ukraine as a country, to have trust to Ukraine. When the trust will be there for Ukraine, you can invest into any sector because we have a huge market. You can develop any kind of business here and actively. And we are looking for getting as many interesting investment projects as possible from Ukrainian companies, offering them to foreign investors, telling investors not to be afraid, that this is possible to enter into Ukraine. And all ministries are ready to help us, and everyone is looking for working together and developing very good advertisement of your company. But we would like to hear what are your thoughts and the thoughts of investors about the difficulties. What difficulties do they encounter? Maybe legislative difficulties, executive difficulties. We have representatives of the ministry here. Maybe the ministry blocks $10 million that they want to bring into Ukraine because ministry says we don't need it. So we are the private clinic. We talk to investors. We know them quite well and we know the problems, but I would like to hear from you. Do you know that problems and why? The main problem is to protect the rights of investor, because now he has no guarantees. The only guarantee he can get is from the state, and this is the question to our authorities. How can we guarantee? I address this question to Pavlo. I will not talk for the ministry. If I would be investor, I would not work with our ministry. This is a fact. Of the level of the state administration and of the development of our state. We are working on that. We want to improve this. And what I hear from investors to whom I talk to, they say, number one, that is not within the competence of the Ministry of Health. General security and safety of business and judiciary system. Investor has to be protected via judiciary system. It's number one. Number two, this is the place for the investor in the system of healthcare, and here I agree that without insurance model, where state does not care what medical institution is participating in the guaranteed number of services, you have no place to enter. There are a very narrow segment of a population that are able to pay all their costs from their pockets, and large investors are not just motivated to work there, they are not interested. And with the development of the state, it will be more interesting for investor. And today there is a large problem, because us being the state, we can do very good promo films and do everything possible, and investor will believe, he will come, and they will tell us, you are great guys, but afterwards we'll have to answer him to be responsible before him when he starts to face problems. And this unfortunately cannot be guaranteed today, but we must. And so we are working into that direction. We are doing that steps. This cannot be done overnight, and Ukraine is late already 25 years with the implementation of insurance model that was done by other post-social Soviet countries in the 90s, but it's just now that we are doing the steps moving into that direction. And in general, in our state, we need to develop the rule of law. Then it will be more interesting for investors to enter such a risky sector as the healthcare.
Do I understand you right? If we don't have the transparency of the court system, we shall not expect the progress in the healthcare. Well, I don't think so. We have investors in the healthcare sector, but I don't see the flux, yes, and I don't expect the flux of investors. So have a look. The state has the unequal conditions while involving investors. The state may tell, I will not pay you, and what will you do? Well, the state must have a system which will protect the investor, and as of today, the state very frequently says so. There are people, and the one sits to the left from me, who participated in PPP, and I see people in the hall, they will tell you how it looks like. Okay, then I would like to ask Mr. Dmytro Lufer from InterContinental Clinic. You were the first to introduce this phenomena, which we call PPP. So how within this public-private partnership you managed creating the private system in your region, and was it beneficial for you as for the private clinic? Because what would you do to the state? Yes, and were there such cases when the state told you, no, we will not pay, or vice versa, the state pays everything and timely? PPP is the separate, big and eternal topic. There is no end to it. We have these problems, but colleagues from the foreign countries are saying the same. So this is a universal program. Any state is a complicated structure which has its own interests. What is the difficulties in the interaction of the state and private sector? This would be unhomogeneous nature of the services which are provided, because the public clinics are providing one thing and the private do the different things. For example, in Odessa Oblast, there was this project to provide healthcare in case of myocardial infarction, and the private clinics participated in tender with cheaper prices because they were better in managing resources, procurement, well, yes, better management in private clinics. So this is not the question of the price. This is the question of, first of all, expectations of the patient who is resorting to private and to public clinic for the same service, even if the state is paying. Nevertheless, they have other expectations. So some claims they never have to the public clinic in the private, even if not the patient is paying. The treatment, the attitude is other, differs a lot. Then, one more thing. In the public clinic, the patient says, well, everything happens, but in private clinic, they say, you destroyed my life, you ruined my life. So that's, yes, from the practice. We have several programs for Odessa Oblast, where we participate as a private healthcare provider. Usually we speak about some diagnostic interventions and maybe, yes, computer tomography, MRI, so some very simple technological services. Everything is clear-cut and simple. But, for example, allergic reaction to contrast media. It happens, yes? So what would be the outcome in the public hospital? The patient comes up to reanimation. No one is to blame. But in private clinic, it turns into an overcomplicated story. No doubt the patient stays in the hospital. They do not pay for it. And no one is to blame because it just happened. But the clinic is in trouble. No one compensates the effort. So these are risks which are overtaken by the private partner. If to speak about payment, well, we didn't have complicated situations. Well, there were some delays, but they were not critical. We never had situations like this, that we did not get money from the budget, from the state, from the city, that we did not receive money for some private manipulations. Well, that's our story. We never had problems like this. That's always the problem of a communication, understanding of what will happen. And I know, well, you are thinking that we are paying to someone. We are not frankly participating, yes, in this tender. No. This is not the case. This is not the story. For example, it appeared that just our clinic may carry out MRI to children because we have appropriate equipment. No, we don't pay to someone's pocket for this. Well, we are earning money, not huge money, no doubt, but yes, we continue this partnership. We want to expand it. There are definite problems in legislation. The state, for example, may procure just those services which it cannot provide using its resources. For example, they don't have MRI for children under anesthesia. So they cannot provide the services even if they want to. So it's like this. the PPP. I don't urge you to become part of PPP. No, I'm telling you that there are opportunities, there are appropriate niches and spaces for development in oncology, in other directions. So yes, there is space. Well, it is quite complicated to work with documents, but well, the money are there and they are paid. I want to have a question to Mr. Pavlo. Tell us, please, whether in Ukraine we will have the system of healthy lobbying of private sector interests and other sectors' interests, and may there be some lobbying within the level of oblast regional councils? Because when I hear that one company, well, it's not in your region, wins practically every second, third tender. So I have a question, whether investor is a member of public sector or governor or has his share, or maybe in Ukraine we have an understanding that some private clinics may provide the better service, and how can we split it? Let me come back to the principle I has declared at the very beginning. My vision is as follows. There must be no lobbying, public, private, no. So before the tender for some amount of money, while participating in tender, there must be equal access and equal conditions for everyone. For example, the state says that we have to provide this amount of health care for this amount of people who is able to provide this assistance. And we look at the network and we sign contracts with those facilities which are ready to work on the conditions we offer and which are characterized by the best quality. This is how it works in the whole world. As of today, we are a bit limited by the legislation. Financing of the healthcare is carried out by the local authorities, and there is a big break, a big difficulty, a barrier on our way to progress. So the money comes to the local authority, and no doubt they will finance some municipal activities, and maybe later on they'll invite InterSana. So if the money come to the region, then the regional facility is of priority. And sometimes the facilities have the same range of services, and two doctors are not loaded with work. So I believe when we will have the national medical insurance and there will be one insurer which will be paying to the facility directly, to the clinic directly, we will solve this problem. We will see the network as it is, and there will be more and more and more interesting niches, because there will be competition for the available services which we don't have right now. Stenting, for example. Then the insurer will be looking for better services at lower price, and they will be interested to buy everything in one place. Thank you. I would like to ask Mr. Dmitro, tell us please the strategy of development of your network, because as of today I know that Spizhenko clinics owners leave somewhere in 2018, 2020. So you look forward as regards of innovations, ideas of strategical development of healthcare, because as of today, all the private clinics are not just ready, but they are investing every day into development of electronic healthcare, into interaction of different doctors, so multi-sectoral approach. When the way of the patient, the route of the patient takes up to 5-6 hours, what are the strategic elements you see in the private sector you represent? What ideas, what innovations do you use? So I will start with the planning horizon. In our country, that is very good to plan 5 years ahead. We have to reconsider the plans every year. We can plan, I don't know, for 20 years, but again, reconsidering is your destiny. So we are owned by the American Investment Fund, and they have their own planning, they have their own understanding what to do with business. I'm going to tell you more about the operational strategy, what we do as managers for business, for its development. We plan opening more healthcare facilities, we plan opening hospitals, irrespective of the fact, but the previous speaker mentioned they have to be closed. No, he mentioned we shall not reconstruct the previous ones. Okay. I didn't say it for the record. Yeah, just touched upon it. Yeah. So we, unfortunately, understand that the public hospitals were built in compliance with some standard, and it is too expensive to rebuild those. It is better to have new projects. But there are some limitations of that project again, but this is not the topic. Then if to speak about the strategy, Ukraine, as I see this, is now facing a window, an opportunity of development of medical technologies. I visit Europe a lot, and they cannot try anything new. Information systems, provision of information from one hospital to another is over-regulated, and development is really lagging behind there. When I tell them that hospitals are using electronic means, yes, to transfer the information, they are saying, wow. For them, it is more complicated. For Ukraine, this is simpler. So for us, we see that technology is one of the instruments to improve the quality of healthcare, because it is understandable for everyone. Hard copies are difficult to work with. Modern equipment, well, that's for sure, because the sector will not be moving forward. Then relations between the centers, colleagues, some internal space. Yes, this is not possible without technologies. Then communication with patients is worth nothing without technologies, again, because they would like to receive the second opinion. They use everything in digital form. Then the market of different media and different equipment, like watches, which trace down the state of the patient. In Ukraine, we have like 50 startups dealing with this. They usually come up, do something, they are not allowed to do it, and they leave for the foreign countries. We test equipment, we carry out appropriate assessment. All this in 3 and 5 years will be relevant. If we do not do it right now, the startups will leave Ukraine. They're involving the Western investments, but here I see the opportunity to try these technologies, to improve these technologies. Till or before the ministry limits it all. In Spain, they tell me, if the patient within the secondary level got to the hospital and there is his case record, or their case record, for the primary health care physician, for their family doctor to receive the medical documents, so many documents are needed, so many permits are needed. They are intentionally not building these relations. So everything is over-regulated. That's too complicated. In our country, so far, we have such an opportunity. We as private companies We are ahead, no doubt, if to speak about technologies. We can create these processes, regulations, and norms. Unfortunately, majority is not interested in that somehow. On the one side, no one wants to create anything. On the other side, it is related to the horizon of planning. It is too short. And our clinics are not ready investing money 2 years ahead, because 2 years ahead, well, 2 years may not happen for some concrete clinic. They may not survive. Something will change, and then it will appear that everything you invested in is prohibited in Ukraine right now. For us, we see the technologies as the future of Ukraine. That's the quality of medical aid, and that is reduction of healthcare expenditures. Technologies allow reducing your expenditures for healthcare provision, and that's the tool of appropriate competitive ability. The technologies will help you. Yes, we are investing money right now. That is our strategy. 70% of the money will be wasted, but 30% will come back everything, or bring back everything we have spent. Yes, I want to add, in Spizhenko clinics, the information technologies and approach to optimizing the activities in the informational sphere while working with patients allowed us increasing the influx of the European patients. And where they have appropriate free of charge assistance, we have patients from Hungary where they have appropriate, very good equipment, but still they come up to Spizhenko clinics. Why? I will tell you. Starting from the moment of verification that the patient has the malformation, the tumor, until the moment when they meet the professor and hear the diagnosis, it may take from 15 to 25 days. And when these patients come up to the clinics, and during 5 days he receives appropriate test results with markers, and at the 6th day we use the cyber knives, and 9th day chemotherapy, and the 19th day they are at home, and then they meet the professor, and the professor says you have cancer, and they say, well, I'm treated already. So that's a plus. That's a benefit. Not just private clinics must use approaches like this. And I would like to have discussion, not from this point of view that everything is great with private clinics and everything is bad with public ones. No. Every public hospital must be developing in the direction of electronic document flow. I may exemplify Rivne city. Just a regular city hospital, municipal hospital at Revutsko Street. Several years ago, maybe 10, 11 years ago, Anton Shkiryak, a young student, saw the system of filling in the patient's records. They have optimized the system. Every neurosurgeon had a dictaphone, had this voice recording device, and they dictated different things on that. Then at 11 o'clock, a person who typed it all received this voice recording devices, and it took 2 hours to print it all. And at 12, at 1 o'clock, everything was printed, everything was in electronic form, and it was 10 years ago. The state hospital, and believe me, go there right now, have a look how they work perfectly. And I may tell you several departments like this in Kyiv, in Uzhhorod, for example. That is why I would like to talk to Ms. Tatiana Shkolyar. She's a development director in Dobrobut Clinic, and I know that ideology of the private sector is to unite the medical base, which is not, does not exist so far, the patients database, the public one with the private one, in order to provide more services and provide those on a high quality level. Thank you, Anton, for your question. I'm grateful to today's forum and all the present for bringing together the representatives of private and public health care. We are grateful that we may come up here and we may tell you about us. We've been on the market since 15 years. We started with 4 ambulances. Now this is a network which just in Kyiv has more than 7 clinics. And the strategic planning involves development of not just our network. We always speak about integration of public and private medicine. Why is it important for us? Because as of today, the emergency health care, the private one, without the public health care will not go far. We are cooperating, we are getting integrated, and when there are some emergencies in the country or some good events like Euro 2012 or like the Revolution of Dignity in 2013-14, we integrate our efforts, we join our efforts. We would like to have integrated electronic system. That would be an electronic patient's record, which would be shared between private and public sector. Every day, we provide services to more than 2,000 patients just in Kyiv, more than 80,000 a year in Kyiv. We have a lot of information to share. If we integrate it all into unified database, it will allow us having the mutually beneficial conditions. The patients will be prescribed appropriate, correct treatment. This will help us avoiding the duplication, doubling of efforts, and it will help us making decision here and now. This system is possible, and we believe this is the current topic of today. And no doubt our local protocols must be included into this system. They must be there for every therapeutical area. And the departments which are responsible for this must provide us with appropriate data. It will allow all the doctors to treat people swifter. Today, our database is not sufficient even for Kyiv. Sometimes we have to say no to patients. We have more patients than we can cover, or at least those willing to be our patients. Sometimes we cannot cover them. We will be growing, we will be extending if our investments and our income will allow us, but ideally I would like to involve investments to develop the public clinics. We are ready to share our knowledge, our databases. We are ready to show that it is easy to reduce the price of the insurance case. I have a question to Mr. Pavlo. Tell us, please, is the ministry as of today ready to integrate and to have this patient's card? Well, for example, this patient record will be open somewhere in Bila Tserkva or somewhere in private clinic like Dobrobud. And if the patient comes up without any document in the clinic, they will understand what kind of services are needed, will see the previous records, and the quality of treatment will increase. Or are there any financial, technical barriers to this? So maybe we are speaking about nothing and wasting our time right now. First of all, I would like to tell you that I completely agree with Ms. Tatiana. I share her approach, and that's great that private institutions have intentions like this. Also, I agree that one of the tools to integrate all the healthcare institutions into medical sphere would be a single patient's register or roster. There must be just one registry like this, and there must be a unique number of patients. Today there is a problem. When the patient comes up to the hospital, or maybe twice, comes to the one and the same hospital, this is like two different people came up for our system. So that's the huge problem. Whether we are ready? Yes, we are ready. We nowadays start some initiatives in order to have this unified registry. But this is the thing which we cannot give to outsourcing. This is not subject to outsourcing. A lot may be decided in this way, but not the register of patients. There must be register of patients, by the way, register of doctors, so on and so forth. They have to be centralized, and all market players must have access to those. So this is something we are responsible for. And starting from the next year, we would like it to become reality. So far, we have a task for it to become reality for the primary healthcare. For all the doctors of the primary healthcare, for them to help us to create this live registry. We started investigating this issue, and we understood that we do not know who lives in our country. We have too many registries in the healthcare sector, by the way. Different state programs organize their registers. We have the tax registry, the passports, yes, but we don't have a single unified one, an integrated one which would cover everyone. There are some reforms of these registries, so that's something we have to solve within the state level, how to approach to this single registry. We thank God have money for this project. We have a loan from the World Bank. We don't have to be looking for the money, but I think when this step will be made, this will be a huge step forward, because our patient will be visible. We will see the path of the patient along the healthcare, the route, and without it we cannot plan. I would like to ask whether there is this threat that the money will be granted for the registry, there will be the registry, and it will be understood what local protocols to use. But all of a sudden, there is this hospital which cannot implement the local protocol. For example, if we speak about treatment of some severe diseases, they don't have technologies which are provided in the protocol. Will there be some split? Who will be using the local protocols for treatment of this or those pathologies? Or this will be given to everyone? This is a protocol, please comply with this. The fact that you don't have ultrasound, well, that's your problem. You don't have medicinal products, what to do? Or it will be clear who will be providing every separate service, the private, the state clinics, or the state clinics of some high rank. Or it will be an indication for the whole state, and do whatever you want and however you like. So will the hospitals be able to comply with the protocols? And we try to use the experience of United States, of Europe. That's great, it's fantastic. But if this protocol will be granted to the public hospital, then the chief of the department will just be sitting and crying, but will not be able to comply with it. So, Mr. Pavlo, what to do? And who is to blame? You forgot to mention. Who is to blame? That's understandable. What to do? There are two approaches. To do nothing. That's quite a prospective one. And the second variant, that's to develop the up-to-date protocols, modern protocols, and they have been created. Now we have to steal the protocols. They've been developed already. When they say that we have invented the wheel, professors, academia sitting there, we invented a wheel. and we called it a wheel. We want to have these two wheels and to call it the bicycle. Now it was invented. There are line organizations, international associations, which have already presented the algorithms of action in case of this or that pathology. Let's reconcile it with the ministry. Let's have a good interpreter, a good translator. Let's translate those appropriately. Let's introduce changes, use Ukrainian eyes letters, yes, and they will be appropriate, useful. And if we cannot comply with some local protocol, for example, Da Vinci system must be used for eradication of some tumor. We don't have Da Vinci system. And in those foreign clinics where I saw Da Vinci, believe me, 10, 15 surgeries a year, not more. Why? I will explain. Because this is appropriate brand for the clinics. For example, a question to clinics: have you got Da Vinci? Yes, we have, but we are going to use laparoscopic, for example, surgery. And in Germany, just maybe 2 people per city or region know how to use this equipment.
So then I have a question. What about local protocols? Are we going to develop them, to invent them, or are we going just to take the ones that already exist, little bit adopt them to our realities and to our finance, and then implement them into work? Because the previous speakers were right. During 20 years, in fact, we are conducting reforms. None of the ministers said that he never conducted any reforms. All of them were conducting reforms. And reforms bring to the fact that, if you remember, we had 52 million population. Now we have 42. And there was no... our mortality, 125,000 of Ukrainians are dying because of the stroke, heart, cardiovascular diseases, 125,000. What I like, Anton, the way you ask your questions and then you answer your own questions. That's the way I work. But my question is pending. I can tell you only one thing. In the ministry, I work for 2 months. It's quite a long time already. And I plan to work 10 more. It's too little. And afterwards, I don't plan to work anymore in the government. I think I won't be able to do that. It's very, very hard. I am not a person who plans some large career of the public servant. And what I want to do is to do some changes without any returning back to the old style. I encounter one thing. There are many nice things in Ukraine, nice people in Ukraine. They're very nice, very kind. And anyways, when you try to declare any kind of initiative, you spend hours and hours to find problems or to find faults in this initiative and to say why the government is bad, it is not capable of doing anything, and will find some bypasses and everything is wrong. And so this gene, maybe, or the part of the brain that is looking for betrayal, is very well developed with Ukrainians. And the need for the private sector is to take this public sector the way it is, to take us the way we are. I don't want to import anything for you from any other country. And just think what can be done. You just take it and do it. And next year we'll start the changes at the primary level. And I invite private sector to come to the primary sector, the primary level of medicine. You will be able to get money at that level. Let us please come in and do something. And we'll try next year to do electronic register, the unique one for the country, unified register. And if you can help us, you can prompt us. If you know some way that you've already passed, let's do that together. If you know what to do with the protocols, okay, we'll listen to you. And if it will be a good idea, we'll do that. But I would like us to move ahead and to discuss some subject matter possibilities for the next year, and they will be there. They will not be numerous, but they will be there. About your question about protocols, yes, on the 1st of January 2017, I need to have great medical protocols to start primary level medicine and to start paying using the insurance medicine. Will I have time to do that? If you know, maybe you can prompt. It's very hard. We've been thinking about different variants. We thought to adopt British one to improve ours, to work with ours, but then to adopt British ones, but etc., etc. We are now in this stage of discussion. I don't know how to resolve this issue, and that's why we'll be happy to listen to your ideas. Okay, colleagues, we have time for questions from the audience, exactly 10 minutes for that. So please, Mikhailo Rudnitsky. Yes, this is the freedom of word. So how can you adopt any protocols at all if audit has not been conducted? About what are we having? Because Anton started to say that we cannot introduce any protocols because we don't know what we have. Today we approve the protocol that you have to do some surgery on the according to Da Vinci methodology, because you have that in the British protocol. But maybe you have to conduct the audit first. Maybe you should not be in a hurry to implement it from the 1st of January, but from the 1st of July. First you see what we have, and then you implement. And then another question, you say that from the 1st of January we pass to the insurance medicine. We are very happy that you invite the private sector to go there, but I have something to tell you. For the private sector to go there, they have to understand how they are going to return the investments. And today the parliament and the cabinet of ministers were not capable of giving explanation of what we mean by the medical service. How are you going to pay me as the private company if there is no notion of the medical service? You cannot assess it, you cannot pay for it. These are my two questions, and what is the way out of it? Thank you, Mikhailo Borisovich. Question number one about protocols. I'm not an expert in protocol. I'm not a doctor on my background. I'm very careful about subjects where I'm not expert. And the understanding of the medical protocol, this is kind of a sequence of actions proved by the science. And we have it in all the countries, but the way I understand this is the standard as well, that country can allow when they fulfill or implement their medical protocols. And that's what we need, where we need to have our audit. And we need the help from the local authorities, because they know their medical institutions much better than we know. And maybe we have to rush with the protocols first and with the standards later. Second question, how we did not invent this way. It exists all over Europe. At the primary medical level, we can pay using a very simple approach. At the primary level, we pay according to the principle of one person per year standard. So person isn't registered to get to the doctor. They sign agreement, and we pay according to the tariff for treatment of this very patient, for management of that patient. Secondary level, it will be more complicated, but I think that everyone knows why we should not pay at the primary level for every visit, for every procedure, because if it is if doctor wants to have as many procedures as possible, this will not be possible. Now private clinics are working. You can call family doctor, therapist, but he works as the secondary level doctor. He charges for every visit the way you come to the expert in the specific branch of medicine. But primary level works in a different way. Go to the doctor, state pays, and here we can start from 2017. And that's why we've chosen this gradual way, primary, specialized, and highly specialized. What will be the sum per patient? Is it already calculated? There will be in several weeks, maybe in fortnight. We've been counting today. There will be some coefficient applied because children or elderly people, rural areas, there will be coefficients. And we calculate that and soon we'll have the figure. Another question, please. Good afternoon. I have a question to Mr. Kovtanyuk. I've heard that you are not an expert in the medical sphere, but I have such a question to you about primary level and practical question. In what way a family doctor or general practitioner has to sign 2,000 contracts with every person and to serve them afterwards? So the ones that will not sign the contract with will not be served, you mean? And no money will be allocated for them. So tell me then, in what way the general practitioner in some small city has to sign the 2,000 contracts? If every contract will be 3 pages long, and if this category of people is from 65 to 80 years of age. The same way as up to 65 years of age. The same way, person comes, you ask him, do you want to be treated by me in this small city? In 90% of cases, they will tell you yes, because they don't have large choice. And it would be much easier there than in Kyiv, because here people choose between different doctors, and there is real competition. There is one rayon center in Poltava region, Chuguy city, and they are going ahead before all the country in this reform. They work very seriously with their doctors, and they conducted the survey, and they asked people, interviewed people, how many people would like to change their family doctors. 39% said they want to change one. I think it's really a lot, and I think maybe in real life it will be about 20% that will change the doctor. And in Europe it's about 10% percentage that change doctors. So if patients will leave and doctors will stay, I don't see that possibility. It can be hard, but me being the taxpayer, I don't want to pay to the doctors who nobody visits. And I think this is absolutely right and just. Maybe I formulated my question in the wrong way and you misunderstood me. From the 1st of January, you say the general practitioners are receiving now patients according to the contract. In what way the general practitioner in the specific hospital has to work to sign all that contracts, because he's receiving patients. He has to know how to do that. Do you have any instruction or something for the doctor to read it? And then in 2 weeks he'll be capable of signing contracts with all his patients. Gather all the documents and then apply this data to the unified database. There will be an instruction. It will be not a fortnight, it will be much longer. When I say the 1st of January, it's not going to be a date when we're going to make some surprise to the doctors. Don't be afraid. We just want to start counting from that point of time, that we are starting to implement the new system. It will be not an unexpected thing. There will not be great surprise. And another small question, just very small one, please. Use the microphone. 2 more questions, because we have to finish. Family medicine is the basis of medical services, so I have a proposal. We have individual code according to which we pay our taxes. So we have this number, taxation number, that we started to form 5 years ago, the patients with their taxation number, and we make the list of patients. Then let's look at the problem of reforms. If you don't know where the problem is always in money. What is your question? Ask your question, please. That's my question. The ministry does not pass money to the places, and they start to do their management from the top. telling us what we have to do in the places. So how the ministry has to pass money to the places, to the primary level of medicine. First question about individual taxation number. Children don't have that. It does not suit us fine. Doctors maybe have to think how to do it. On your second question, I disagree with you completely, because the ministry from the top will distribute money. We are developing the system where the money will be distributed by the people. When the person goes to some doctor, then the money goes automatically where the patient goes. So the patient are distributing money. So we are stepping away from that distribution notion. We stop distributing to the regions stop distributing to the hospitals. Patient goes to the doctor, and the national insurer has to pay that money to the doctor according to the tariff. This is the automatic system. Another last question. Sineva company. We are typical representatives of the foreign investors. I have a short question because everyone is hungry. There was a conference about outsourcing just recently. There were interesting presentations. The head of the laboratory of one large state laboratory was making a speech. She was promoting them very actively, the market of outsourcing. She was saying that their prices are much lower than the commercial laboratories. She was proud that they have more than 10 private clinics addressing them to get tests, insurance companies. But me, being the investor, I have a question. We pay to our staff salaries ourselves. We cover all our property costs. Yes, the price is high, but in spite of that, we even get small profits, and we pay taxes on that profits. Then that profits go to the state. The state covers their salary funds and their property costs, reagents and automobiles, and they can damping the market using our money. The short practical question: what public authority Sineva has to go to get compensation from the state, from the salary fund, about 30 millions? I would even agree for 1/2 of that compensation. I thought you would ask about something else. We've been saying that I completely support you. I am at your side, that private and state business today, if you let them go into the market of the medical services, they will not be in the equal conditions, because really the state has to pay for infrastructure, and correspondingly they can allow themselves lower prices. I agree with you completely. Moreover, I can tell you that we have many state institutions addressing to us and shaking us like apple trees, asking for the calculation of the medical service price. But we are asking, why do you need it so much? But finally they want to do what this lab is doing. They want to sell the services, not investing anything into the production cost. And the list of the paid services that was determined by the resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers. My principal position for that, I will not give them methodology. I will give methodology of calculation of costs according for something different, because soon it will be adopted and it will be used in order to prepare the institutions of the secondary level to join them to the insurance system in 2018, 2019, when they will get money for the services but cover all the costs independently, because until that time they have to be reorganized into the state or communal enterprises and carry all the costs themselves. And then competition will be just. And I think that the benefit still will stay with the public institutions. This is the volume. Maybe in the case of Sineva it is different, but in other institutions it's right. But private clinics will also have their benefits, and that would be honest competition. Let us thank all participants of our discussion for such deep insight into our subject. At 2:30 we meet again to discuss the development of pharmaceutical industry in Ukraine. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Shkiryak. Now we have the break for lunch. We come back at 2:30. Про lunch break, про 2:30. 36.
Також нагадую, що у фоє знаходиться стенд від стоматологічного центру клініки Спіженко, де ви можете поспілкуватися з фахівцями клініки та пройти процедуру дерматоскопії. Дуже цікаво. Будь ласка, підходьте.
Какая процедура? Я хочу
Спеціалісти.
процедуру пройти. Пройти процедуру я хочу. I invite everybody to the...
Dear ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the podium in row to start our third panel discussion.
Лесенька, вы только не там
The third
Виталику
panel
никому ничего не
discussion
говорите, да,
will
кстати.
start
Да, просто чтобы вот за детей заговорили. И я, знаете, ну, может быть, знаете, на моих ошибках. Moderator is Vladimir Monastyrsky, Denton's legal firm partner. Please, Vladimir, start moderation. Thank you for presenting me. I would like now to present the participants of our panel. First of all, I am pleased to present Maxim Proskurov, who is the representative of the American Chamber of Commerce in Ukraine, dealing with the issues of healthcare and developments in this area. You know, American Chamber is one of the most active and most influential NGOs in Ukraine that unites about 600 enterprises, foreign enterprises that work in Ukraine. Organization is the voice of the investors in Ukraine and attracts other investments to Ukraine. And the goal of American Chamber of Commerce is to work and to carry business sticking to Ukrainian legislation on the basis of the business principles of the Western countries. I am also pleased to present Lyudmila Ivana Kovtun, who is the Deputy Director on Clinical Issues of the State Expert Center of the Ministry of Health. All of us know that State Expert Center is the specialized expert institution in the sphere of preclinical studies and trials and state registration of drugs and medication drugs. And they are also dealing with pharma supervision and pharmaceutical services. I would also like to present Pavlo Bespalov, is the representative of Association of the Indian producers of pharmaceuticals. In the world, they unite about 3,500 producers, and in Ukraine they present the main enterprises of Indian pharmaceutical industry. For the recent years, the part of the Indian companies of Ukraine in Ukraine is about 10%. I would also like to present Konstantina Magletskova. He is the partner of Horizon Capital and the member of Supervision Council of Biopharma. Horizon Capital is the managing company dealing with investments for the companies with the average level of capitalization, but with a high potential growth and profitability, both in Ukraine as well as in the region. And one of investments of Horizon Capital is Biopharma. Maybe all of you know that this is the leading contemporary Ukrainian pharmaceutical enterprise with the production of drugs at the basis of donor blood, human blood, and recombinant drugs, and at the basis of the spore formation bacteria. I would also like to present Alexander Chumak, who is the director of InterHim. This is the leading developer and producer and supplier of drugs in Ukraine. Looking at the volumes of their sales, they are in the first 10 of producers of the ready-made pharmaceuticals, and they are also in the top 10 of producers, the products of whom are presented here in Ukraine. I would also like to present Mr. Bagri. He is the president of the Association of Producers of Drugs in Ukraine. This association was created in December 2010 by 3 Ukrainian producers of pharmaceuticals. Today they unite 6 Ukrainian pharmaceutical enterprises, and the main goal of association is the development of pharmaceutical sector in Ukraine to satisfy the needs of Ukrainians in the safe and high-quality, efficient medical drugs, and they also put efforts into the growth of potential of Ukrainian producers of medical drugs. As we all know, in our country we face certain problems of different kind, but without looking at the complicated economic situation and constant aggression from the side of Russia, in 2 years after Maidan, we start to see some revival of the market. Maybe this is adaptation of the participants of the market to the new realities. New investments are starting to come. You know that Swiss company and Sinabot Pharmastart, Darnica bought 30% of the shares of Pashivsky chemical plant. But in our panel, we have representatives of 2 investors that are really investing into the development of pharmaceutical sector of Ukraine. This is Horizon Capital, because they constructed from scratch the plant in Bila Cerkva, and they started commissioned the first phase. Now they are going to commission the second phase, and InterHim that in 2016 finished construction of the third production line. That's why I would start our panel discussion from the question to Horizon Capital and then to InterHim. Do we have in Ukraine investment opportunities into pharmaceutical industry, and if they exist, what are they about? Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to talk before you. There is no doubt that we believe that Ukrainian pharmaceutical industry has very big potential, and we confirm that not by words but by actions. And it's not only our investments into biopharma that constructed enterprises that were commissioned last year. That was the first project in Ukraine when you start in the greenfield the pharmaceutical plant from scratch. And now biopharma, after commissioning last year and replacement of production of non-plasma preparations, we started the construction that is developing successfully, that would be unique for the whole Eastern Europe on production of blood preparations on the joint platform. It means that us and our partners, local partners on biopharma, believe into the potential of Ukrainian pharmaceutical market. And from our standpoint, the biggest potential producers have. They have the biggest value added. They have opportunities to use comparatively not too expensive resources. And when it goes about high level experts that we still hear in spite of the discussions that you had before our panel, maybe unfortunately we have the lowest salaries in Europe now and in the region as well. Not only in the region, unfortunately, but potential is still very big for production and for the enterprises that are targeted for the domestic market as well as for others. Because when we invested into biopharma, some 25% was the share of the market. Now it is already 35% of investment, and we are approaching 40%. But still, the biggest part is still for import. And if you look at what is going on with grivnas for several years, we think that $1 billion would be left in Ukraine for the development of the country. That would be the huge plus, not only for the industry, but also for the country in general. And of course, we have large export potential that we are implementing. The example of biopharma, last contracts that have been signed with Yemen, with India, with Vietnam. These are faraway markets, and we talk about the markets that are a little bit easier to enter because of regulation. But we hope that more developed markets will join with a longer horizon in order to enter them, because they put the limitations for the foreign producers. If you talk about the segments of distribution and retail, I think that distribution now is the less attractive segment of the market from the standpoint of investors, because there are two strong leaders that everyone knows about, Bada and Optima. Others are lagging behind, and margins are going to go down. I mean, the profitability of that players and the competition will grow. And there is no secret that large players are retrieving them. And according to different assessments, we have about 30% of them. And this is the network that is at approximate time, and because the profitability for the larger retail players is much higher than for distribution, of course there is no doubt it will be hard to compete, and the segment from our standpoint will move to the market of transform into the market from distributors to the logistic operators. It has been mentioned several years ago. It did not happen, but now this discussion starts again, and this time the changes will be much bigger. It's hard to forecast, but globally everyone understands that there is a trend for e-commerce, for internet trade in one or another way, and Ukraine is present in this segment already, and it is clear that certain regulation or deregulation will happen of that sector, and the share of online will grow, and how leading distributors will feel under this context is a big question mark, and how the leading networks will feel also a big question mark, maybe the largest networks, because in their main segment in offline they develop as active as in the online segment.
At least one of the most active. That is why the distribution is under question so far. If not to take into account two major players who will feel themselves in the nearest future quite appropriately. But we shall not expect that these major companies will be bought on the side of investor, moreover. And appropriately, if we speak about retail, then again, the bigger the network is, and the bigger or the more money will be paid to these networks by the producers. That is why the big networks receive more, and it is getting more and more difficult for the small networks to compete. That is why within this context, the small networks will be leaving the market or will be consolidating until they are as powerful as to receive at least some money. So again, this is a question, and these are appropriate IT solutions. One has to know how to survive. Thank you so much. We've got a small video on opening of the biofarm factory in Bila Tserkva, and it would be interesting to have a look how the modern pharmaceutical enterprise looks like. And I believe that InterKim looks quite good as well. Yes, am I right? Please, the video.
Дякую.
Thank you so much, and I wish we had more enterprises like this. Mr. Alexander, please tell us, how do you see the investment attractiveness of Ukraine? I believe wrapping up with the building of the third phase, I don't see this as an end. I believe there will be the third, the fourth. Thank you for your question. I would like to greet the colleagues of mine who are here in the hall, and I would like to express my gratitude for arranging this panel discussion. And now I would like to start having a talk not about the attractiveness of investments in Ukraine, but about making investments irrespective of what takes place in Ukraine for so many years. Everyone is saying what is needed, that it is necessary to invest, to build, to do something, to saturate the market with a high-quality medicinal product. But in reality, as of today, we see the controversial situation. I will not tell you what it was worth to build the enterprise, and I will not tell you about the level of this construction. The experts who are here clearly understand the level of Ukrainian pharmaceutical market and our enterprise. We are responsible for the quality, for the prices, not just before the European citizens, but before the world community, European community. What happens as of today? All of you know that several months ago, the populist initiatives were passed, which mentioned about simplification of access to Ukrainian market of the medicinal products from the whole world. And there were a lot of talks about reducing prices, about open competition, about better availability and affordability for our clients, for us. I mean, medicinal products from the whole world. And what did we receive in reality? We received and saw the first steps to destroy the system which was controlling the market exit and the life cycle of the medicinal product in the country. We achieved the situation where not just Ukrainian but also European manufacturers are now facing unequal conditions of access to the market. And as of today, I would like to exemplify one very simple example. If during 7 days medicinal products from Australia and Japan come to Ukraine, and everyone or every doctor here understands that there the level of consumption of the active substance is several times lower than in Europe and United States, we receive in several years here multi-resistant tuberculosis or any other anti-TB medicinal products. Well, you know, this is something like genocide, and this is not revealed. So the people from the African countries are laughing at us, and they are not, they do not have such a system which we have. And we are grateful to the heads and the MPs. What do we want as domestic manufacturers? We are ready to implement the current legislation, and we are ready to harmonize this legislation with the European one. We demand it. We create millions of working groups which create documents for the National Expert Center, and we cooperate with the National Drug Control Agency in order to implement here in Ukraine the European conditions of medicinal products, turnover, circulation. But what do we have in reality? Well, we had this exhibition at Barcelona, and they mentioned, what Europe are you aiming at? Show me this Europe on a map. There is nothing like this in Europe. Turn there where the whole world is going. And do you understand me? And I raise this issue not just here in this audience, we are telling it to everyone. Please, let's create this system here. We have to live here. Our children live here, and we may get sick any time, any day soon. But the money is answer to everything, big money. And it's understandable that they will be telling us any fairy tales and we will be believing those. Sorry for starting with these negative things, but these are facts and I just wanted to highlight it. What is happening as of today with the medicinal products market? That's not a secret that as of today, 4 out of 5 consumed pills in this country are produced here. And this is the achievement of our country. I believe there are not many countries of the world, apart from Iran, which had been closed for a long time, can boast of such result. Please believe me, the level of production which is achieved as of today and those innovations which are made in the country, and that level of production and control of quality as of today, which exists in the majority of the Ukrainian pharmaceutical companies which have GMP certificates, well, this level is not lower than that in Europe. And we need complete implementation of the European legislation into Ukrainian legislation. And there is great resistance. What have we got as of today, apart from the populism? We have colossal, great counterfeit within the market. The state drug service was destroyed, and the state expert center is just beginning its work. And right now we came back from the EBRD meeting, and the topic was simplified procedures. Experts are really shocked. They are asking, what are you doing? And I would like all of us to understand that we need the quality control system. I'm not telling you that we are creating jobs here, and as of today we have actually the highest white salaries in the country. We all together pay 3.5 billion taxes within every level into one basket, and money from this basket are wasted. They are used for I don't know what, and the distribution is not transparent, no doubt. We saw how it happened with the procurement, which were passed in the hands of international organizations. Well, I believe some rational approach was used there, but if in the country we have Prozoro and the most recent tender which took place in the regions with the use of this system, they proved that everything works perfectly here. We are as all the rest of the countries. Let's not make fools out of us. I shall not tell you that I am completely pessimistic. No doubt we will provide this information to every level. There is no other way out, and I urge everyone present here just to believe that we are a country and we are capable of creating normal conditions, not just for production but for life. Thank you so much. If I may, as a representative of the manufacturing side, I would like to add, recently I visited Georgia, and I really like a lot of things they did there, reforms and other things. Currently, they receive as many investments as Ukraine, but we understand that the number of population differs, maybe even 10 times, so that is striking. And some things which were taken from Georgia, for example, the example of police, it was great, and great success was achieved during the short period of time. But copycatting is not the appropriate way to move forward for example, in the country, they may not have the pharmaceutical manufacturing. That is why they may have this deregulation there. But to do the same, to copycat, to copy-paste it in Ukraine, well, this will not stimulate the creation of jobs and innovations, by the way, what is very important. And there are a lot of things and a lot of talks, by the way, as regards of increase in number of counterfeits within the market, and we must pay more attention to this. Also, within one of the pharmaceutical forum, one of the Ukrainian manufacturers, though he stems from India, he built 2 companies in Ukraine, well, one in Ukraine in Sumy and the other one in India. So in Ukraine, he built this factory and it took him, I don't know, twice more time, and it was 3 times more expensive to do it in Ukraine. But again, it is possible. That was a good example. And one more comment from me. I completely agree with Mr. Alexander as regards of using Prozoro system. This is not really clear to me why figuring out some specific tools for the business industry, for manufacturing. Well, everyone is satisfied with Prozoro system, and the tendering mechanism, the tendering modality, well, is not really as transparent as could be with Prozoro. Thank you so much. Now I've got a question to Mr. Petro. Maybe he, as representative of the association and on behalf of members of association, will be more optimistic if to compare to Mr. Alexander speaking about opportunities of Ukraine in the pharmaceutical sector. Maybe there is some generalized view of the members of association on this issue. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the question. I will not tell you that members of association are more optimistic, as it was voiced out by Alexander. Unfortunately, all the successes of Ukrainian pharmaceutical industry, which currently exists in Ukraine, and that is the success of the pharma, of those people who work within this system, irrespective of the fact that on the side of the state we constantly have some hardships, difficulties. I'm going to tell you one story. When we were adopting the licensing conditions, it was in 2010, I believe, and the European GMP was implemented into the licensing conditions. And back then, the domestic pharmaceutical manufacturers, Ms. Kuzhel, by the way, was heading the committee on deregulation, and we protected implementation of GMP. She stood up and told me, I don't understand what is happening in this hall. The only sector which requires strengthening of requirements, making the rules of the game more harsh, would be the pharmaceutical sector. So yes, pharmaceutical sector lobbied European legislation here in our country. Though they are called farm mafia, that we produce bad, low-quality products, that we sell, counterfeit products. But again, right now we are actively moving into the European Union, and 62 Ukrainian companies sell their medicines into 54 European countries, including the countries of European Union. For example, Pharmag is selling the contrast media to Germany, and it was extremely pleasant for me when the engineers of Siemens company at one of our elite Yeah, in one of our elite clinics for Fania, when the chief physician mentioned we are using the contrast media of sharing company, and we mentioned, why do you do it? You have Pharmac. Pharmac is several times cheaper, but it's not worse. So we are entering these markets, and we are grateful to our European colleagues who are mentioning that the domestically manufactured medicinal products are really of high quality. They do not have claims, and we speak the same language, thanks God. And in order to prove that we are not worse than Europeans, I can do it as a head of association, other colleagues of mine, and we have to implement the European legislation in Ukraine as soon as possible. We need changes to the legislation on drugs and medicinal products, but not just slight amendments. No, we need changing everything up to the smallest document. We in the association have a working group. We do everything possible. We understand that no one will do this instead of us. Then, pertaining to investments, I wanted to mention that I'm really grateful to our colleagues, the multinational companies, the European companies, which also understand. They work, first of all, well, the heads of these companies, of these representation offices, they position themselves as Ukrainians. They understand they live in this country, so they are really eager to build the roads, to repair the infrastructure, and to create their own country. So they are supporting us in developing and approving the concept. It is called, not as previously, now it is called involvement of direct foreign investments into the pharmaceutical sector of Ukraine. Everyone will be winning from this situation. That's a win-win situation. So people will be calmly and comfortably working in this country, and they will be protected from the currency fluctuations which is witnessed within the Ukrainian market. And the patients will win because they will obtain access to up-to-date modern medical technologies thanks to the projects which are now implemented in the country. And our doctors will receive access to modern medicinal products which were produced in Ukraine, but at the very same time together with our foreign partners. We have to introduce preferences in order to stimulate these investments, and they're coming to Ukraine. And, well, you know, that's quite easy. Have a look at the example of the whole world. No discriminatory conditions here. No. There are appropriate procedures of the World Bank when there is one requirement, but that is support of the local manufacturing. But we may have some wise, good preferences. We have to take care of our country, and the taxes must stay in the country. They must be used in order to develop the country. Otherwise, if this money will not be here, so I beg your pardon, then we will have no means to buy drugs, to buy medicinal products, to build factories and create jobs. And the economy of the state is strong. Well, the country is strong when it has its own economy. So these are just talks. Let's move towards Europe. Let's create jobs. We are investing into the sector, but this work could be much more powerful and much more efficient if it were supported by the leaders of the state, by the government, and if appropriate steps were made on their side in order to really make Ukrainian pharmaceutical sector a diamond in the crown of our state. Thank you. Thank you for this generalized opinion of the Ukrainian pharmaceutical manufacturers when I speak about financial opportunities. And for the parity of opinions, I would like to give the floor to the representative of the American Chamber of Commerce to express his opinion, meaning what do the foreign investors think about the climate here in Ukraine? First of all, hello, colleagues. Well, frankly speaking, I will not add a lot more. The international companies, yes, they clearly understand that the Ukrainian pharmaceutical market is a great market, and the heritage which was obtained by Ukraine from the Soviet Union is really something unique. Ukraine is capable of producing the innovative products. The only thing which stops the pharmaceutical companies, well, you know, the pharmaceutical companies have to work irrespective of everything rather than obtaining some preferences and other support. The main problem is that international investors, they have looked not just at the country in general, no, they are speaking the language of figures, digits, and the American Chamber of Commerce is ready to involved really huge finances, but they are stopped by one thing. Companies do not understand where the country is moving. So on one side, we have declared the European movement. We are heading to the European Union. We all agree to that. But there is no systemic nature in the reforms, because the main things, such as granting the patent rights, intellectual property rights, and protection of the intellectual rights, show us very controversial picture. We urge Ukraine right now to understand whether we are really going to the European Union. If we do, then let's harmonize our legislation with the European directives and European modalities of doing business. And in practice, we see the inconsistencies. For example, I do not want to call names, but there are companies which bring their medicinal products here in order to help the country, but they are not welcomed and they are deprived of any opportunities to work here. Namely, that is why we urge you, if we are moving towards the European Union, let's not create some mix between Ukrainian peculiarities and European direction, European aspiration. If we are moving towards Europe, let's do so. Thank you so much. So, in other words, without reforms, there will be no investments, no reforms. Yes, so we can understand it like this. If there will be no reforms, there will be no investments. But we implement a lot of reforms in plenty of sectors, including pharmaceutical sectors. Some of those are successful, some are not, but in any case, no reform is possible without the public authority. That is why I would like to ask Ms. Lyudmila, tell us a few words about the role of State Expert Center in the state regulation of medicinal products circulation. Any reform in the pharmaceutical sector ends up within your center. Thank you for this opportunity to have a speech in front of such honored audience, and I would like to mention at least few words as regards of. First of all, where are we going? What way have we chosen in order to be developing as the country, as a decent country, and in order to ensure our people, our patients, with efficient, high quality and accessible medicinal products? That's the main task of ours, of the pharmaceutical sector. For the pharmaceutical sector to satisfy the needs of our patients, for us all to feel ourselves protected in our country. I would like to tell you, first of all, regarding those directions of our legislative base, legislative framework. No doubt, the law on medicinal products, which was passed back in 1996, even with the amendments which were introduced during the recent years, they do not cover and they do not enable comprehensively transfer the European legislation into the Ukrainian one. But at the very same time, I would like to highlight that in 2015, a year ago, there was Order 460 on repeated registration of medicinal products, and that is the procedure which clearly determines the direction of our activities, directions or activities of the MOH, of the expert center as the main authorities responsible for registration, the state expert center as the main organization which carries out expertise of the materials during registration and re-registration. And I would like to emphasize that the amendments introduced into this order, they completely comply with the European norms. When the drug is registered for 5 years and maybe re-registered, we have this re-registration without any term. Is it not the European norm? So the WHO directives and the European directives, they claim that there must be pharmacovigilance. That is introduced as well by Order 460, and it says that the pharmacovigilance must comply with the pharmacovigilance in Europe and the whole world. This is the main task of ours as well, where we are moving and what we try to achieve while moving the way of the European integration. Secondly, what I would like to draw your attention to, we are telling to everyone, medicinal product must be efficient, quality, of high quality and safe. When can we prove it? We may prove it within the stage of preclinical and clinical trials. Please think, manufacturers, do you do everything to prove that our medicinal product is efficient and safe within the pre-clinical stage? If you do it, you will be proud of your medicinal product. Just prove that it is safe and efficient. Do you believe that our system of expertise of the materials, of registration, re-registration, does not comply with the European? It complies, and we are using all the requirements, all the principles and approaches, those which are used not just in Europe, but in the whole world. Let's proceed. The use of medicinal product, then accessibility and affordability. As far as you know, we are developing and renewing the national policy as regards of the use of medicinal product, and these are the main principles and the main steps which will be used for our people to be insured with safe, high quality and accessible medicinal products. Well, affordability as well is one of the main things for people to be able to buy the medicinal products in order to ensure treatment of chronic diseases. And as of today, we know that majority of people buy not the medicinal products from the essential medicines list. And that is also an important thing to consider, and an important reason why we have to do everything possible to ensure people with efficient, high-quality medicinal products. Apart from this, as of today, in order to implement the main provisions of the state policy, we have to do several things. First of all, that is to create the national list of the medicinal product, and a lot was done in this regard. We have developed the procedure of creating this national list of medicinal product. We have a committee responsible for this. Also, there are regulations, provisions on the work of this committee of the essential medicines list. And again, this is something vital for implementation of the national policy. And the main thing, the main clauses would be reimbursement and introduction of the insurance medicines. Are these not the main steps which must be taken? No doubt.
And if we do all that jointly, if we take that steps jointly for the middle term, for the long term, I believe that our population then will have high quality, efficient and accessible medical preparations. Thank you for expressing your standpoint of the state regulator about your attitudes to reforms. Reforms always are hard to go through. There are reforms that are not successful, and if you don't do anything, you are criticized for doing nothing. If you do something, you start being criticized for doing something wrong. This is why during reforms implementation there will be different standpoints. Our sector will have one standpoint in view, national producers will have another one, importers will have opposite viewpoint. So now I would like to pass the floor to the representative of American Chamber of Commerce. What is your impression on reforms that are implemented in Ukraine? Are we going the right direction, or maybe we don't know where we go? Like in that fairy tale when Alice in the Wonder World was asking the hare or rabbit, where should I go? And he says, but where do you want to get? And she says, I don't know where I want to get. Then it doesn't matter where you go. Go, and that's it. Of course, we should underline certain achievements of the state. We cannot say that the state takes no steps whatsoever. This is not true. But concerning the replica of different standpoints, of visions from the side of national pharma, international pharma, and they can deviate in the format of reforms, we have really many things in common. Some reforms are implemented, but we don't see a systematic approach in the reforms. From our standpoint, the formula of success of any reform is its systemic approach and deepness and specificity of approaches. We see from the very morning, we see the representatives of the Ministry of Health. They presented one system of reforming, of financing. There are laws that simplify registration. But how does it happen? It happens chaotically. There is no system. And this is proportional to the attractiveness of investments, because we don't know what working group are we going to have tomorrow. We don't know exactly what changes at the specific point of time, license conditions, what was discussed in the Ministry of Health. They have many projects working, international projects, very respected international organizations having projects. But the issue is in the national drug policy and how it is going to be developed, where it will go, what kind of implementation will take place. There is no roadmap that would clearly regulate, according to specific dates, how long will it take us to do. Also, international procurements of drugs. This is the specific demonstration that everything is going on in the strange and slow manner. Because today we have to talk about procurements of drugs for 2019-2020. But even this year, for this year, we haven't yet started anything. 2015 is not yet over for us. So reforms are necessary, they are implemented, but we want to see systemic approach in the reforms. This is very important. I think this is a global, serious question. And we come to the conclusion that here it's not only the incapability of Ministry of Health to cope with that, but we support the team of Ministry of Health because they don't invent bicycle number 6. They start working with what already exists. And this is the sign that we won't spend time for something unclear. But the system of health is not priority for the state in general. And here I would like to underline that the system of healthcare should become the priority, together with what was declared by the Cabinet of Ministers. Only in that case we will have some specific program, some direction, and it will reflect serious intentions and priority in the budget. Unfortunately, today we don't see that. Thank you. I would like to ask Mr. Bispalov, as the representative of the Indian pharma producers, do you see any reforms? If you see them, where do they go? Into the correct direction, into the right direction, or into the wrong direction? Thank you for your question. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you for inviting Indian pharma producers to participate in the given panel. I also would like to show the slides, just to say some words about Indian investor, because in difference from what Ukrainian pharmaceutical industry we know about it, and not too much is known about Indian pharmaceutical industry. Short slide in English. Here we show that in 2015-16, compared to the previous financial year, the growth for export of Indian pharma is 16% and 89%. This is showing that export with every passing year is growing, and the difference with the previous year growth is 9.5%. So the growth really is essentially growing, is going up. 50% of export goes to highly regulated jurisdictions like US, Europe, and others. Here we show on this chart that 34% goes to the Northern America, 15% to European Union. And from generics, when we speak about the accessible and high-quality drugs for the patients, we speak about generics. 6 Indian top generic companies are in the 20 of the world generic companies. And the last slide, for you to have an impression about United States and Europe, the number of companies in the United States, 430 that applied for master file dossier with US FDA, and the number of drugs and approvals that passed 3,455. And the Ministry of Healthcare, you can also see the number of locations and the number of companies and the number of drugs, 220 companies, 1,540 preparations. Why do I speak about Indian investors? Because from the standpoint of pharmaceuticals, India grows, and we look at other jurisdictions where to invest. For example, in Ukraine, Association of Indian Pharmaceutical Companies is represented by the range of companies that in Ukraine create about 2,000 jobs. Several words about reform. Maybe for parity, I should express the position of ours about protectionism that local producers are talking about. Me being the citizen of Ukraine, this is not, of course, the position of our association, but my position. I support development of business in Ukraine, especially pharmaceutical, especially innovative. But let us think from the standpoint of protectionism. There is a good example applying to automobiles. Here you have to take into account the interests of every citizen. You can build a system when Chevrolet Lachetti or the Olanos will cost for the consumer too expensive because there will be very high import duty. Then citizens of Ukraine will drive the Olanoses and Mercedeses that cost in Germany they do not have that are produced in Germany. They do not have any competition, and buyer buys the price, buys this Lanos for the price that cannot be competitive with other producers. But so when we talk about competition, I have a fast question. Why do you talk about automobiles? Look at the Indian pharma industry. What was the role of the Indian government in the process? Let me please finish my thought, and then I will start discussion. I'll participate in it for sure. So from the standpoint of reforms, several short comments. First point, reform requires the skills of project management. This is my position. All stakeholders should be engaged, and you have to work with them. Who are the stakeholders? Population of Ukraine and the patients of Ukraine. Let us not mix that. And also producers. But again, local producers, international producers, regulators, different regulators. There are other stakeholders, so it is very important to start the joint dialogue in order to find compromise. And the focus should be on the patient, because in the final result, the patient. You've been talking about mortality during the first panel of Ukrainians. This is what really makes you worried in the system of healthcare, and all the efforts of all the stakeholders are targeted to decrease it. And so this is the platform for all stakeholders to we should look for the compromises for the interest of the patients. And there are two basic principles. Number one is competition, as I understand it. Fortunately, the state proves very low efficiency in many spheres. For example, judiciary system. There are arbitration courts. System of executive service. There are private executive services. There are many examples like that, and Indian Association would greet free competition at the territory of Ukraine of medical drugs. And if we have free competition and relatively cheap labor force, if the drugs are high quality, you should give the choice for everyone. If the drugs will come from other regulated jurisdictions, they will not be competitive if their price will be higher. But talking about competition, the better quality will be achieved for the patients. In other words, you've been talking about competition during the first panel, when the price of the service follows the doctor. When doctors in the healthy competition show the quality of their services and they charge more, they are more effective, they give higher quality. And why do I say that the state was not efficient? Like the healthcare system state to be a public system, but in the countries where it was in the private hands, it showed better results. Again, and this is the principle that I stick to, and on behalf of Indian Association, I agree to your reforms. And out of 6 most developed jurisdictions, for example, when MDA or Great Britain, Japan, Switzerland, European Union, Canada, the drugs that are registered there already, they passed that complicated procedure of registration. And I believe that this will be for the interests of the patients if they will start competing with the national and other jurisdictions. Why? Because it is interesting. Indian producers, they are oriented on strict regulatory jurisdictions like United States. These are their main markets. Ukraine is a market. Indian pharma producers look at Ukraine as the place where they can start their plants. There are many factors. Maybe we'll discuss them a bit later. But in the free competition, the best quality is born for the final consumer. This is what Anti-Monopoly Committee is saying. And another aspect is transparency and simplicity of reforms. It's Prozora, this is a good example. The plan of controls by state administrations, or planned controls within the same period of time. This is forecasted and simplified. If all the stakeholders will understand it's easy where we move, if we are going to show, to direct the expectations, high quality approach from the standpoint of manager will help to join all stakeholders together, get united, to ask them to talk between one another, find some joint common issues. I think we can always find consensus for the sake of the patients, and I don't want to talk about specific reforms in the past, but that was my comment about reforms, deregulation from the standpoint of transparency and simplification. Simplification of the list. There were two lists, national list of drugs and the list of drugs mandatory for the pharmacies. It was cancelled. It's hard. If we unify it into one list, it will be more simple, more understandable, transparent, etc. It's such an example. Thank you. There was a question. That was a very simple question. Maybe you should not compare automobiles with drugs, because the drugs of Ukrainian producers, I will explain why I say so. Because in reality, there is a popular opinion, because I studied in the United States in the business school of the world level in Chicago University. We've been studying how in India, and why Pavel is invited here as the representative, because there was a very strong support of the state to the local producers. And nobody is speaking about the level of limitations that India had to go through in order to protect, to defend their market. And this is why that national champions appeared. And shortly saying, we are now talking about Ukrainian producers in worse conditions than Indian producers are. And the slides you've been showing, that was Indian-Ukrainian producer, when the plant costs 2 times more expensive in Ukraine. And I don't talk about construction in India. You get lots of taxation benefits. But here you don't have any taxation benefits, but you know what to construct, what does it mean to construct in Ukraine, how many permits you need to get, and you cannot talk about any free competition in Ukraine, because conditions are completely different, without saying about the value of loans and financial resources. I have a comment. If we look at investments from the standpoint of the foreign investor, here's several options. For example, one option excludes another one, and he looks at Ukraine, and once upon the time we were compared to Russia, to Kazakhstan. Let's keep it as being compared to Russia. 43 million in Ukraine, 150 in Russia. Purchasing capacity are different, because in Russia it is 2 or 3 times higher. This is why foreign investor, knowing that cash flow and revenues in Russia would be higher, this is why he can stand the protection of the local producers of the state, because he will have higher revenues. But if he looks at Ukraine, cash flow is low, and he has many obstacles to overcome. Why should he go to Ukraine? That's why we don't have any global player who would buy or construct a plant here. There are financial investors like us, and the example that was given with the Pharma Start, that was also financial investors. But in Ukraine, in difference from Russia, we don't have any foreign producer of the global level, and they will never come in the nearest future. I believe that there are reasons that you mentioned, but in Russia they are there. And I was in Kaluga Industrial Park several years ago, and I saw the plant AstraZeneca, and this was not only one. And they built it in the industrial park, not in the green field where you have to bring all communications to it. So there they have lots of exclusive opportunities there. I would like to make additional comment and short question to our regulator who is present here. not to discuss, to argue, but just to ask. We are talking now not about the products, the medical preparations, but we talk about pharmaceutical sector. This is one of the most important component of the healthcare system. We are talking about medical drugs helping the system to resolve the question. The question is as follows. It was very successfully presented that preclinical studies and trials are conducted, clinical trials, toxicity, embryogenicity, hundreds of thousands of working hours. And every dossier for the medical drug is much bigger, many times bigger than the largest book of Lenin, just volumes of documents. I have a question to the representative of the State Expert Center. Are you capable today, in your expert center, to fulfill demands of the Article number 9 of the law on the medical drugs adopted by the draft law in 10 days time term to analyze the file, the dossier for the medical drug methodologies that were applied in the country, the life after registration, where you find side effects, or is there a system initiated and implemented and coordinated by European experts to give very clear answer that this medical drug can be applied in Ukraine? Just a simple question. Just in 10 days, is it possible to do this expertise? For your information, us being the local producers working like Interchem, it develops new molecules. We are innovative enterprise. For today, we have 5 molecules that were developed by our enterprise. From beginning till the end, the one that issued, the ones that were not, I'm not talking about, it takes from 9 to 12 years. Millions of pieces of paper, brain, money, and we know what is inside that file, that dossier. And today, according to the law, they bring you a piece of paper, and in 10 days you have to guarantee registration. Are you capable today, to me as a patient, to prove that this expertise makes these drugs safe to be used in Ukraine? Thank you. The question is very complicated for today. Yes or no? Very simple. Just one word. Just tell me one word. I understand you represent a state authority, and I know very well how much your experts work on implementation of legislation. We do it together with you for many years. But for today, your situation is as follows. You have a law, you have to fulfill it. Are you capable to fulfill the main function in front of citizens of Ukraine to guarantee the quality of the medical drugs that you register in 10 days period? I believe that this question has been discussed for many times. Of course, what medical drugs are you talking about? The ones that today the sewage pipes are open directly today. I mean, I have to explain, the ones that pass through the procedure of control and or procedure of registration. In Japan, United States, Australia, European Union, having very strict regulatory system, it was such a resolution adopted, number one. Secondly, the simplified procedure was developed. Today, it is at the stage of the public hearings, and you know that pretty well. If that drugs already passed registration in the countries with the strict regulatory system, of course, they have there are ways to resolve that issue about registration in our country as well. Sorry, I want to specify my question. I will reformulate it. Is there at least at one of the countries of the world, in one country of the world, like Europe, America, Nigeria, Africa, whatever, similar procedure, or this was invented purely like purely Ukrainian know-how? In India, for example, let us ask them, European one, any kind. I believe that the representatives of the State Expert Center should not be asked about procedures of other countries, including India and Chernogoria, for example. But from my standpoint, you know what will happen? I believe that during 10 days they can cope and do that, but on the process it will be different. I can give you a parallel. Anti-monopoly committee, when you go to concentration procedure there, they have 45 days to give you an answer. And during 15 days, they have the right to return the documents because they were not complete, etc. And it will finish with the fact that your documents will be returned, and in 10 days they will cope to do that. After the documents will be finally accepted, you'll see that you have to read the document till the end. If the State Expert Center does not give during the 10 days an answer, then automatically it is viewed as unregistered. Everything is hidden in details. You will not have confirmation that Expert Center received your documents. That's it. I would like to try to answer your question. If we put the patient as the center of our attention, I can tell you how I formulate it. I heard your question. Let me answer. Let me answer, please. My position is as follows. If the person goes and he falls down and breaks his leg, and then he also scratched his hand, he will treat his feet. He will care for his foot, not for his hand that was just scratched. But if you take Ukrainian patients, because of devaluation of economic state, the patients, they don't have access to high-quality, innovative, and effective medical drugs. The most important problem now, in order to guarantee and to create these conditions of competition and high-quality access, many of these drugs are not registered in Ukraine at all. And afterwards, you have to deal with other issues. But answering your question, specifically, I can tell you I don't know. Allow me to say no. Nowhere in the world, this is our Ukrainian know-how. And when in some 5 or 7 years we see what is going on as the result of that, though the idea was just about decreasing the price, in 3 months, did you notice the price is going down? Alexander, have a look. This resolution took very long time to be adopted, discussed. Now at the level of instructions of the Ministry of Health, they discuss it. I don't know how long this instruction will go through sabotage, but I asked several in registration departments of the company. It does not work now. Colleagues, maybe Expert Center can prove that, confirm that. Let us not ask any provocative questions, because we can have the meeting during our working groups and we'll discuss the procedures themselves, because we are not saying that they're going to check this file from scratch during 10 days. There is no procedure. Let us meet at the working group and see what will be specifically offered. Now it is at the public hearings stage. We'll read, we'll see. Now I think it's just populistic discussion instead of discussion specific things.
Okay, but what does it verify? It verifies nothing, the answer is. And no microphone is being used. Thank you. You have to think. In response to what phenomena this simplified registration was introduced? Just let us think about the realities of the market and about the realities for the foreign manufacturers. So this is food for thought. So, this question is quite a complicated one because while passing the simplifications, what did we do simultaneously with it? We reduced the prices. I don't know. We have provided swift access of the foreign medicinal products to the Ukrainian market. We maybe even offended the Ukrainian manufacturers and our country. We humiliated our country because the exporters of the other country will tell us, well, your state is not, has no trust in you. How can we trust? You have confidence in you. This is like a politically sectoral question, if I may call it so. We had an exhibition in Barcelona, and we visited this exhibition. There was this discussion panel. Pharmaceutical sector invited the international experts, and we told them about the situation of the simplified structure. They didn't understand us. There were representatives of the regulatory authority of Bulgaria, of Great Britain, the Netherlands, head of the Association of the Generic Manufacturers from Europe. They looked at us and they didn't understand the essence. There was this Dutch person, I don't remember the name, he mentioned, well, Ukraine is now surprised that the Netherlands did not support EU-Ukraine Association. Well, now that's clear, because while signing the EU-Ukraine Association Agreement pass the regulatory acts which has nothing to do with the European directives, documents, the simplified procedure exists. In Europe it takes up to 90 days and it pertains to the medicinal projects which are needed within the market right here and right now. So in such cases, there is this simplified procedure. Full stop. We know if we compare today the UK and Ukraine, we lack like 32% of medicinal products within the market. We don't have them. Let's register them swiftly, irrespective of the manufacturer, or domestic manufacturer, or the foreign one. Do we need diclofenac 38? Procurement of this medicinal product according to the simplified procedure. What will it give us? That's the first thing. And one more thing. If to speak about simplified procedure for the medicinal products which are being registered abroad, what was mentioned for different jurisdictions, for the European Union, the legislation clearly stipulates that the simplified procedure is just for the medicinal products from the European Union which are registered according to the centralized procedure. All the other must stand the long queue, the long line. The president of Generic Association told us, I beg your pardon, but we have the registration in Germany. The US, the drugs from Japan are subject to the simplified procedure. We are not. That's not right. If we are creating appropriate laws today, and let's not forget that we are a civilized country, we are professionals, so let's create good documents. Let's not be guided by emotions or other things. I'm telling you this. Okay, more questions from the audience? Thank you. I have a question as a consumer, you know. I understand there are different points of view, but when you drew up the law on the medicinal products, you spoke about the system of quality control. And today you mentioned there are a lot of counterfeits. How this control system is working? Are there a lot of certified laboratories? And if I have a doubt in some medicinal product, where I can resort to verify, to control it? Yes, that's the question to the State Drugs Control Agency, I believe, not to the State Expert Center. I can swiftly comment on it because I have faced issues like this. There is quality control during importation of the medicinal product. Then for the CIS countries, so for Commonwealth countries, there is the other type of quality control. Then the State Drugs Control Service is entitled to carry out control of the medicinal products. If you would like to turn to this agency, I'm not sure. I believe it's possible. Well, they have discussed the issue of involving, yes, the state to this. There is a range of public laboratories. I know there was discussion to accredit a range of private laboratories. Maybe the private laboratories will be added in the nearest future. No microphone. Yes, that's true. In the news, I've heard such information about counterfeits right now, but it doesn't pertain to the changes which we mentioned. Because according to the law, according to the simplified procedure, 7 days and 10 days, the expert center does not receive these medicinal products because there is no procedure approved. Well, one might resort to court, but who will be doing it? If the regulatory authority believes some instruction, some guidelines must be created, then as a society we shall wait for these guidelines to appear, to see the world. Let me, as a domestic manufacturer, to answer your question. As of today, Ukrainian market of medicinal product is split into several layers and several levels. If we speak about quality control of the medicinal product, first of all, you've heard appropriately, all the import is subject to visual control. Not other control, not other types of control is carried out during import. Then about ourselves, about the Ukrainian pharmaceutical sector. Let me finish. We are here. We are with you. And we are looking you into the eye, and we guarantee any one of you, after verifying the quality, well, you may come up to our factory with any medicinal product. If we are capable of verifying it, and believe me, we have very good laboratories. If to compare us with the laboratories of state medicinal products control agency, we have very good equipment. And if you verify their products and our products, you will be buying just our products. Then there must be the centralized system of registration in the European Union, yes, and no other issues. A slight comment. I liked how the moderator, during answering the previous question, mentioned we have to understand where we are moving, what are our target aims. So we have to understand where we are going, if we understand what we need. And we've mentioned the example of Pharmac company. If we have a look at Pharmac company, how much taxes they pay and how many employees they have, and we have a look at the player number 2, a big international company, then maybe 5-7-fold difference in employees, and difference in taxes will be even bigger. If you don't know, Pharmac was praised as the biggest taxpayer in Kyiv, not just in Podil. district of the city, but in the capital of Ukraine. And if we have a look at the major foreign associations, then this association has less employees and pays less taxes. So that's an important thing to highlight, which must be taken into account as well. I have a question. Hello. Tell us, please, do you know? And if you don't know it, how do you treat this? So, do you like the draft, which is not registered so far, but they promise to register it on Tuesday, the draft law to create the system of control over the pharmaceutical market with the help of the market actors? So they want to shift the endpoint of control to the systems of laboratories, when there will be 36 laboratories created due to the fees collected from the players of the market to verify the quality of their products. And any citizen of Ukraine may take any medicinal product, and the members, the players of the market, not just the domestic one, but whose products are presented here. And appropriate people will be hired, and every citizen of Ukraine will have an opportunity to come up there, pay 135 hryvnias, I've heard this figure, to verify, to control quality of any product, whether it contains sufficient amount of active ingredient and all the other constituent ingredients, agents, and receive appropriate certificate with a stamp. What do you think about this? Do you believe this is right, this is not appropriate, and whether you will support such initiative? Thank you. I will try to answer. I will come from quite far. Well, we are answering using the language of the question, yes? So, I come back. I'm shocked. That's the first thing. Secondly, whether we will support creating the parallel state drugs control agency with the same equipment, with the same laboratories, which are there in this agency, in this service. Well, you know, we will not be supporting, we will just be complying if that's in legislation. Then, at every enterprise of ours, and in the country we have 112 of those, there are laboratories of quality control of highest level, not just on words. That is verified by appropriate results of the inspections. Those are certified laboratories. They exist. Moreover, during the recent 4 years, we will initiate these laboratories to be part of the market of quality control. And I insist on the word market. How is quality control done today? Well, that's a pity. Those who know about the corruption, about the lack of such control at all. But we are ready to be responsible, and we are responsible. Therefore, our clients, our consumers, just regular citizens of Ukraine, who would like to introduce something else and finance the inspection at the expense of the market players, well, try. I would like to add, if we speak about domestic manufacturers of medicinal products, then today we have made the conscious step. At every enterprise, there is equipment for individual labeling of the medicinal product. And up to the end of this year, I believe, the enterprises, members of the association, will all be equipped. Well, InterKim has it already, and every package produced by InterKim has appropriate code, with the help of which the patient may verify the source of the product, may see the quality certificate, may be persuaded that this is not a counterfeit, but original product produced by the manufacturer. We have to differentiate between counterfeit and low-quality products. Thank you. I didn't see this draft law. Maybe it is not registered in Verkhovna Rada, but judging from what you've mentioned, new Ukrainian know-how. They wanted to achieve something better, but it appeared to be as usual. Nothing special. For example, when they simplified the registration of the medicinal products, they again wanted to create something better, but now just problems. And coming back to the problems, where are we? To the question, where are we moving? I would like to ask every participant to highlight several opinions. How do you see further development of pharmaceutical market in Ukraine? Where are we moving towards? Maybe some state programs, some priority of the sector. Please. I have already mentioned, I know where our state is moving, but the pharmaceutical market would like to move to the European one. We have made this choice, we are working to achieve it, and everything we want to do would be to have the European rules of the game within the Ukrainian pharmaceutical market. We understood it when we started selling our medicinal products abroad, and you know that today our Ukrainian pharmaceutical companies buy the foreign factories as an attempt to enter the foreign markets. And there are, well, success stories, the civilized market, no currency fluctuations, high prices, and we are honored there more than in our country. And, well, I'm not blaming anyone, but we will do our best. And we understand that trust, confidence in us, in what we do, may be fought abroad in a better way than to do it here. So for us, priority would be to create the transparent rules of game jointly with our partners from the other associations, and in majority of questions we reach common ground. No doubt we are competitors, but I'm sure all the people, or majority of people who work within the domestic market, they want clear game rules. Thank you. Let me continue then. If we have a look at some concrete steps we expect and we are working on, and we will try helping the MOH, though they don't hear us and don't want to hear us. We need a new version of the Medicinal Products Act amendment. We need full-fledged implementation of the European directives pertaining to the quality of medicinal products, and we will not let populists figure out some new laws. Do it as they do it in Europe. Well, we can translate it all, paying our own money. We will do anything, but till you do it, we cannot be competitive within the European market. They read our laws and they are laughing. They're saying, sorry guys, but you live in the cave age. We cannot receive your documents in our country because we have such and such laws. So that's the main thing. Why and what we expect from the authorities. What pertains investments, well, we will find everything. We will create everything. The one thing we need would be clear-cut European rules. Do not reinvent the wheel. Do not reinvent some fancy procedures, neither registration nor international procurement. Do not figure it out. Let's do it here and appropriately. Okay, if we speak about Horizon Capital, about the international investor, we strongly support new minister, Ms. Uliana Suprun. She has a very good reputation as a person, as a volunteer, as someone who did a lot for the Ukrainian army, for Ukraine in general, and we are sure that she has the best intentions and great desire to implement changes at last. That is why we would like to wish her team to really implement the changes, and for us to have good conditions for all the players and Ukrainian taxpayers. We do not want Ukrainian taxpayers to be claiming that something's wrong, because biopharma, for example, if we speak about equal game rules, in March, in May, we may obtain the permit to export our plasma products. Well, this is nonsense, because the country needs this as soon as possible. We will pay for this. So I believe, or I hope, these difficulties and barriers will be alleviated and removed. Association of Indian medicinal products producers are supporting the reforms introduced by the new Minister of Healthcare, including those changes which may not be really comfortable for the national producer in this context. There was one thing pertaining to a question as follows: why the foreign manufacturers are not opening the local production in Ukraine? And as one of the reasons, they mentioned lack of preferences for local manufacturers. It prevents the foreign investors from coming to Ukraine. So vision of the foreign investor, at least the Indian one, would be not the availability or lack of the preferences, but the conditions of doing business in Ukraine, the judiciary system, the law enforcement system, lack of reforms, lack of reform of the state service as such. Well, you know, this brings a range of problems and difficulties. Also, you mentioned the problem of patents and intellectual property rights. There is a certain problem with patents within the territory of Ukraine. In particular, well, in general, the balance is quite good. There are innovative medicinal products which have the patent protection for 20 years. There are generics which come up to the market and reduce the price of the medicinal product. I believe that's the perfect balance, which helps financing innovations and which satisfies interests of the clients in innovative and other medicinal products. There are two difficulties. On the one hand, some generic companies which are worried about their reputation, because, well, those who have the name, they are not ready to violate the patent, and they carry out appropriate patent search before introducing the medicinal product within the territory of Ukraine. So on one hand, that would be this evergreen patents, when the innovator obtained the patent for molecular, then for the mode of manufacture, then for the treatment mode, and moreover, the patents which are not for the medicinal product, not for the molecular, but for the process may be prolonged for 5 years, which is stipulated by the legislation. Well, that's quite a complicated issue. But again, there are other issues pertaining to judiciary system, for example, biosimilars, availability of one and the same active ingredient. The court may abandon importation, not knowing the peculiarities of the case. These cases are there, and they are a real barrier for introducing generics within the Ukrainian market. And maybe two more aspects: anti-monopoly regulation within the territory of Ukraine. If we touch upon law enforcement bodies, the judiciary system, it will take quite a long time. For example, law enforcement agencies. Recently, there was this joint letter from the Association of the Indian manufacturers. Why? Because the law enforcement agencies filed appropriate requests. I mean, the organs which do not deal with pharmaceuticals, which do not have expertise, they ask the farm companies to provide tens of thousands of documents, and it raises appropriate issues. Anti-monopoly regulation. Yes, recently we had this situation with Case Alcon. They were fined. Well, the pharmaceutical producer was fined, and there is a range of questions to this resolution of the Anti-Monopoly Committee. And we would like to abandon these old problems. For example, the labor code must be approved not to have the Soviet era archaic elements and archaic tools, obsolete tools, to protect the employee. No, we are not speaking to distort the balance and to favor the employer rather than employee. But no, there must be free competition. So these are the conditions which are vital and which are taken into account in doing business rating. From the 87th, we are now achieved the 84th. Yes, so we improved by 3 positions. Then, if to speak about judiciary system, we see some changes.
But the association really greets these changes in the area of business development, but they do not answer our expectations, to the level of expectations that we have. That's my conclusive comments. Thank you very much. Maxim and Elena, I would like to be brief. I will be very brief. I believe that we've chosen one way of our development, and this is the way, the road of European integration. Of course, we thought there will be only roses, but sometimes there are also pins there, and we have to be very intensively working. And then in our soul, we won't have any sadness, and I think we'll overcome it. Thank you. I just talking about the direction in which we are moving. American Chamber of Commerce works here for more than 10 years in the direction of the healthcare, together with our colleagues from Innovative Producers Association. We developed the action plan, Vision 2020, and there are no bicycles that are reinvented. We just take the practice of European countries. And no matter what you invent, no matter what reforms you try to born, you change to the pillars that you have to change. Otherwise, you won't be able to move, like intellectual property, reimbursement. That's the way that mechanisms work in the world. And if we want to be the part of that world, we have to work according to that laws. And I had to comment about this question of balance between the patented and generics. There are also data exclusivity notion that also limits very much, and it's not 20 years, it's +5, +1 year. And here we are calling European system to be used for us to understand, are we Europeans, Americans, or something in the middle? So let us be more correct in this questions of biosimilars. It's not the same substance. That's why it is called biosimilar, but not something else. That's why we are working on that for Ukraine, to have such notions in Ukraine appearing and regulated the way it is done in the European Union, because we've chosen European way. Thank you. We thank the members of the panel for such an interesting discussion. We thank participants for taking part in our discussion. And in the end, we would like to wish all of us, being the stakeholders of pharmaceutical market, and to the new management of the Ministry of Healthcare, success in the reform implementation, and that they should finish to the well-being, to the things that will be useful to the ordinary citizens, because all reforms in the end are targeted to improve the level of life and the standard of life and quality of life. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, esteemed speakers. Mr. Volodymyr, thank you very much for such lively and interesting discussion. Coffee break now. We would ask you to finish it a bit earlier. We give you 15 minutes and everyone returns in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Dear guests, we're having a coffee break for 15 minutes. This time, 15 minutes. A short without the coffee break because we ended the panel.
Мы всех приглашаем в зал для начала последней дискуссионной панели. Шановні учасники, будь ласка, займайте свої місця в залі. Ми починаємо четверту дискусійну панель.
So while the participants gather, I want to present the moderator of our last panel discussion number 4, that is dedicated to the medical equipment. But Loharchikov, he is the president of operators of the medical products market. So Pavlo, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. And I believe that those who are really careful for all medical equipment stay with us today, and maybe they are expecting some party afterwards. So during this session, we're going to discuss medical equipment and instruments, very important and interesting subject. This is one of the main and most disputable ones, taking into account the changes to the law and taking into account economic situation in the country, etc. So before we pass to the subject matter, I would like to present the participants of the given session. This is Mykola Ramanyuk, the partner of Krakia Company and the head of the committee of the American Chamber of Commerce on the issues of medical equipment and medical products. Andrei Kornienko, director of the company, Zoya Sibileva, the member of the board of the Association of the Medical Equipment Producers, then Mykola Ramanyuk, Dmitro Lavrenti, and Mr. Shvachka, who is the director of KARI Stores Ukraine. So we are going to discuss such important issues as financial possibilities for production of the medical equipment in Ukraine and abroad, latest world innovations dedicated to the subject of medical equipment, ways of development and import of development, latest innovations and technologies that are implemented or have to be implemented in the future. Besides that, we've been discussing preliminary with our colleagues, and we want also to highlight the subject of regulatory policy in the sphere of medical equipment, that what challenges are we facing, what are the opportunities, taking into account regulatory policy. We'll discuss also procurements of medical equipment in Ukraine, realities, what was before Prozora, what happened with Prozora, and to what extent is it transparent at all. So besides, we would like to offer you such a proposal. This is the final session, and taking into account the fact that this subject is not so often discussed, let's develop a resolution. And maybe A7 conference can send it to those who were present at the first and second session. If they get it, and maybe they could answer us, maybe they will hear what we want them to hear. So I want to pass now the floor to Andriy Kornienko. Andriy, I would like to ask you about your vision of reform of healthcare in general as such. What are your impressions from changes of the management of the Ministry of Health, changes, the Cabinet of Ministers changes? Do you see any positive things there? Are we going up or down? And of course, can you make an accent on the sphere of medical equipment itself in particular? Thank you very much, the organizers, for giving me this opportunity to express my thoughts and to share impressions from what I've heard today. I would really, first of all, want to make some preliminary conclusions from what we've heard at our event today and to discuss reforms again. Unfortunately, maybe everyone is tired from that word, but I feel sorry that we didn't hear neither from the Ministry of Health or the representatives of the Parliament about where are we going and what do we want to get. Because reform is just the road, the way to achieve your goal. And what goal do we want to achieve? What system do we want to build? Reorganizing the system, and only after we will be clearly able to determine and understandable for everyone, for operators of the market, for the patients, for the representatives of medical circles. That very clear goal, it has to be formulated, and afterwards we'll be able to choose the way that we should take in order to achieve that goal. Why are we discussing reform at our session again? Because it directly applies to every one of us personally, and business as well, and doctors and medical experts. It applies to everyone, and it influences our work and our business and the state of patients. It has been already mentioned, maybe in more complicated words. Mikhail Radutsky was saying that what system do we want to receive? Let us determine that notion. And it's understandable that you can use different words, reforms, modernization, development, etc. But as it has been mentioned already, this is a very painful process, because always when you change something, and we hope that this will be changes for the better, but there are people against it, and this is logical. And first of all, we should speak about not about how we're going to do it, but where do we want to get. Number two, even the best reform that was ever invented or copied from other countries will worth nothing if we won't have adequate information support. Maybe it should be propaganda. I'm not even afraid of that word. But society should be ready to be patient, to perceive these changes, and to adopt them and to see the result that we have to come to. And on that, we build all state policy. Unfortunately, we haven't heard today that, and us being ordinary citizens, we don't know where are we going. But to go to do something, to reform, and then we'll see where we get, this is what determines the investment climate and stability of the market of pharmaceutical drugs or medical equipment. And we have to smoothly pass now to more detailed analysis of the subject of the medical equipment, and maybe then we'll be able to come later to the same questions. There were proposals last year from the Academy of Public Administration to invite scientists to reforms. We felt sorry to hear today from Mr. Cymbaluk, who is highly respected, who said that maybe we'll see in the light at the end of the tunnel, but maybe this is the Academy of Medical Sciences that has to participate in that process and not to wait for someone to invent some reforms. These are just general thoughts, and maybe someone disagrees with me, but this is my personal attitude to what is going on and what should be done with it. First of all, this should be political decisions and responsible people for that political decisions. Finally, we have to choose the system that we want to get in the healthcare system. And this is why we call it a system. It's not in vain that we call it like that, because as any system, it is regulated by corresponding principles and laws how to manage the process. And there is nothing new here. Maybe I say nothing new for you, but everyone has to understand. Instead of making some populistic declarations, we have to clearly determine and to bring to all society that such a decision was taken and will go to that solution during a specific period of time. And then legislative basis and regulatory acts and condition of the market of pharmaceuticals and medical products will be adjusted for that. And I also would like to offer my colleagues for discussion another question. This is the question of state support. Do we need it or not in the market conditions? For example, esteemed Mr. Kovalenko already dwelled upon that question of certain line in the budget for 2015-2016 for acquisition of mammographs and other equipment of locally produced. If you don't know, 200 million hryvnias are foreseen in the budget for equipment for such equipment, for such acquisition. I am not against that support, but we should also foresee other medical equipment production. There are many producers of X-ray equipment or monitors or whatever. And is it really necessary to do that? Does it give any results? Maybe the share of imported equipment goes down, no matter whether it is high quality or not. This is another painful issue, like Chinese production. It seems to us not. Maybe one of the private clinics acquired such an equipment. Let us ask them. And there is a question about the quality, about the standards, and in safety of the medical staff and the patients. Association of Radiologists know that, and it can report at all the levels and tell. So the private clinics are managed not by the people from other planets. They know well how to plan their investment and to work on high technologies, as they've been saying. The same applies to the public sector. There are very good managers, and they know quite well how to support working processes of medical services, how they should be given, and it should be, first of all, linked with the new technologies. I think we'll discuss the issues of standardization and certification and the access to the market. But I would like our colleagues to dwell in more details now about other aspects of circulation of the medical equipment at the market. But the same questions that all audience did not hear answers for, we would like that subject of medical drugs and medical equipment circulation in the market should be taken into account by those who is absent right now in the hall. Unfortunately, they are absent and they will not hear anything, but this is why we gathered here, to share our thoughts, to share our experience, and to stimulate public servants and political actors to take some logical decisions, and the decisions that will work. They will work for the patients, first of all, and they will work for bringing market to the civilized level. Thank you. Thank you, Andrei. In our discussion, we will discuss all that issues. And there is one question that I would like to readdress to Mykola Romanyuk. Mykola, what do you think? I said in the beginning that the changes of the legislation, it is not yet over, and when we pass from registration to assessment of correspondence, what is your impression? Is it a step forward when we thought, when we've been passing to it, or this is a step back, or we are standing in the same place, staggering? And if we use European legislation, we still have to go through all that procedures in Ukraine, or Ukraine has a chance to have automatic acknowledgement of these certificates that were issued by European companies. This is the equipment that is sold now in Ukraine. Thank you very much for your question. This is the question that is lively discussed among operators of the market of the medical equipment and products. We can discuss for a long time about what is good and what is wrong, the system of state registration and the system of additional corruption flows and additional orders to the state enterprises, or European assessment of correspondence that is based on the EU directive that proved for a long time to be valid at the territory of European Union as effective one. And unfortunately, it also has its drawbacks, but this is something that we also have to clarify and to help to regulate. So this is difficult to say one way what is good and what is not, what is more expensive, what is less expensive, because the system of the state registration quite often foresees more expenses for state registration compared to the system of correspondence. The structure of the systems is completely different. We should never compare them. In fact, the system of correspondence is based in Ukraine on European principles. I can say that in reality, the questions of mutual approval and results of correspondence assessment is quite an important issue at the high state level, because for many times we've been discussing this question in the circles of professionals. In what way can we acknowledge results at least in one way, without saying of adoption of the results of Ukrainian correspondence assessment. And one-sided acknowledgement issue is resolved today. The most progressive bodies already have some achievements when they sign agreements on acknowledgement of results, only one-sided, but still they are acknowledged. And in Ukraine, some authorities, they can acknowledge the results of a corresponding assessment of the European authorities. We are far away from mutual acknowledgement, of course, and the system of mutual acknowledgement is not there, but this question has been already discussed at the working groups in the Ministry of Economic Development, and it has certain improvements. This opportunity exists within the framework of association agreement with the European Union, and it would be possible maybe to create the market of medical equipment will be included into the list of possible solutions. So there are perspectives, and normative acts say that perspective for the market of medical equipment is very close, 10 years. I don't think we should count on that, and I don't think we should count on the fact that the system of state registration in some way will continue its existence, and we should not hope that some other transition periods will be offered by the government of Ukraine to the market operators. In reality, this procedure is worked out, it is implemented, and we have experience already gathered. We made about 100 of such procedures according to the new system of correspondence. The system has been worked out, and it has its rightful existence today. Thank you. Now I would like to ask Vitaly Svatchka. Do you see, Mr. Vitaly, being the person with the large experience in the sphere of medical equipment in Ukraine, do you see development in this area? Or in general, is it possible to invest into the country, into the sphere of medical equipment as such in Ukraine? Thank you very much. In reality, if we look at this development, this is quite visible. This is a very speedy development. Private clinics are opening, and all cities are developing in the even way. If before you could think that the east of Ukraine is slowing down, I mean Dnipropetrovsk, Kharkiv, Zaporozhye, but nowadays there is real light at the end of the tunnel in the development of that regions as well. Talking about medical equipment, it's hard to say what will be next, what will be other developments. But one way clear that the largest drawback that is taking place in the medicine development, medicine is developing only when it brings profit. Private clinics that are commissioned, they are looking how to get benefits and profits in the fast pace. There are other subjects in medicine that are not that profitable, like pediatrics practically does not develop trochal surgery, does not bring neurosurgery, and oncology of head is not developing because it's complicated, not too many doctors having that experience, and it's hard maybe in some legislative way to give the bill to the patient for one or another procedure of that kind. Now we can see an interesting situation. The market is oversaturated in some areas like gynecology or surgery. You can go ask for the service or be operated, paying completely different sum of money than it was 5 years ago. Where does it come from? Because doctors cannot individually do that by themselves. One of the factors in what way reforms are conducted, it was said that foreign companies should get some benefits if they come to our market. Reforms are done not only by the ministers, they are done by the companies as well. They bring new investments. They bring new technologies. Now we can see an interesting situation in the European Union and all over the world. When, for example, 20 years ago, the volume of medical market was like that, I mean hospitals, like that. But suppliers were so many. And this is completely opposite now, when we have such a number of hospitals, but suppliers are much more numerous. In Ukraine, for today, this is just dust. This is nothing. There are no suppliers, practically. It is not interesting for them. And if you talk to someone from producers of equipment and invite them to come to the Ukrainian market, they will make an unhappy face and say, Ukraine is dust, this is nothing. Several times a month, I visit European Union, going to different meetings of managers. I see their problems. They are funny to hear compared to ours. When we talk about very clear planning, there are many factors. For example, in Spain today, about 70 million population and only 800 hospitals, both private and public, 800 altogether. Do you know how many hospitals do we have in Ukraine for 40 million population? No one even knows how many hospitals we have in Ukraine. Gennady, how many hospitals do we have? Maybe altogether about 2,000. But why do we need them? 600, 1,600 for 40 million. And 70 million population and 800 hospitals. They have very clearly regulated legislation. What equipment should be used in what volumes. Look at what is going on with the market of medical equipment in Ukraine. Ukraine, in fact, turns into the dustbin or waste bin. It's like the junkyard. And there are regulations, there are classes of safety, 1A, 1B. It's about surgical equipment that touches the body of the patient. On the territory of America, Class 1A can serve for 3 years. In European Union, in different countries, from 3 years to 5 years. Then everything is cancelled. And where does it go afterwards? It goes to Ukraine. And so Ukraine gets the used equipment, second-hand equipment that is not controlled anymore. Companies that in Ukraine get the technical regulations, they sign themselves. They guarantee the quality, and they are responsible for the quality. And this is a question mark here for every one of you. Can you guarantee the quality of the equipment that comes from abroad? It is not calibrated. It has some organics on it. It is rotten. And if you send some relative to be operated, you never think in what way they sterilize this equipment, where this equipment comes from. This is horrible. And I don't know, maybe in the nearest 5 to 7 years, when the market will get mature, in order to buy equipment that will not only be commercially effective but also medically effective, something will start to change. But if you talk about reforms, have a look how much medical insurance in average costs. Voluntary medical insurance, who knows how much does it cost? 13 to 15,000 hryvnias, even more. So if you divide it into 12 months, it's more than 1,000 hryvnias, and have a level at the minimum salaries. But this is not it. Did you think that medical insurance that is voluntary is viewed as additional benefit, and you have to pay the tax from it, 18%, plus everything else, up to 20% of tax should be paid from that sum? And if reformers in the medical, in the healthcare say that they have to introduce medical insurance, why don't you make the sum go down for 5 or 10 years in order to re-establish all that? Insurance companies that work in Ukraine, they cover medical services. They buy materials, medical materials in the companies. They pay for some additional services, but this percentage of people insured, it's very low. It cannot resolve the problem. And we know that nowadays we have the war now on between committees of customs policy and healthcare committee And the government and the state, it requires money in order to build, to pay pensions, to make war. But in such speed, if you look at the population of Ukraine, what will happen to Ukrainian population? Because we already lost 10 million of our population, and in 10 to 15 million we'll lose another 5 to 10 million, so it will be 30 million lost. So people are leaving to the west, Ivano-Frankovsk region.
And this is no secret that people are really living, and there is this statistics that there used to be 1,006,000 and 600,000, and now this number reduced by 500,000. So what will be next? It is difficult to speak about new medical technologies because we do not have people for whom to implement those. Well, the same pertains to the doctors. We know the situation in Berehovo, Mukachevo, when 70% of doctors just go away, they leave their job, and now the medical diplomas are welcome in Czech Republic, Slovakia, and no doubt anesthesiologists or pediatric specialists will go working there. They will have decent salary there. Again, Vitaly, have you got something good to inform us of? Yes. Yes, we see the development as of today. That's fact. A lot of clinics are built in the western Ukraine, in Kyiv. We see how the Dobrobut is developing. They plan to further develop. Maybe some new clinics will appear. And yes, that's really good when clinics try to be multi-profile, so to say. They start counting some average proceeds, not just some procedures which are bringing money, but to what extent it will be developing, that's the question. In Germany, we have 50-50 private and public clinics. We had proportion 96 to 4%. Now I know that we have reached 7-8%. So in order something to work here, we need 70 to 30 at least. So in Ukraine, we must have like 80 more private clinics. When it will happen, I don't know. I know that some construction is taking place. I know it is quite difficult because very often I hear from owners of these clinics who try to involve foreign investments. Though they say that there is a green light for foreign investments, but you know, in order to bring foreign investments, it will take you up to 1 year. So, okay. We'll see, but well, some development is there. When we will achieve the level of Poland, when at least, I don't know, maybe it will take up to 20 years. Well, Mr. Mykola voiced out 10 years. Ms. Zoya, I'm afraid to ask the same question to you. Sorry, I cannot speak a lot. I have a sore throat. So you represent the Association of Ukrainian Producers of Medical Devices. So how do you feel yourself in this complicated settings? So whether our state is somehow supporting you by the taxes, by I don't know. So how do you live, whether you export your products? And you know that we have started speaking about import and different procedures. We've written the letter, how we see this. But now, well, the leadership of the MOH has changed. And we received the answer, it is not interesting. For them, for example, the imports phase out is not interesting for the current MOH import substitution. So what is your opinion? how do the devices manufacturers feel themselves? Well, if we speak about medical devices and their producers, it's quite a difficult time for those. And in some meetings, we speak a lot about support, involvement of investments, exports. It looks quite good when we just speak about it or have on paper, but the reality is that sometimes there is support, but financing of the orders may be delayed during years. So the orders are there, but for several years orders may be fulfilled, and the directors of the enterprises have changed, and there is no one responsible. By the way, a lot of manufacturers who have undergone the process of assessment for the sake of export. By the way, export is quite a difficult thing today as well. A lot of parts are received from abroad, and there was the problem with the currency fluctuations. And there were some fines due to delays in fulfilling some orders. So yes, it was very difficult. Also, I would like to mention, as regards regulatory policies, for example, if domestic producer have appropriate compliance certification, but in the European Union there are quite very strict rules. MOH is lagging behind if we speak about regulatory policy as regards of clarification of some procedures, processes. If to compare to the practices of the European Union, that's a shame, and I would like support Mr. Pavlo as regards resolution of our forum, and maybe let's put down some things which could create like a plan of action. Also, I would like to mention that even the previous year, the situation was a bit better as regards regulatory framework, because in MOH there were working groups. Now this is not done, and there were experts, so at least they could reach some solutions, some resolutions of the Cabinet of Ministers. Something was offered, and some ways were introduced. Unfortunately, now there are problems with that. Also, I would like to mention, for example, as regards support. Support has different incarnations, not just order of mammography devices. I would like to give you a small example. We visited the United Arab Emirates, appropriate exhibition. By the way, China finances the space for their producers. We all know this, but I was surprised that Germany was financing the German producers for them to visit these exhibitions. So that Germany is interested in representation of their representatives. Unfortunately, these are just talks in Ukraine. So this is some small things which could be supported. For example, in the informational sense, in the sense of recommendations, we've communicated with the German manufacturers, and he was telling me, well, I didn't want to come here, but they called me from the Ministry of Health, and they informed that the space was paid and the cargo transportation was paid for, so please just go. So we see that the support of the state may not be just mammography devices, you know. And I would like to mention that we are still trying to do something, because just sitting on our hands, that means death. Now we have to move forward, do something. And if the regulatory authority is lagging behind, we don't have to do the same. Thank you, Ms. Zoya. I would like to support you in this. Several years ago, while communicating with foreign companies which have shares in Medica and Arab Health, yes, they mentioned that the state not just hire some premises. They mentioned that there are no Ukrainian manufacturers, and this exporting company told us that they were compensated 50% per diem tickets and so on and so forth. For us, this sounds like a fairy tale, yes. But let's be optimistic again. Maybe, as Andriy have mentioned, the role of the state, maybe that's better if the state does not interfere. So that's also something important. And I would like to touch upon one more topic which is really relevant. There have been some drastic changes. There is public procurement in the field of medicinal products, medical devices, whether that's good, ProZorro, meaning transparent or not really transparent, whether anything has changed or not. So please, let's have a discussion. Mr. Dmitro, some highlights on your side. Thank you. The issue of ProZorro is quite of interest among producers, users, consumers. So there was quite a good advertisement of this system, but I believe majority of the suppliers of medical devices have priceless experience. I participated, or I worked with ProZorro system. ProZorro is translated transparent. So what our company faced and what did we see from the experience of other companies? Well, there is the law. The ministry obliged other structures to appropriately regulate the rules and norms. Nothing has been done. And in case of winning the tender, the winning company must receive appropriate certificates from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, from the tax authority. Well, no one is doing so before the tender because, there will be accusation in corruption. You have ordered the certificate, then right now you know that you will win the tender. And this tender must be granted to the appropriate commission during 7 working days. But the tax office grants this certificate during 10 business days. And the answer was do whatever you can or refuse from the accept. So we addressed the cabinet of ministers of Ukraine to do so, but just promises were the answer. So whether the ProZorro system is transparent, that's the question. They publish a lot of reports about savings due to ProZorro tenders, but frankly speaking, there are no savings. As I see this, very often hospitals, in their requests, have an appropriate spacing for reducing the price 10%. So who may reduce the price 10%? If we participate in tender, we have appropriate terms of reference, we have calculated everything, and when we match the requirements, then we offer the price which is rational for us. But 10% minus from that price, that's not possible. End of tender. 2 or 3 participants, no one reduced the price, no savings. So That's if to be frank. There is mismatch between those who organized the tenders. There is no good experience on the side of hospitals, participants of tenders. ProZorro does not allow participate for quite a big amount of companies. And sometimes there can be a situation as follows. The hospital is making decision quite non-transparently, and no one can correct the decision, change the decision which was passed within the framework of ProZorro tender. For example, someone filed a complaint for the terms of reference, for example, and the tendering committee has a limited set of rights, limited scope. So the only thing could be to refuse from tender or not to accept the applicant, and the tendering committee refuses from introducing changes, and they cancel the tender really frequently. And the situation is as follows. Again, there is one more problem: lack of short procurement. As of today, in the state, money are allocated at the end of the year. Previously, we were arranging tenders during December. Now all of the tenders must take place in October. Otherwise, the supplier of the equipment will not supply the equipment. So in simpler language, the procedures will not be wrapped up to the end of December. There are 40 days which are allocated for the procedures, and this term does not allow procuring any devices. So I hope, as regards a pharma, the situation is a bit easier. Maybe there is someone from farm industry and they will explain their opinion. But the thing is that it's quite complicated to work with the system. We were really optimistic at the very beginning, but the principle we received just one more type of tendering procedures, that's all. If the participants have your own opinions, please share those with us or share your experience with us. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dmitro. Colleagues, please, if you would like to add something before moving to questions and answers session, please be ready with those. Mr. Andriy? Also, my colleagues touched upon the issue of legislation and regulatory acts, so I would like to emphasize the fact that Mr. Oleg Musi didn't mention about a fourth panel discussion. He mentioned just pharmaceutical products, and he mentioned just amendments to the law on medicinal products, but he failed to mention the law on medical devices. Nothing, not a word. That is what must be regulating the market and regulating the quality of equipment, and those conditions, requirements which must be fulfilled, met by everyone. Again, this is safety of patients, safety of medical personnel, safety and quality of the services provided. Again, market surveillance. Yes, we see those in some technical regulations, but we have nothing else in the legislation pertaining to medical devices and medical products. That's very important. Then, speaking about development of the sector in general as such, there is such indicator as exhibitions. Every year there are several exhibitions, medical and not just medical. And if to compare the exhibition safety and security, which took place maybe 2 weeks ago. So if to compare to what we saw 2 years ago, the sector has improved. I mean the safety and security sector. has improved by 300% maybe. So do we need some crisis in order to understand that medical devices, medicinal products are strategically important products? That's national safety and security of our country. That's quality of life and health. That's able-bodied persons and number of these persons. We have to pay appropriate attention to this and think appropriate and not wait to some profound crisis and then develop this fear very rapidly. Thank you. Maybe someone from the audience has something positive to say. Mr. Hennady. Well, something positive. Yes, there is something we may boast of. 200 something standards as regards of medical products were implemented. And if we call tender, we may use those. And if the tendering committee has some requirements, you tell them there is a standard to this device. Please read it, because you are contradicting those procedures. We've spent a lot of time. Thank you, Mert. Thank you, Ministry of Economy, that they have done it. That's something positive. I believe that's a huge step forward. Also, if the patient is on a surgery table, it doesn't matter whether that is some device or that is some solution. Well, but have a look how we regulate the medicinal product and medical devices. Medicinal products which are produced locally, and all the imported ones are launched in 10 days. But if we speak about medical devices, the importer is dominant, and we say, no, we cannot approve your products in 7 days, undergo this technical approvals and so on and so forth. Well, I believe it had to be vice versa. Then speaking about, well, these are obstacles, yes, for the medical devices. Technical regulations are a step forward, but if we are going to the European Union, we must use their standards. Then, as regards of other obstacles, hardships, that would be value-added tax. The Cabinet of Ministers is always publishing what is subject to 7%, what is subject to 20%, and we always are subject to risks. How the customs office will look at this. So the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine must just determine the unified rate in order to reduce the corruption component. Thank you, Hennady. Colleagues who would like to share the pain of Mr. Hennady, maybe to comment somehow, to give some explanation. Hennady, yes, I share your pain, and I may tell you, as regards of value-added tax. Yes, the question is really important, and yes, this is the reason for corruption. But again, I have a question to the competence of the customs officer, who is entitled to classify the medical device to this or that classification. That is why I would like to offer, if it's possible, because we are going to have the resolution, as we know, I offer to have it as an offer, as a result of our today's discussion, to, as a minimum, make the authorized personnel and authorized customs officer determine the classification of medical devices, and as a maximum make equal the rights on pharmaceutical products and the medical devices, and have 7% for all types of products. I would like to share my fears. When we created association, it was long ago, the heads of our state, the public servants, I don't want to offend them, but they didn't really understand the difference between the medicinal product and medical device. And the first task of us, as the association, was to split them in the legislation, because it was not possible to write just medicinal product for everything. We've achieved success. Sometimes they mentioned that, for example, the surplus for the medicinal product is 10%, and for the syringe, the same. So the draft law is considered by Verkhovna Rada for more than 10 years, which says that medical devices VAT must be 7%. I believe we lack political will. And an appropriate committee does not understand right now whether they support this draft law. As far as we know, in the tax code there will be no changes. So here I refer to the resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine 410. Mr. Igor, hello. Igor Khatenyuk, Ukrmedcert. Well, the positive thing would be that it is really pleasant to hear that the technical regulations are working so far, and there will be no transitional period continuation. And I would like to comment, if we use the simplified procedures like know-how, we will not be moving forward towards Europe, but we will make 10 steps back. And I have a question. Starting from September, the technical regulations for appropriate devices started working. For us, that's a problem. For us, as for the producers of medical devices, because there is this technical regulations. Well, there are 3 of those. They may start working at once, and there are some tonometers, analyzers. That is why they touch upon 2 technical regulations. And the problem is that they are subject to appropriate visits, appropriate inspections, and we just have Ukrmeter test standard, who is entitled to work with the standards. Tell us, please, how shall we work? There is no transitional period for these regulations, so they started working on the 6th of September.
More than 1 month passed and no one knows what to do. No one knows any procedures. Maybe someone can share some information. Maybe some people started to do something, because such things as tonometers, glucometers, analyzers, any kind of equipment that has measuring function as medical product will work not only according to that regulations, but also is falling under 94 and 153. And this is a procedure. If you read the technical regulation, I read it, and I was just partially shocked, because in the European Union I couldn't find such a situation on directives of the European Union. There is a law on metrology and maybe someone can share about European practices in this area. Tell me what you think. So the trouble came from where nobody expected. Thank you very much for your question. This is an important one. And just a week ago, we met in the Ministry of Healthcare discussing the same issue. I would like to ask the colleagues, if you encounter something like that, can you please answer the question of Igor? I would like to add that the list that you've been mentioning, in our panel we have representative of Toshiba, and you have ultrasound diagnostics equipment, instruments with the measuring functions, and this is also in the regulated sphere. I'd like to express my standpoint about it. Of course, resolution is absolutely lobbied one, softly saying, by Ukrmetr standard organization. And they are monopolists in this sphere concerning the fight against monopoly and concentration. There will be the question to Mr. Monastyrsky. He is here. So you have the reason here to fight against the state monopoly, Ukrmetstandard. And about regulation number 494, I read that regulation as well, and I know that it was composed with certain violations to the requirements, to the text of technical regulation. So on behalf of American Chamber of Commerce, we already presented the positioning letter to Ministry of Economic Development, and we are planning to fight against its state voluntarism. And what consequences are there waiting for us? We don't know, but this position has been already formulated. It goes against legislation of Ukraine and principles of European market regulation. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please. Thank you for your comment. I remembered about these working groups in the Ministry of Health. Sometimes in the Ministry of Health, they were trying to approve that exclusively in their areas, but in the Ministry of Economic Development, they have some working groups, and all that working groups, until nowadays, they were not official. I know only one that was created by the order, and that was an official group. But in the Ministry of Health, they didn't have any official group. When we asked for the order, they changed all the management at once, and our group was liberated. And we have an official proposal to make it mandatory for all authorities that deal with the assessment of correspondence should be included into the sectoral or subsectoral groups. They have some councils. This is foreseen by the law on technical regulation and correspondence assessment, and it is not foreseen in our technical regulations for medical equipment and products. Maybe in such a way we can officially do some sectorial council, because working group officially nobody wants to create it, neither in the Ministry of Health, nor in the Ministry of Economic Development, nor in the state service, nowhere. I know that there are many associations included into the public councils within this service, but of the Ministry of Health care. But I hope you will create some working group, because maybe in Facebook we are communicating, or we are writing to one another, or some news are shared and published in internet, but no specific actions are taken concerning the law of Ukraine on technical regulations. There is nothing in complex. If you select all that together, and that would be faster than you put changes to all that resolutions. Thank you very much for your question. Maybe I can answer you. There are three blocks that we foresee. This is a public council within the Ministry of Health. I don't think this is an effective or acting body. We've been included into that public council after some battles. We applied to resign, and you can never understand what meeting was and decision was legitimate or not. Speaking about the working group that was created on behalf of our association when the management changed, we addressed the ministry asking to re-establish this working group, and there was working group, we discussed, took decisions, but standard answer was there. If we decide, we'll call you. Wait. That was an answer. And about sectorial groups, we absolutely support this idea, and at the final meeting that was very narrow, this question was discussed, and Roman Milik, deputy minister on that profile, supported that idea, and there is a proposal to put changes to the technical regulations, and changes of 100%. They reflect the text of the law that you mentioned. So why do we support it? Because there are no other variants to unite you. You are 11 or 12 today. We don't see any other possibilities. You know, 3 Ukrainians and two headmans. And about authorities, we've been discussing about the possibility to create association on assessment of correspondence, but we are persuaded that all 11 will not be friends. And there was another proposal on the basis of our association to create committee. If you want, you are welcome to come. We have already members from assessment of correspondence authorities. And why do we support it? Because there is the range of issues where there are no answers for. Because we know that in the Ministry of Healthcare, there are no very big experts in this area, and to give competent answer for some questions that operators or correspondence authorities encounter, there is no one to answer. And sectorial group or committee can become such a body that will give clarifications, that will be orientation for the market. I simply want to underline that sectorial board corresponding to the law can give such clarifications, and they will be perceived by the Ministry of Health, by the market supervision authorities, and if it is going to be from association, this is not bad to gather such groups. There are many issues, but the problem is that they will not be perceived by the ministry or other correspondence authorities, and the participation in the board is mandatory. You have no right to not to participate in the sectorial board, and this is in the Committee of Ministers of Ukraine. The changes, they have to be started already, because tomorrow the management can change again, and they can forget it. You have no guarantees. But concerning Ukrainian producers, there are many questions to them about clinical trials. We also discussed that question. The draft law, the draft of the order was developed, and unfortunately it disappeared somewhere. And there is also political will to support and to develop the decree of the Ministry of Health. There is such a political will, as it has been mentioned by the Deputy Minister, to support. And if there is a proposal to send them to Mr. Viskovsky, and he gathers all that proposals on clinical trials, and they are ready to issue it in the form of Ministry of Health order or resolution. Other questions are welcome. Esteemed colleagues, first of all, thank you very much for those who stay with us until the end. I would like to draw attention to another thing. Iron is fine, but we have to pay attention to those who work with that iron. If we talk about high technological equipment, I want to think when the company that is one of the suppliers of very complicated equipment, and they have constant school for the radiologists to learn how to make correct diagnosis, because no matter what kind of equipment you give, if people will not be able to make correct diagnostics, this will be dead. And we heard already that the most effective work is the work in the private clinics, like in Odessa. In the end of August, we conducted the radiologist conference. 3/4 of participants were the representatives of the private clinics and those who work at computer tomographers. And we have to be conscious that private clinics are working more effectively, and they pay attention to the training of their staff. So I ask to support the private public partnership that have been discussed here, and they have positive experience already. And I mentioned that for the mayors of the cities, we conducted 2 seminars. And at the second seminar on the 4th of October, it was said that there are in different places very positive experiences, for example, in Odessa. And today, Dmitry was talking about that as well. So in the end of November, the event will be organized on the initiative of Odessa City Hall, with the support of the Club of Mayors and Association of Radiologists also participate, because highly technological studies should be given out for outsourcing, because the private clinics, they use effectively the equipment, and none of our state clinics today cannot within 1 week or even 1 month, according to all our laws, to replay the heads in the computer tomographer or some other parts. But the private clinics, they can do that. So they train better staff. Clinics are supporting the equipment better, or maintain the equipment better. And this is why the use of such like computer tomographers and MRI, they work better in the private clinics. And so in the end of November, we'll share that experience of Odessa. They stocked quite a big experience there. And there will be other cities, the private public partnership examples will be discussed by the regions. I would like you to support these events, because it's very important that this equipment should work effectively, because if it does not work effectively, it will not be advertised. Thank you, colleagues. If there are other questions, the last one, and then we'll pass to the final words and resolution. Please. Esteemed colleagues, I don't know specifically to whom I address my questions about insulin pumps. About 4% of population, I am the chief doctor from Diabetic Center Clinics. 4% of population suffer from diabetes all over the world, in the United States, in European countries. Practically, people that are getting insulin therapy, diabetes first and second type, they are all 100% using insulin pumps. But we have only one monopolist and cheaper Korean company, but that pump does not answer all necessary qualities to use it. So I have a question. To certify this pump is quite a long process, so we cannot do that. We cannot persuade anyone to certify that pumps in Ukraine, because this is a long-term and expensive process, and one company, Medtronic, that is today a monopolist. That's it. This process is not moving ahead. When are they planning to delete certification for such pumps that are used for insulin therapy? Very good question. Dear colleagues, I have to answer, maybe. Please. You can add. Thank you. I have a question about certification on Medtronic and Korean company. Any question that you may have with your partners when it goes about corresponding assessment, you should address it to the correct person. If you approach any complicated process, state-level process, it can look very complicated, but this is the question that you should address to professionals. And I persuade you, if you work with producers of civilized countries of the world, you will not have any problems with assessment of correspondence in Ukraine. There are some mental or local peculiarities, but this is just a working process, and you can resolve it, and you find the way out of the situations that are not complicated at all. They are worked out already. That's my advice. You mean that, as far as I understand you, if there are companies and there are producers of the pump that you want to be certified in Ukraine, you simply have to bring this producer and talking in the business way with him. If there is demand for that pumps and there are producers, if you really need that. But if producer understands that there will be demand, of course they will come. You can address to association. We can send your question to the companies. We can share contacts with me or with Mikola, and we will resolve it. We can discuss during coffee break, individually exchange our contacts, and this question will be resolved for sure. And also the price of Medtronic pump everywhere. Medtronic is twice cheaper. So today they have the status of the biggest producer in the world. They can offer themselves, they can allow themselves, and this is why the price is so high. And then they have this possibility to be exclusive in the world, in Ukraine, and additional costs that the companies carry to legalize their products in Ukraine. This is maybe why. And concerning Medtronic, I can also answer. Medtronic is the global corporation, and such complications arise with the companies that produce one or two products only. Medtronic recently merged with Canadian company, and I think this is the only reason because of these difficulties. But normally, such companies, they certify all the products they have at once. And I wanted to discuss something else, but if you dwell upon the issue of price, we come back again to the roots of the problem. I cannot tell you for all other companies that are presented in Ukraine, but I am proud of Stor's company. 2 years ago, we officially got separated from the Moscow office, from Russian office. We started to work directly with the plant, and we started to report about it directly. And now we have an interesting situation. There is such an ocean as unified accounting. We don't have any rights to make prices higher than European prices are. And the products that we sell now in Ukraine, it is sold for the same price as they determined at the territory of European countries. And this is linked with the fact that the owner of the plant independently took decision to open their points of sales in Ukraine. We are not distributors. This is 100% of German ownership, and they have to carry their taxation burden because they report for Ukrainian business before their fiscal services. If we somewhere make the price higher, there will be a very, very big distortion. And there is another notion. In English, there is such a notion of gross margin and gross profit. The margin between buying and selling and gross profit is the profit, the average profitability. And there is unified statistics that the average profitability, gross profit of all European companies, it's 27 to 29%. This is the unified standard price. Lower the business will be in loss, the higher business will be dangerous, because the more you earn, the more taxes you pay, the more you have to report. So this is why everything that is going on in Ukraine, in European Union with prices, you should have a look at that situation. when all this philosophy of European Union and United States about the general global level is to even the profitability in Ukraine, to make it the same as in European Union. But according to the political system that we have chosen, democracy, we cannot have too poor or too rich. We try to it's a long process, 10, 20, 30 years maybe, but profitability of all medical business in Ukraine sooner or later will be the same as all over the world, 27 to 29%. It will not be 40 or 45 additional fee if you compare to America or Europe. It will not be allowed at all. If you want to acquire such equipment, you know that American taxation system and American market is completely different. You know that you can pass a European car to or European car 2 or 3 times cheaper. And I'm sure that these pumps, they are not assembled in America. They should be assembled in Europe, and you should find the website you can address to. So the management of the plant should address to their distributors, telling them that you want to acquire it according to your price, and Ukraine is a prospective market for them. Everyone is paying attention to Ukraine. Everyone understands that this is a long-term process, and you have to stand for your interest directly with the producer. This is my main advice, and I'm absolutely sure that you will succeed. I want to say the same. I want to support Vitaly about Medtronic. We make such a good advertisement for Medtronic now. Medtronic is the member of our association. We met them, we discussed, and really they 1 or 2 years ago they decided to start their business in Ukraine individually, dependently, because before they've been using distributors, some representatives, but now they opened their representation themselves, quite a large office with staff and all that compliances. They are preserved. So if you write a letter and somebody pays too much higher, that will be international standard. Every European company has also their own compliances. They have compliance officers who follow that, and if there are violations, this compliance officer has to inform corresponding authorities. They do that. So maybe it's not Medtronic company that we should use an example. I mean, this can be an adequate business case to be studied for other similar sectors, because for a long time we are not going to give you specific figures, but the similar model of this pump in Ukraine costed, compared to Russian price, in fact 2 times more expensive. And for a long time we've been asking Medtronic company, they said that they have technical support and guaranteed maintenance, etc. But the price cannot be 2 times higher. We are not the richest country in the world. So we address to the head office. Our diabetic clinics work for 3 years. You know, insulin pump is one of the most progressive ways of diabetes treatment. And what is the essence of treatment? You should prevent development of complications. In order to prevent that, you have to be very precise about the dosages of insulin, especially for small children. They are not born for pains 6 times a day. They should feel as little pain as possible, otherwise children suffer, and this is very hard for families. This is a huge social problem. Number 2, pregnant women of gestation diabetes, when they have to carry that insulin pump, and all other categories. It's not more than 10% of insulin-dependent people. And from one side, it seems to me, but they are not numerous at all, the people. But from another side, you can say that from the side of producer, there should be some motivation. But the largest producers of the world in the civilized countries are selling that to the state. And the state is civilized. They guarantee small children, pregnant women, and everyone else for free. For the time being, we don't have that free distribution. But we say, why? we don't talk about Siemens or Medtronic, but people are earning on that. And the essence, when you sell an expensive pump here, 2 times more expensive than in Russia, where do they bring it from? In this suitcase from Samara, from Russia. They sell it via internet store. And what happens? Do you think the doctors put that pumps? No, engineers are doing that. You read the instruction, you put, you make injection, you press the button and it works. Then this pump does not help the patient because it is not well adjusted and it was not selected correctly. That was not the doctor. And the patient says the pump is bad. But in reality, it was not the pump that was bad. The people that addressed to us, we created the first private center of pump insulin therapy. I talk about outrageous cases. What they bring in the suitcases, it puts the blame to the contemporary perspective method of diabetes treatment. It frightens the patients. This is just a simple gadget. You don't say that the person is criminal if he buys Apple number 7. This is about peculiarities of formal licensing, and many people look at watch the films on internet that are not certified compared to the people that want to use this uncertified pumps and in order to save their lives. It's not like watching films. You should not deprive them of their rights. You talk about protectionism. If you have great Ukrainian pumps, then the state should protect. But this is just a gadget that it helps a person to survive. And this is not nice to require the best world producers of the pump to do certification. They will never come here. We have only 10%. We have small market of insulin dependent at only 1%, but it could be used wider. And the profit will be small, but what will be social meaning of this problem? And when we say no, everyone should be the same, there are destinies of people, and I can agree that it's not for everyone. It's not for every medical instrument you require such a beneficial system of certification, a simplified system. But you should make an exclusion for medical pumps of insulin. You should do for other glucometers, for example, where this is really lively, important, and critical. You joined here many problems together. Economic, social problems, primarily social problems. But unfortunately, within the framework of our discussion, we will not be able to resolve that. It's more social problems of the state, that the state is not capable of giving that patients the whole complex of treatment and to give some benefits to them, to the companies that should attract them to Ukraine, because the value of certification is linked with supplies, etc., etc. Everything is included into the price of the product. And if you need the aid on certification, let us exchange contacts. We'll try to do it. And if you need some social support, we can do that on behalf of association with the management of Medtronic, and we will resolve that. Let's go step after step, and we'll resolve that issues. Dear colleagues, we are out of the limit. I'm happy that our session is interesting with many questions. I would like every speaker to make the final words in 60 seconds, and the final words that you want to include into our resolution. Will you be able to write the letter A7? Let's start from you, Andrei. I write down. I would like to finish in the positive way, and because from my side I criticized maybe too much. So the positive thing is that we've seen today in the ministry quite professional managers, administrators. Unfortunately, they think themselves that they will not stay for a long time there, but we would like that the ideas that they worked out would be also supported by their responsibility for results, because the results will not come too soon. But these are positive changes, and positive thing about it is that we've heard today some specific things.
Not all we wanted to hear, but at least some. And now, something related to the issues we have just raised, and we have a proposal to the authorities verifying the compliance to be part of the process of creation of clinical protocols and standards, not to have the situation as follows. The standards will contain something which will not coincide with the standards of the technical regulations, because it will not be efficient, no doubt. So I believe this is something really important, and this is just all of a sudden such an opinion, such a thought. And let's not forget about this, because the market will be paralyzed, there will be clinical protocols, there will be standards, and separately there will be technical regulations. So shall we include this into our resolution or something else? Well, that's the proposal, that's the offer. I'd like to pay your attention during the working process. As regards resolution, I believe that first of all, it's worth inviting for the next forum, to the next forum like this, representatives of Verkhovna Rada, Supreme Council, the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, representatives of Ministry of Health to be present at every discussion, and for them to listen to us and to answer questions, because we can just talk with one another as we did it the previous year and nothing has changed. And then we will be asking them the next year, what has changed? You've listened to our questions the previous years, you responded, so how did it influence the further legislative and other activities, as well as activities of the executive authorities? Thank you so much. So there must be appropriate chair, yes, for the representatives of these structures you've just mentioned. And, if they will come during the first year, then, the next year the other representative may come, because the authorities will be shifted. Okay, I understood you. Mr. Vitaly, you've got 1 minute. Well, some time ago we were really glad. Do you remember there was this moment when Mr. Grossman signed a resolution in order to have the certificates the CE certificates pertaining to pharmaceutical products. We were really glad. We thought it would pertain to medical devices as well, but that didn't happen. So maybe there will be appropriate FD and CE certificates. So I have a wish. I don't know why Ukraine is trying to reinvent the wheel with the square, the bicycle, which would have square wheels. We had to reconsider some code. There is no sense in making this, because movement of commodities inside the European Union is carried out according to export-import declaration. And if the producer appropriately received 9018 certificate, why reinventing the wheel and figuring out some other codes in order to furtherly complicate or add 7 or 20 VAT or other fees? So maybe we shall just expect that if we will start actively moving towards European Union, why not use the export declaration and use the same code mentioned there? So 2 issues into resolution, CE and the codes. Yes, that's the constant problem of customs office. The customs officer is not obliged even to know all these codes. There must be this source export declaration. Mr. Dmitro, 1 minute for you. I wanted to support Mr. Hennady, who supported the unified taxation rate for the medical devices and for medicinal products. It will simplify our lives, and no one will think what code will be used this time. And appropriately, we will be organizing tenders, we will be frankly paying the taxes, and we will clearly understand what future will bring to us if goods come to customs office. Mr. Mikola, okay, let's be positive. I just remember that 30% of the general turnover of medical devices with medical devices of the first class of potential risk, the assessment of which does not stipulate involvement of appropriate authority. That is why procedure is now 30% simplified, and I believe we have to wrap up our proposals. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mikola. Yeah. Not to overcomplicate everything. Yeah, we have a lot of bad examples. The procedure was simplified. Well, I don't know whether it had to be done. A lot of misusing it. Thank you. This is Friday evening. Thank you for staying with us till the last minute. Have a nice weekend. And, well, I believe our main aim would be implementation of these 4 clauses. We will, not to speak about them again. Yes, there will be some other problems to discuss. Thank you, organizers, for very interesting conference, and I hope that our session was the most interesting. At least I believe so. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Irrespective of Friday evening, we had an interesting discussion. Thank you so much. And before coming to the wrap-up word, I would like to express once more my gratitude to the partners, that is Ecological Center, Spizhenko Clinic, general partner of the forum, then exclusive dentist firm, strategic building company, Arbut Service, Turkish Airlines, investment partner, A7 Capital, and the general information partner, Interfax Ukraine, exclusive general partner, Business Liga Inform TV, partners, Fifth Channel and Business Channel, exclusive business partner, Business Journal, information partner, Verdis Magazine. Then we are supported by the Ukrainian Association of Entrepreneurs, media partners, Kyiv Post, Ukrainian Week, Business Ukraine, Business Magazine, PharmaNet UA, pharmaceutical sector, The Farm and Inventure, the Ukrainian Times, Business Views, Association of Producers and Operators of Medical Market, Pravo Today, Ukrainian Building Community, ABC News, Israeli Friends of Ukraine is a business, as well as Ukrainian Association of Entrepreneurs, Actions First Association, American Chamber of Commerce, Orange Park, as well as Ukrainian Venture Capital and Private Equity Association. And now I would like to give the floor to the president of A7 Group, Maria Barabash. Colleagues, thank you so much. I will be brief. Thank you all the speakers. Please, the 28th of September, the next year, we will have the next forum, and we will pass the resolution of today's conference to the Ministry of Health and to the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, and personally to the Vice President, Mr. Rozenko, who is also interested, who contacted us. That is why thank you so much. Thank you once again, our partners. Without their support, this event would not be possible, and without you, we would not make it. I would like to remind you that the complete video of this forum is at our website and in YouTube. So please be ready to comment. Thank you and see you.